Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was raised by Hecate, goddess of magics? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry Potter was standing in the Weasley's garden with Professor Dumbledore and staring at his headmaster with a completely astonished look on his face. Thoughts such as, "This is a lie. No way in hell could it be true," were spinning through his head. Dumbledore had interrupted his 16th birthday celebrations going on in the burrow and called him so that he could reveal some important information to him. What he told Harry, however, was the most shocking and least expected thing Harry could have ever heard. "But Professor, how could this be possible?" Harry at last asked Dumbledore. "I know this is hard for you, Harry, but what I am telling you is the truth. According to this letter written by James and Lily, they had adopted you from a very poor woman in Godric's Hollow who was soon going to die. They have further stated in the letter that their own son had died due to Spattergroit, but because of the prophecy they couldn't let this news out. Hence they adopted you from that poor woman, for whom they felt a lot of sympathy." Dumbledore finished looking very grave. But how come no one found this letter before?" Harry asked, still staring at Dumbledore in a shocked manner. "They had done an age enchantment charm on this letter, so that it would magically appear in your vault the day you turn 16. That's how the Gringotts goblins found it this morning. You can have a look at it yourself," said Dumbledore, handing the letter to Harry. Harry took the letter, his hands shaking slightly. He couldn't believe what he was reading. He wanted it to be a fake pretty badly, but there was no doubt that the letter was real. The Gringotts goblins and Dumbledore himself had checked it, but it had turned out to be genuine. Though Harry just couldn't believe this. His whole life was a lie. He wasn't a Potter, no, his mother was some poor woman who had died because of Spattergroit. And his real father, whoever he was out of picture. But then what about the prophecy? Harry asked about the one thing which he was dreading the most. The weight of the prophecy had been haunting him all summer, and now the confusion created by the letter only made things worse. The prophecy is not applicable to you anymore. It could still have been applicable to Neville Longbottom, but since Voldemort didn't mark him as his equal, we can safely assume that the prophecy has become null and void, Dumbledore replied. Harry had at least a dozen more questions to ask to his headmaster. But just then he heard Ron's voice from inside the house asking him to come quickly as he had to cut his birthday cake. Harry felt as though this was the worst birthday of his life. "Come on, Harry. Let's leave this charming garden and get inside. You might want to tell this to your friends," Dumbledore said and smiled at him in his usual kind manner. "Do we have to?" Harry asked in a low voice. "It is up to you, Harry, but I suggest you tell this to your friends as it will make you feel better. Also, I think members of the Order should know about this as it will help us plan our further moves against Voldemort," Dumbledore answered gently, knowing that this was going to be quite hard for Harry. Harry nodded slowly, and the two of them went inside the burrow to tell the shocking news about Harry's parents to everyone. Percy Jackson was snoring loudly in Poseidon's cabin. It was 10 in the morning and the whole camp was up, but right now Percy couldn't care any less about it. At least not until a certain Cyclops whacked him hard on the head, something that made him sit up and take notice of the surroundings. "Ouch! Tyson, that hurt!" Percy yelled at his half-brother Tyson, who was a Cyclops. "Sorry, big bro, but Chiron has called you for an urgent meeting and you were just not waking up," Tyson replied. "Chiron's called me urgently? Why?" Percy asked him. "I don't know, but you'd better hurry up. He has called everyone else too," Tyson told him. So Percy ran out of the cabin and hurried towards the big house, wondering why no one ever gives him any peace. Just a couple of weeks ago they had defeated Gaia and Percy had thought that now at last the Greeks and Romans would live happily as friends. Well, it seemed like the Romans had taken the becoming friendly part too seriously because yesterday almost the entire Roman legion had arrived at Camp Half-Blood stating that something had caused a huge fire to break out at Camp Jupiter. Percy secretly suspected Octavian for it, and hence the gods had ordered them to stay over here until their camp was restored. Percy felt that the gods must have suggested this to increase the newfound friendship and trust. which the Greeks and Romans had managed to build over the course of the war, and strengthen the bond between the two camps. Unfortunately, as awesome as these words sounded on paper, it really wasn't an easy task to accommodate a huge lot of Camp Jupiter at Camp Half-Blood. Percy had been working like anything yesterday to make the Legion feel comfortable at his camp. Hence the late morning sleeping. He entered Chiron's office and saw that Annabeth, Jason, Piper, Leo, Hazel and Frank were already present over there. Percy had thought that at least Frank would have remained behind at Camp Jupiter to help, considering that he was a praetor now. But for some strange reason, the gods had ordered him to stay at Camp Half-Blood too. He couldn't help wondering whether the gods were once again planning something which the rest of them had no idea about. "You're late, seaweed brain," Annabeth said angrily. "Well, yeah, sorry Annabeth," Percy replied nervously. His girlfriend could sound really dangerous when she was angry. Looking at her reminded him of everything they had been planning for their future. When Percy had first told her about New Rome and how they can have a future over there, he had been so hopeful. And he knew that she had been excited to hear it too. Now though, he just felt as though something was a little off in their relationship. As though it had hit a spot from where it can't go any further but managed to pull the two of them farther away from each other. He wondered for a moment when exactly did he become so philosophical. His worst fear was that Annabeth too was probably feeling the same thing. She hadn't said anything directly to him, but Percy knew her well enough to detect that something was bothering her. Ahem. Chiron cleared his throat and everyone turned to look at him. "I have called this meeting to discuss a very serious problem with you all," he said. "Not again," Percy thought to himself, hoping that the serious problem wasn't really as serious as Chiron made it sound. He was just feeling quite tired and unadventurous after the Second Giant War. "According to my reports," Chiron started telling them, "there is a demigod in Britain who doesn't know anything about our world. I was thinking of sending a group of talented heroes to retrieve him. So if any one of you is interested." He trailed away and turned to look at them all. "Wow, a British demigod," Leo muttered. "Why can't a satyr do this job? Recruiting new demigods is their job, right? And how did this demigod reach Britain? Gods don't usually leave America unless it's really necessary." Annabeth immediately asked a lot of questions. "Well, I can't just send a satyr to collect him because this particular demigod is very unique. He has certain other powers apart from being a half-blood," Chiron told her. "What sort of powers?" Percy asked curiously. "Magical powers, he is a wizard," Chiron replied quietly. "A what?" everyone asked, or rather shouted together. "A wizard, and a very good one at that. Also his demigod powers are well developed. Even though he doesn't realize it yet," Chiron answered. Annabeth, however, looked like she had a doubt. "Are you sure he is really a wizard? I mean, he might belong to that group of magicians living on the other side of river, in Brooklyn. They have a combination of magical and godly powers too. No, there is no doubt that he is a half-blood. As to who his godly parent might be, I have no idea. But he is very powerful, hence it is necessary to collect him immediately, particularly in dangerous times like these." The last part was almost whispered, but everyone heard it. "What do you mean by dangerous times?" Piper asked, looking scared. "Well, I can't tell you all right now because I myself don't have a lot of information about this. Just remember that the fire at Camp Jupiter wasn't an accident. It was planned as a start to something much more dangerous and sinister," Chiron replied. "What do you mean by that? Who would dare to do such a thing on purpose?" Jason asked angrily. "Yeah, the fire had seemed pretty much accidental," Frank put in. "Sorry I can't tell you anything right now, but I promise that I will as soon as we get enough proof to confirm our suspicions," Chiron answered. There was a moment's pause as he stared at all of them and then asked, "So how many of you are ready to go on this quest?" "I need at least 4 demigods." Leo was the first one to answer, "I am ready. You wouldn't be able to travel such a long distance without Argo II anyway, so I guess I'd be needed." Chiron nodded. Jason was the next to step forward as he said, "I would like to go on this quest too. If it has something to do with stopping the people who tried to destroy Camp Jupiter, then I have to be on this quest." He created an air of importance around him which was lost the next moment as he said, "Hey Pipes, you want to come on this quest too? We'll get to travel England together." "Wow," Percy thought to himself. So he is thinking of this quest as a romantic tour with his pipes? Well, sorry Jason, but I can't come as I have to help Venus's children to settle down over here. Also, I have to visit my father after that. Piper replied, looking genuinely apologetic. It's okay, Pipes. Jason reassured her, although he looked quite put down. Great. At least there won't be any stupid romantic drama on this quest. Percy inwardly sighed with relief. Hey, Seaweed Brain, Annabeth said suddenly. Why don't we go on this quest? It sounds quite important and I really want to meet this wizard demigod. Annabeth, we have got a lot of work to do here. Besides, there is no such word as wizard demigod. Percy replied somewhat irritably. You don't have as much work as me and Frank. We are helping to build new cabins for Romans, Hazel said to him. Percy, I really think we should go, Annabeth insisted. Oh, come on, Percy. Chiron said bracingly, you're the most powerful demigod over here. This earned him a glare from Jason. You should go on this quest. Fine. I guess I don't have a choice. Percy snapped angrily. That's decided then. Chiron started in a businesslike tone. The four of you shall go on this quest. I'll declare it officially at the campfire in the evening. Percy Jackson was seething with anger. It was just never enough. He had defeated Kronos, Gaia, and so many monsters that he had actually lost count of it. But it was never enough. He had wanted to spend some quiet time with his mother in Manhattan, but no. Now, he'll have to go looking for some long-lost, oh so powerful demigod, and apparently the world was in some danger again. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't heard Leo ask Chiron, so what's this dude's name anyway? It's Harry. Harry Potter, Chiron answered. Harry Potter had cut his birthday cake with his hands shaking slightly. Now was the time to tell everyone that he wasn't a Potter anymore. Well, at least not by blood. However, to his immense relief, Dumbledore took charge of the situation as he cleared his throat and started speaking. Today a rather strange incident occurred at Gringotts. A letter suddenly appeared out of nowhere in Harry's vault. Everybody went silent and started listening intently. Some worried, others interested. Dumbledore continued. The letter had a magical charm placed on it, so that it would only appear when Harry turns 16. The letter was, here Dumbledore took a big pause, written by James and Lily. Everyone looked stunned upon hearing that. Remus Lupin gasped. Ron, Hermione, and the Weasleys looked shocked. Even Snape, who had came to the party only because Dumbledore had asked him to, became pale. James and Lily, Lupin whispered. But how, what? He seemed to be at a loss for words. I think Dumbledore said, it would be better if I just read out the letter to you all. Initially, Harry didn't like the idea of people reading something this personal about him. But then he thought that they were his friends. If they wouldn't help him out of this mess, who would? The letter read as follows. Dear Harry, wishing you a very happy 16th. If you are reading this letter, it most likely means that we are dead. Everyone looked sadly at Harry, who was deliberately trying not to make an eye contact with anyone. We are writing this letter to give you some information which we think you are now old enough to know. 16 years ago we had a baby who had died due to a terrible disease called spattergroit. Another gasp by everyone. We had felt as if our whole life was shattered, and we couldn't even tell this to anyone because by then almost everyone in the Order and even you know who knew about the prophecy. The truth could have doused everyone's hopes and also put our best friends, the Longbottoms, in danger. Hence we decided to adopt a child, but none of the wizarding or muggle orphanages had a baby that looked like ours. We were feeling completely hopeless but finally found a way. There was a poor woman living in our neighborhood who had a newborn baby. That woman had no family, and she was herself suffering from spattergroit, as the disease had struck like an epidemic in Godric's Hollow at that time. So we used to go regularly to help her, but later it became clear that she won't make it. Her baby looked just like ours, so we decided to adopt him. No, this can't be what I'm thinking it is. Ron sputtered in disbelief. That adopted baby is actually you. No way. This time almost everyone shouted. We know this is a big shock for you, that's why we had decided to tell this to you only when you grew up. For some reason your mother had kept insisting us to tell this to you only when you were 16. It had seemed quite important to her, so we did the enchantments accordingly. Your mother was a very mysterious person. She never even told us her name or anything about your father. All that she ever told us was that you were a half-blood. Now here we made some of our own guesses. Your mother was the typical traditional type of witch who knew everything about wizarding customs, so we are assuming that she must have been a pureblood. She used to love doing gardening a lot and was always covered in earth. As for your father, we are assuming he might be a muggle or muggle-born, but we don't know for sure. Harry, we know this must be hard for you, but please don't think of us as selfish or mean people. We just did what we thought must be right for the wizarding world, and remember, even though we weren't related by blood, we still loved you. We would have given our life for you. In fact, if you are reading this, then it most probably means that we must have died while trying to save you. Hermione and Mrs. Weasley's eyes were filled with tears by this point. We wish a very happy life for you, filled with lots of success and good luck. James and Lily Potter. There was a complete silence, which was first broken by Ron. I don't believe it. This letter must be you-know-whose trick. That's what it is, he said. I don't believe it either, Albus Lupin said. I hadn't believed it before too, but after doing over 100 different revealing spells, charms, enchantments, and dark magic detection spells, accompanied with some complex magic by the Gringotts goblins, I am forced to admit that this letter is completely genuine, Dumbledore replied. Lupin collapsed in a chair. Snape became, if possible, even paler. Hermione ran over to Harry and hugged him. Oh, Harry, she whispered. I know you are feeling totally devastated, but we are all here for you. We won't leave you alone in this. She's right, mate. Come what may, you'll always have our full support, Ron said. Thanks, guys, Harry said, feeling quite relieved that his friends weren't going to dump him just because he wasn't the chosen one anymore. What about the prophecy, though, Albus? Moody asked. Does it still apply to Potter, or is it now Longbottom? Neither, I am afraid, Mad-Eye, because Harry isn't the son of parents who defied Voldemort thrice, and Neville isn't marked by Voldemort as his equal. So I guess the prophecy doesn't exist anymore, Dumbledore replied. Should we let the Dark Lord know about this? Snape asked. No, Severus. If Voldemort finds this out, then he would become completely fearless. There would be no stopping him in that case, and as it is, we have some other problems to take care of, said Dumbledore. Of course, Mad-Eye exclaimed angrily. Those people are an even more terrible problem than, you know. Who is a terrible problem? The ever-curious Harry asked. He wondered whether they were talking about the Ministry people or something. Mad-Eye, you couldn't have been more discreet, could you? Lupin said to Moody. Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley children were becoming more and more suspicious. Harry dear, you should go and get some rest. This has been a hard day for you, said Mrs. Weasley suddenly. Yes, Harry, and don't worry about anything. We are always going to be there for you, Lupin told him. But what was Moody talking about? Harry asked stubbornly. Later, Potter, Mad-Eye growled. You needn't worry about things that aren't your business, Potter, Snape said curtly. Harry had no choice but to glare at Snape and leave the room. He was immediately followed by Ron and Hermione, who tried hard to cheer him up. Don't worry, Harry. Everything would be all right, Hermione said. But what was Moody talking about? Harry asked straight away. Dunno, mate. Trust the order to keep secrets from us. But tell us, Harry, are you okay? Ron asked, looking concerned. Yeah, I guess I would be fine. It just needs some time to sink in, though, that I was never their son, Harry replied bitterly. They loved you, Harry. You know they did, Hermione said softly. Harry soon realized that she was right. The Potters did loved him after all. He didn't even know anything about his real parents. That's right, he thought. I am just going to forget this entire episode and proceed on as though nothing has happened. Anyway, this incident can't make my life any worse than what it already is. He didn't, however, know how wrong he was, and how much his life was going to change in the coming days. And I hope the letter wasn't too boring and emo. Please review and tell me what you think about this chapter. The Campfire. Chapter 4, The Campfire. Percy Jackson was sitting at the campfire eating his marshmallows. He couldn't stop himself from wondering about the upcoming quest, and about the danger hinted by Chiron, something which the centaur didn't want it to talk about any further. The meeting soon started as Chiron asked Annabeth to announce about the quest he had assigned to the four of them. Annabeth stood up, and there was an immediate silence as everyone looked at her. She cleared her throat and started speaking. I, Percy, Jason and Leo have been assigned a quest to collect a demigod from Britain. His name is Harry Potter and he is also a wizard. There were loud gasps and shouts of surprises. Wizard? Are you joking? Clarice asked. No, I'm serious, and also this wizard demigod, Percy just rolled his eyes on hearing that stupid term again, is quite powerful, so he can help us face the new dangers that are coming, Annabeth replied. What new dangers? Octavian asked. Your camp didn't burn down on its own, Octavian, Percy told him. So it's got something to do with our camp. Raina wondered aloud. What exactly are these dangers? She asked, sounding worried. Well, that is something Chiron is just not telling us, Annabeth answered, glaring at Chiron. I am sorry, but I am not sure about anything right now. Chiron spoke with an apologetic look on his face. At least tell us your guesses, Percy prodded him. Well, Chiron looked nervous but still continued. The powers that we are going to face this time are totally new. There is no record of such a thing happening in the past. This is a completely new danger that can adversely affect the powers of both gods and demigods. Since the last 2 weeks, after Gaia was defeated, the powers of the gods have been continuously decreasing. They are becoming weaker and weaker. Zeus, in fact, has become so paranoid that he has sealed the entrance to Olympus. Chiron finished looking extremely serious. And you think the fire at our camp was also caused by this same danger? Raina asked. And who exactly is doing all this? Jason growled. Our enemy's identity is completely hidden as of now. And yes, the fire was their doing. They are doing a lot of random things and their ultimate goal is unknown. Our best bet would be to stop them before they do something more serious, Chiron answered. But how can this new demigod help us against them? Jason asked. Well, he has lots of powers and also I think he might have some information on this subject, Chiron replied. So how are we going to find him? You'd said that you would give us some details about him, right? Percy asked. Well, to begin with, I don't know where he lives. In fact, there is only one wizarding place that I know of called Diagon Alley in London. I had once gone over there to visit a certain friend of mine. I will tell you how to enter it. There are lots of witches and wizards over there. You might get some information about him from them, said Chiron. You expect us to go to some unknown place and ask random people about his whereabouts? I don't think this will work, Chiron. Annabeth spoke in a disapproving voice. Well, in the meantime, I will try to contact my old friend. His name is Albus Dumbledore and he is a headmaster at the wizarding school in Britain. Now, considering that it is the only school of magic in their country, Harry Potter must be going there. Albus might know his whereabouts, Chiron told Annabeth. A wizarding school. Wow, my head is spinning now, Leo commented. So why don't we just sneak into the school and pick him up? Percy asked. They have holidays right now. The 4 of you go according to the plan. And I here will write this letter to Albus, Chiron replied. Alitir? Can't you just IM him or I dunno use your computer? Annabeth asked, looking quite confused as Chiron pulled out an old-fashioned quill and a parchment and began scribbling something. Wizards usually communicate through letters. They are not well acquainted with other means. I guess I'll have to get an owl to deliver this letter, Chiron answered with a sigh. Percy guessed he must have gotten tired of answering all these questions. But then again, he felt like they needed as much information as possible before embarking on such an important quest. An owl to deliver a letter? That might make my mom mad, Annabeth wondered. I am sorry, but I can't do anything about this, Annabeth. It is the only means for me to reach Dumbledore, Chiron told her, and then suddenly turned towards Leo. Leo, have you got the ship ready for the journey? I suggest that you leave for Britain tomorrow itself. The faster you bring this demigod to Camp Half-Blood, the safer it will be. For him. You know how much monster attraction powerful demigods get. Percy was startled to hear that they were to start their journey tomorrow itself. He was furthermore surprised when he discovered that Leo, Jason and Annabeth had already finished doing their packing and preparation. He groaned inwardly, realizing that he would have to stay up the whole night preparing for the journey. Don't worry about Argo II. All the arrangements have been made and the ship is ready for its voyage, Leo replied, giving a thumbs up to Chiron. I just hope this Harry Potter guy is all right. Can't have anyone blowing things on my ship. He should look at himself first, Percy thought. You will need a prophecy for your quest though, Hazel suggested. You are right, Hazel, Chiron said and nodded at her. He then turned towards Rachel. Rachel, would you be able to make a prophecy for this quest? Sure, she replied enthusiastically. Rachel Elizabeth Dare was the oracle at their camp, and was currently hosting the spirit of the Oracle of Delphi. She closed her eyes for a moment and concentrated. Then she started reciting, "Wizards and demigods unite, having a common enemy to fight. That enemy seeks revenge. Someone who they will have to avenge for defeating this greatest threat. The son of the darkest parents is their best bet." Everyone was silent after hearing the prophecy, as they all wondered whatever it could mean. Finally, Percy decided to sum it up for the others. "Okay, everyone. This means that the wizards and demigods have a common enemy, and they will need the help of the son of the darkest parents for defeating said enemy. So we will have to find this Harry Potter dude and then defeat the baddies." "Sounds like a piece of cake to me," Percy summarized in his usual sarcastic manner. "Son of the darkest parents, does that mean his parents are evil?" Annabeth asked. "I just hope he himself isn't evil. That's the only thing that matters," Percy muttered. "And what about this revenge thing? Who'd want to take revenge against us?" Frank wondered. Chiron looked worried. "You should all go to sleep. It is getting late." Most of the demigods protested because they wanted more information, but since Chiron didn't look like he was going to budge anytime soon, they just accepted defeat and started moving back to their cabins, discussing the prophecy. Percy, however, had noticed that something was wrong with Chiron, so he went and asked him, "Why are you so worried? I have been noticing that something is wrong with you." "The prophecy disclosed much more than I wanted to tell you," he replied, but then added with an air of finality, "And I am not going to talk anymore on this subject, Percy. You go and get ready for tomorrow's journey." Percy wasn't exactly one for following orders, but he knew that Chiron was right. He had a heck of a lot of work to do before tomorrow's journey, so he decided to give the topic a rest. As he was going back towards his cabin, his head automatically turned in the direction of the cabin for Athena's children. He saw Annabeth discussing something with her half-brother Malcolm. When she saw Percy staring at her, she smiled at him a little awkwardly. Percy smiled back and continued walking, all the while wondering why there was so much awkwardness between them these days. The next day, everyone watched as Percy, Annabeth, Leo, and Jason boarded the Argo II. "We should have probably asked them if they wanted us to get anything for them from England," Leo wondered aloud, as he waved their friends goodbye. "Leo, we are not going on a tour," Annabeth reminded him. Soon the Argo II rose and sailed into the skies with the 4 demigods overboard. And as Festus gave out a plume of fire, Chiron muttered to himself, "I am not so sure of this." And, "Okay, everyone, so here they go. I hope you liked the chapter. Please review. Meeting of Two Heroes. Chapter 5, Meeting of Two Heroes. In the extremely busy city of Manhattan, just a few streets away from the Empire State Building, was an old dilapidated building which no one would bother to visit. Only a small restaurant at the front could attract at least a tiny bit of crowd, though even that was a rare thing. However, the inside of this building was a totally different story. There were hundreds of computers in this place and loads of mortals, muggles, working on them day and night as though they were machines themselves. They all were united with a common goal, and there was a look of cruel determination on their faces. Each and every strange happening around the world was recorded by them, which most people wouldn't believe in normally. But they knew better. They knew ignorance was dangerous. Odd stories told by people, such as spotting giants on mountain tops, or people flying on brooms, or the top of Empire State Building turning blue, were recorded very seriously by them. They had already worked out ways to see through the mist and reverse the obliviate charm done on people. They had their strongholds in every country, but the ones in America and England were their headquarters. They had of course found out about the existence of the wizards and the Olympian gods, and now they had only one thing on their mind: to destroy these powerful people. "How is the work going on?" a sinister-sounding voice asked from the doorway. "It's almost ready, boss. This storm that we are going to cause is much more powerful than anything we have done before," his assistant answered. "It has to be. I won't tolerate any mistake this time." He paused for a few seconds before asking, "How are they taking our first blow?" "Very badly, boss. The wizards are becoming weaker and the immortal idiots are losing their powers too. They are all confused and scared to death." This time another man replied. "They deserve this," he stated indifferently, and continued, Did they ever stop to think how many of us have lost our lives because of their petty civil wars? These selfish people think we can't become as powerful as them. They think we are beneath them. Now is the time to take our revenge. The speaker stopped and sighed. This had been a long journey for him, but he was finally going to achieve what he had always wanted. Weak, powerless wizards and Olympians begging at his feet for mercy. His headquarters was right below Olympus, and yet those foolish gods never suspected. Now he would show them what mortals can do. They would strike their second blow in just a few days, and this time completely wipe out the Olympians and wizards. Harry's POV. Harry, Ron and Hermione were walking along Charing Cross Road and heading towards the leaky cauldron. It was Ron and Hermione's plan originally. They thought that a trip to Fred and George's joke shop would cheer up Harry. And also, said Ron, we can finish our shopping early so we don't have to come back again with the others. Harry merely nodded. He turned his head to read a random Muggle advertisement on a billboard. It seemed as though the letters were dancing. Harry blinked several times. Why wasn't he able to read normally, he wondered. They noticed the leaky cauldron from a distance, and soon entered the dingy little pub. Come on, let's get going, Ron said. You guys go ahead. I'll just come in a moment, Harry replied. Why? Hermione asked, looking suspicious. I just want to be alone for some time, Harry muttered. He felt like he really needed some alone time to think things through. And he was not going to get that at the Burrow, or even lesser at Fred and George's joke shop. Now normally Ron and Hermione wouldn't have agreed to this, but they felt that Harry was quite depressed because of his newly discovered parentage, so they decided to give him some free time. Be quick though, Hermione said, it's not safe for you to roam around on your own. Harry nodded, and soon Ron and Hermione left. Harry ordered a butterbeer and sat at an empty table in the bar. He took the Daily Prophet to read and was quite surprised. Here again the letters were dancing. He had initially wondered whether something was wrong with his glasses, but they were all right. This was something different, something like dyslexia. How he had suddenly become dyslexic, Harry had no idea. It wasn't the only thing that was bothering him though. Since his 16th birthday, a lot of changes had taken place in him. Firstly, he had developed a fear of heights. He'd discovered it while playing Quidditch at the Burrow. The others had thought that he was just depressed, but Harry knew better. It had came as a sudden shock to him that he, Harry Potter, youngest seeker in a century, was suddenly scared of heights. He just liked to stay on ground these days. It gave him a soothing, protective kind of feeling. Also, there were those weird dreams he was having these days. He had seen a woman who was covered in earth and whose face was hidden by a cloak smiling at him in his dreams. He had felt as though the woman had wanted to give him some warning but couldn't communicate with him for some reason. He wondered whether he was dreaming about his real mother based on her description in the Potter's letter. Harry glanced at his watch. He really needed to get going now, or else Ron and Hermione would start getting worried. Harry hurried to the backside of Leaky Cauldron, where the wall hiding the secret passageway to Diagon Alley was located. He stopped short in his tracks as he saw a boy of about his age standing near the entrance. He was tapping a Muggle pen on random bricks of the wall, looking completely confused. Can I help you? Harry asked him. The boy turned around to look at Harry. He had dark hair swept to one side like he had just returned from a walk on the beach. His eyes were of a deep sea-green shade. He was about the same height as Harry and had a cute and mischievous sort of face. He was wearing a blue jacket over an orange t-shirt and dark blue jeans. Harry realized that something in rather large letters was printed on that boy's t-shirt. He had to squint his eyes to read it properly, but finally managed to make out the words, Camp Half-Blood. Harry's instincts were telling him that this was not going to go well. Percy's POV. Okay, everyone. Argo II is ready to land. I think that empty space over there, behind the bookshop, would be a good spot for landing, Leo announced. After many days, the group had finally reached London. Percy had spent almost all the time during this trip discussing the prophecy with his friends, fighting the monsters that they encountered in Mare Nostrum and generally trying to stay alive. He was perhaps the only one in their group who had realized that they had been dragged into yet another great prophecy which would once again take ages to end. Really, Percy had had enough with prophecies. Each one was equally tiresome, people he liked got killed, and eventually it all made his life suck. He had thought that he might get some peace after defeating Gaia, but then this prophecy had came along. Percy, Annabeth called him from near the deck. Why are you just sitting there? You should really come and see this. It's amazing. Feeling a little reluctant, Percy went to look. He had to admit that it was amazing. Even though he had seen big cities like New York and Rome, London had its own beauty. It had an ancient and magical feeling about it, and there were a lot of people bustling about looking totally busy. The place chosen by Leo for landing their ship was pretty close to Charing Cross Road, where the entrance to Diagon Alley was concealed. The gears shifted into landing mode and slowly the ship descended. As always, the mortals present over there didn't notice the huge warship landing right in front of their eyes due to the power of the mist. Now, what were Chiron's instructions? We have to find that Leaky Cauldron Bar located on this road. He said that there was a certain wall in its courtyard where you have to tap a certain brick so that the entrance to Diagon Alley opens, Annabeth recalled. Will we be able to see it? Jason asked. Yes. Chiron said that only people with special powers can see it. So we should be able to see it with no difficulty, Annabeth replied. Okay, so let's quickly find that bar, Leo said. We could try some of their special drinks. Annabeth glared at him. Just joking. We are going to have some delay, Percy interrupted. Why? The others asked. Percy pointed behind them. 3 guys who looked like your typical bullies were approaching them angrily. Each one of them had lots of tattoos on their arms and a pretty muscular body. They were carrying baseball bats in their meaty hands. They were wearing T-shirts which had some not-so-friendly slogans regarding the demigods printed on them. We barbecue demigods, Leo read aloud. These people don't look friendly to me. Laestrygonian giants, Percy muttered. You recognized us well, son of Poseidon, one of them said. You must be that powerful demigod we sensed in this area. Before Percy could say anything in reply, they slowly started transforming into their monster form. They grew up to a rather inhuman size, and their baseball bats changed into giant clubs which had the capacity to turn Percy and his friends into demigod pies with just a few blows. They are just going to waste our time, Leo said. You all go. I can handle these guys on my own. All of us can't spend time finishing these monsters, Percy said. Will you be able to? Annabeth asked, looking worried. We can stay and help you. They look like they haven't eaten anything for days. Be sensible, Percy, Jason spoke sarcastically. We don't want to come back and find that you were barbecued and eaten by 3 giants. I know what I am doing, Jason, Percy growled. Okay, we will go. Percy can finish the giants and then join us in Diagon Alley, Annabeth said, stepping between them. She must have thought that Percy was going to attack Jason rather than the Laestrygonians. Be safe, Percy. She smiled at him. Then she, Jason and Leo made their way ahead on Charing Cross Road. Well, what a sad parting, the front giant spoke. You are thinking that you can slay us on your own demigod. But alas, you can never accomplish that. Saying this, the giant smashed his club on the fountain next to him. Water splashed all around him. People started running here and there, not knowing what was suddenly happening. A big clearing was formed between Percy and the giants. Show us what you can do, demigod, the giant said. The 2 giants behind him laughed out loud, and then the 3 together charged at him. Percy realized 2 things. First, their clubs were raised. Second, he was right in their path. As the giants barreled straight towards him, Percy ducked under one of the giants' legs and came up behind them. The giant's club struck the ground and created a big hole where Percy was standing some seconds before. Percy took out his sword and slashed at the middle giant's leg. Golden ichor poured from there. The giant turned angrily, but Percy again turned up behind him and this time slashed at his other leg. The giant moaned in pain and fell back into the hole created by him. The other 2 giants charged at him, but he dived to one side. Show us your bravery, demigod. Don't run like a coward, one of the giants said. You think I am a coward? Look behind you, Percy said. The giants turned back in time to get smashed in their faces with gigantic jets of water. Percy had summoned the water spewing from the fountain to do his bidding. Never mess with me when water is around, Percy said with a laugh. The 2 giants tried to get up, but before they could, Percy slashed one of the giants' head off. He disintegrated into a pile of rubble. The other giant was hit by a powerful jet of water. His head crashed against a statue and he got knocked out. Percy beheaded him in his knocked-out state. The remaining giant was unsuccessfully trying to get up from the hole with his injured legs. Percy slammed him with water and he collapsed back into the hole. He climbed on top of the giant and stabbed him straight in the heart. As he climbed back out of the hole, he saw cops streaming on the destruction scene. He thought that he should get away before they stopped him for questioning, so he ran back as fast as he could to the main street. He spotted the leaky cauldron with no difficulty, though the people around him couldn't. This made Percy momentarily wonder whether there were some similarities between the powers of the demigods and wizards, but decided to ponder on this thought later. He entered the pub and immediately inhaled the smell of beer and other drinks. He noticed a lot of people in strange clothes, who he guessed must be witches and wizards, huddled around the bar. His attention was momentarily caught by a bespectacled boy trying pretty hard to read something from a newspaper. Percy stared around the entire bar in utter confusion, not exactly sure of what he should be doing next. The barman glanced suspiciously at him like he was doing something wrong. Percy momentarily wondered whether he should ask about the secret entrance to him, but decided against it. He didn't know anything about these wizards. They could be quite dangerous for all he knew. Just then he heard a very small boy shout out in excitement, "Yay! I am finally going to see Diagon Alley." Percy watched as the boy's parents calmed him down, and soon the three went to the backside of the pub. Percy hastily followed the little family of wizards. He saw them standing in front of a wall. The boy's father took out a wooden stick, which Percy suspected must be a wand. By now, Percy had pretty much forgotten Chiron's instructions about which brick they were supposed to tap, and hence, was observing the wizard pretty keenly. But just then, Percy's bad luck came into play, as a drunk warlock almost collapsed on top of him, mumbling some incoherent words. With great effort, Percy managed to shake him of himself, but to his utter dismay, the family had already made their way past the wall, and the secret entrance was concealed again. Percy hurried over to the wall and took out his pen. His logic was that the pen should be able to open the entrance just like a wand can. And if not, he can always turn it into riptide and slash across at the bricks. He was tapping his pen on random bricks of the wall, but just then, he heard a voice from behind him. Can I help you?" Percy turned around to look at him. It was the same bespectacled boy, whom Percy had earlier seen reading a newspaper. He had a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, emerald green eyes, and messy black hair. He was somewhat skinny, but Percy could sense a lot of power radiating from him. Percy didn't know why, but he was getting a feeling as though the real adventure had just begun. And hope you all liked this chapter. Please review Dancing Jason. Chapter 6, Dancing Jason. Annabeth's POV. Annabeth, Leo, and Jason were quickly making their way through Leaky Cauldron. Thankfully, the bar was crowded, so no one noticed them much. Annabeth was a little worried, to be honest. Her boyfriend Percy was outside fighting the Laestrygonian giants on his own. They had offered to help him, but he'd told them to go ahead. Annabeth sighed. In a way, she knew Percy was right. They shouldn't be wasting time, though she couldn't help but feel worried about him. He was her boyfriend after all, even though they had become a little distant these days. "I need to stop thinking about it," she mentally scolded herself. "I hope Percy's all right." She couldn't help herself from sounding a little nervous. It was his fault that he decided to fight the giants on his own. Showing off as usual, Jason muttered under his breath. "Don't worry, he'll be fine," Leo said in an encouraging tone. "He's faced worse things before." They found the wall that hid the secret entrance pretty quickly thanks to Annabeth. She then tapped the correct brick with her knife, perfectly remembering Chiron's instructions. Would that idiot even remember which brick to tap when he... But Jason's remark on Percy's intelligence was cut short as Leo yelled, "Whoa! Guys, this is magic!" All the three demigods stared in amazement at the scene in front of them. Lots of wizards and witches in cloaks of varying colors and fashions were walking down the street briskly. There were shops having the strangest names they could have ever seen. Annabeth found some of them quite interesting, like Twilfit and Tattings, Elop's Owl, Emporium, Slug and Jigger's Apothecary, etc. Wow, this is a totally new world. It's amazing, she exclaimed softly. So where should we start looking for this Harry Potter guy? Leo asked. I think we should split up. I'll go one way, you two go the other, Jason said, sounding very confident. I really don't think we should split up. This is an unknown territory, we don't know what dangers we might have to face. Annabeth replied, trying to sound logical. If we split up, we'll be able to look for him in more places. Don't worry guys, I know what I'm doing, Jason said, and before either of them could stop him, he sprinted off in one direction. I just hate that overconfident Grace, Annabeth yelled loudly. Calm down, Annabeth. So what should we do now? Leo asked, looking slightly scared of her temper. We'll go this way, and try questioning a few people, she answered. A certain man saw them and shouted, magical lockets for 5 sickles each. They ward off all the evil wizards, and will also protect your pretty neck. The man added, leering in Annabeth's direction. I just feel like taking my dagger and stabbing him up the... Annabeth started angrily and Leo had to literally drag her away, asking her to calm down all the way. They had walked deep into the alley by now, but were feeling slightly intimidated and awkward to talk to these strange people. Soon they found themselves standing outside a shop named Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. A girl and boy of their age were standing there. The boy had red hair and lots of freckles. The girl had bushy brown hair and intelligent brown eyes. Annabeth, finally summoning her courage, went up to them and asked, Excuse me, can you help me with something? Sure, what is it? The ginger boy asked. Do you know where we can find a certain wizard named Harry Potter? Annabeth asked. Their reactions were immediate. The boy looked surprised, whereas the girl looked suspicious, her eyes narrowing at Annabeth and Leo. Well, Harry, the boy trailed off, looking uncertainly at the girl. Now Annabeth had a feeling that they knew him. Why are you looking for him? And what's Camp Half-Blood? The girl asked, pointing at their t-shirts. It's a certain adventure camp where we go, Leo lied to them. But Annabeth noticed that the girl didn't believe them. Do you know Harry Potter? Annabeth asked, getting to the point. We need to meet him urgently, she added. Are you guys like his fans or something? The ginger boy asked. We had heard a group of people saying earlier that they wanted the autographs of the chosen one. Ron, I don't think they are Harry's fans. This looks like some sort of a different matter to me, the bushy-haired girl whispered to the boy named Ron. But Annabeth heard her all right. We just want to meet Harry Potter. Can you please give us his address or something? She asked, trying to sound a little polite. Yeah, we were just told to find him and... Leo quailed under the look that Annabeth gave him. You were told to find him? By whom? The girl asked, looking more and more suspicious. Annabeth didn't know how to answer that, so she and Leo just stood there silently. That girl looked at Annabeth and Leo in a very stern manner and asked them, Who are you and why exactly are you looking for Harry? Are you mixed up with the Death Eaters? Tell us the truth, she almost commanded. Calm down, Hermione, the boy named Ron muttered. Now Annabeth was feeling extremely angry. This girl, Hermione or whatever her name was, had no right to speak with them like that, as if they were some sort of troublemakers. Now look, Annabeth began in an angry tone but was cut off as a sudden loud commotion started somewhere in the alley. Ron and Hermione became immediately alert. What was that? Ron exclaimed. Let's go and see, Hermione said. Both of them sprinted off in the direction of the noise. Wow, they just ran away like that. Should we follow them or something? Leo asked. Of course we're gonna follow them. Because firstly I think they know about Harry Potter and secondly the noise came from the direction in which Jason had gone. She and Leo exchanged a look and immediately hurried in the direction where that boy and girl had gone. Percy's POV. Percy thought that if he continued to stare at the boy in front of him for any longer he would most definitely think that Percy has lost it. Do you know how to open this wall? He asked, hoping that it wasn't a stupid question. Yes, actually I am visiting Diagon Alley too, the boy replied in a friendly voice. So are you coming here for the first time? The boy asked while tapping a certain brick in the wall with his wand. Percy nodded and afterwards he was glad that he did because it would have become obvious anyways as he gasped with surprise and amazement when he saw what was behind the wall. There was a cobbled-up alley where lots of wizards and witches were moving about at a fast pace. There were strange places with names like Ollivander's Wand Shop, Gringotts Wizarding Bank, and Florian Fortesque's ice cream parlor. Percy felt that this would be a totally awesome and cool place to go shopping. This is fantastic. I've never seen such a place before, Percy exclaimed as he stared at the scene around him in wonder. Really, so are you a Muggle-born? But even then you must have came here before to buy your school supplies, right? The spectacled boy asked. What's a Muggle-born? Percy asked, momentarily distracted. Well, it's wait, you don't know that? The boy was starting to look a little suspicious now. I haven't seen you at Hogwarts before, and your accent's a little different. Are you a foreigner? He asked. Oh, great, Percy thought. He couldn't let this boy who asks too many questions know that he wasn't a wizard. Percy had to quickly think of a reply. I am an American wizard, he replied bravely. I had came over here with a few friends of mine and got lost. Oh, so do you use a different word for Muggle-borns in your country? The boy asked, looking genuinely curious. Well, yes. Look, I need to get going now. I've to find my friends, Percy replied hurriedly. He had to find Annabeth and the others quickly, and he wasn't exactly in a mood to be interviewed by this guy. Oh, all right then. I've to find my friends too. The boy suddenly stopped in mid-sentence as he noticed a certain poster. He screwed his eyes to read what was written on it. Percy remembered that the boy had been having problems while reading a newspaper when he'd first seen him. Percy momentarily wondered whether the boy had dyslexia too. Or maybe there was just something wrong with his glasses. Oh no, not again. Can't they all just give me a break? The spectacled guy almost shouted angrily. Percy turned around to look at the poster. It had the boy's photo on it. With some effort, Percy finally managed to read the contents of the poster. It was something like, Harry Potter, the chosen one. Support Harry Potter, our only hope, Indiana, these dark times. Percy was now looking alternately at the boy and the poster, thoughts spinning around in his head. Is this boy really Harry Potter? The one he and his friends were searching for. Are you Harry Potter? He blurted out. Yes, I am. And now please don't start staring at my scar. The boy replied warily. Percy had no idea what was so special about that scar. But he knew that luck was on their side today. Of all the people he could have ran into, it had to be the person they were searching for. Chiron had told them that Harry was a famous wizard, but Percy had a feeling that he didn't like being famous. If his reaction at seeing the poster was anything to go by. Okay, goodbye then. It was nice meeting you. Harry turned to leave, but Percy stopped him abruptly. Well, Harry, I need to talk to you. Actually, me and my friends had came over here looking for you, Percy told him. Looking for me? Harry asked, his green eyes narrowing with curiosity and possibly suspicion. Yeah, well, it is a little difficult to explain, but we had came to London to find you and well, Percy just trailed off. He wasn't really used to introducing new demigods to their world. Usually Annabeth did this job. But why were you looking for me? And what is this Camp Half-Blood written on your t-shirt? Harry asked. His tone wasn't friendly now. Percy thought that they could do with some introductions. I am Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon and leader of Camp Half-Blood, which is actually a Greek demigod camp. Percy finished confidently. He thought that Harry would be happy to meet a demigod. Sorry, what was all that you just said? Harry asked, looking totally confused. Percy sighed, realizing that probably Harry didn't know anything about their world. I guess I'll just have to explain everything to you from the beginning. Well, the Greek myths are real and, Before Percy could finish his sentence, a lot of noise and commotion started suddenly, somewhere deep in the alley. Harry immediately tightened his hold on the wand in his hand and muttered something like, Looks like there's some problem. I need to find Ron and Hermione immediately. With that, he dashed in the direction of the noise. Percy ran after him because firstly he didn't want it to lose Harry out of his sight, now that he had found him so easily. And secondly, because he had a bad feeling that his friends might be responsible for whatever commotion that was happening. Jason Grace was walking confidently in Diagon Alley, feeling just a little out of breath. He had been running very fast earlier, so that Annabeth and Leo won't be able to catch up. He'd wanted to do this alone, wanted to be the first one to meet that Harry Potter guy. Percy won't get the spotlight this time, he thought happily. Jason wondered where he should begin his search. He passed various shops on the way like flourish and blots, broomsticks, and quality Quidditch supplies. Do wizards actually need brooms to fly? He wondered to himself, feeling very proud of the fact that he could fly even without brooms. He stopped near a shop named Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions. Feeling a little nervous, he entered. Ouch! Watch where you are sticking that pin, woman. A voice yelled from behind a mess of green and silver robes. Jason peered a little and saw a boy who had a pale pointed face, blonde hair and gray eyes. The boy actually looked like he could be related to Annabeth or something. There was a middle-aged woman standing next to him, arranging his robes. Jason assumed this must be Madame Malkin. She was the first one to notice him. Hello, dear. Do you want to buy robes? She asked him. Oh, actually no. I was just wondering whether you could help me find a certain person? He asked. Well, who were you looking for? She asked him. Even the blonde-haired boy looked at him now, a little interestedly. Do you know where I could find Harry Potter? He inquired. The woman looked a little surprised, whereas the blonde-haired boy sneered. Harry Potter, why the hell are you looking for that pathetic loser? He asked rather rudely. Who are you anyway? Jason asked him, feeling a little annoyed. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, he replied. Jason almost laughed out a little after hearing his name. You think my name is funny? Malfoy demanded, looking a little angry. Who are you, by the way? Some stupid, poor mudblood? Because that's what you look like. Now there's no need to use that sort of language in my shop, Madame Malkin said hastily. But it was too late. Jason had already taken out Gladius and was pointing it at Malfoy in a threatening manner. Don't you dare insult me like that. Do you even know who I am? He asked angrily. Well, if you need to use a sword instead of a wand in a fight, you must be a squib, Malfoy said, drawing out a wooden stick which Jason guessed must be a wand. Jason didn't know what squib or mudblood meant, but he figured out that it must be something pretty insulting in the wizarding world. Draco Malfoy, you are underage. Your mother will be very angry if she finds out that you have been using magic outside school. And you, just put that sword inside. No fighting in my shop. Madame Malkin finished with an angry glare at Jason and went to the backside of her shop. Jason thought she was right. That sword won't work on mortals anyway. He was just about to put it inside when Malfoy taunted him. You're such a coward, aren't you? Before Jason knew what he was doing, he had sent a huge jolt of electricity in Malfoy's direction. Malfoy dodged it quite easily and sent a jet of red light towards him from his wand. Jason dodged it. The fight started, and in just a few minutes the whole shop got messed up due to thunderbolts and different magical curses. Madame Malkin came out and started yelling at them to stop, but they didn't listen. Soon, they were out on the street fighting like crazed people, quite oblivious to the fact that a large crowd had assembled around them to watch. Oh, look, that boy can use electricity. It is actually something that the Muggles use, a few girls in the crowd squealed. Jason got momentarily distracted by that, and Draco used that opportunity as he yelled, Tarantaligra, pointing his wand at Jason. Jason suddenly started doing the most embarrassing tap dance ever. His feet had gone completely out of his control. The Malfoy boy was laughing loudly, and just as Jason was wondering how to stop this, a very angry voice from the crowd yelled, Jason Grace, what are you doing? Annabeth was glaring at him angrily, while Leo just seemed to look amused by Jason's dance performance. Draco Malfoy, stop hurting innocent people. A bushy-haired girl standing near Annabeth and Leo shouted at Malfoy. Shut up, mudblood, Malfoy snarled. Don't call her that. A red-haired, freckled-faced boy yelled this time. Jason's feet had started to hurt by now, from all that dancing, and just as he thought that this possibly couldn't get any more embarrassing, he heard a familiar voice from the crowd. Dude, why were you dancing like that? It was Percy, followed by a spectacled green-eyed boy who yelled at Malfoy. What are you doing, Malfoy? Oh, look, it's Precious Potter, the one you were looking for, mudblood, Malfoy sneered. Jason gasped as he heard those words. He wasn't the only one, though. Annabeth and Leo were now staring at the spectacled boy too, who looked like he didn't exactly like people staring at him. Stop staring at him like that, guys, Percy said. Can someone get this magic thing off me? Jason yelled, remembering that he was still dancing. Suddenly a jet of blue light came from somewhere and his legs stopped dancing. He turned to look gratefully in that direction only to find a very old man with white hair and beard, clutching a wand and a piece of parchment that looked a lot like Chiron's letter, and staring at them all. Okay everyone, so that's what happens in this chapter. I hope it wasn't too rushed up or confusing. As for those muggles, I'm gonna explain how they became so powerful and the identity of their leader in the later chapters. Hope you've enjoyed the story so far. I just love reviews. So please review your opinions or if you've any suggestions. The Decision. Chapter 7, The Decision. Warning, there is going to be some violence and gory description in this chapter. Harry's P.V. Harry was feeling that this had to be the most bizarre day of his life. Firstly, he meets a strange boy, from a certain half-blood camp or something, who tells Harry that he and his friends were told to find him. Secondly, Draco Malfoy is breaking all the rules and hexing some poor stranger. And now thirdly, Professor Dumbledore himself appears in Diagon Alley, saves that stranger, and is now staring at everyone with a look that literally screams, "I have news and you won't like it." The Percy boy besides Harry exclaimed, "This guy looks ancient. Everyone please calm down and get back to your work. I can handle this situation," Dumbledore said, addressing the crowd. Slowly the crowd started to thin out until only a few people were left. A woman with blonde hair, who Harry realized was Malfoy's mother, shouted at him, "Draco Malfoy, what exactly were you doing? Explain yourself." "Mother, Draco seemed to be quite scared now. "Your son was breaking the rules, Narcissa. You might soon receive a letter from the ministry about his using magic outside the school," Dumbledore told her. Narcissa Malfoy gave Dumbledore a look of deepest loathing and spoke to Draco in a dangerous voice. "You've caused enough trouble for a day. Now we are going home immediately, and no arguments." Draco looked extremely angry, but followed his mother nevertheless. Soon they were both out of sight. "Professor," Hermione started, as soon as the Malfoys had left, "these people over here were searching for Harry. They seem quite suspicious to me," she finished, glancing over at a certain blonde-haired girl and a boy standing next to her. "Excuse me, but we are not any suspicious group of people and we have a very good reason to look for Harry." The blonde-haired boy, whom Malfoy was jinxing, answered. "We are not here to hurt anyone," Percy added. "So you two are also with them, huh?" Ron asked. "And may I know why you all were trying to find me?" Harry asked curiously. He very much wanted to know why 4 strangers from America had came all the way for him. "Well, you see, Harry, you are a demigod. It means one of your parents is a god, and I guess you'll have to come to Camp Half-Blood with us now. We are all demigods too, and that's actually the place where we live, at least during the holidays," the blonde girl finished telling, by which time Harry, Ron and Hermione were completely shocked. "What the hell did you just said? Harry's a demigod? That's totally impossible," exclaimed Ron, who was the first to break out of the trance. "I am sorry, but I'll have to say this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard," Hermione stated. Harry, however, didn't spoke anything. Whatever he'd expected that girl to say, it most certainly wasn't this. He hadn't even heard the word demigod before, and both his parents were dead, weren't they? So how dare this girl make fun of him by saying that one of his parents is a god? He opened his mouth angrily to reply, but just then Professor Dumbledore, who had been silently listening to their conversation for a long time, chose to interrupt. "Did Chiron send you?" he asked those strangers. "Who's Chiron?" Harry wondered to himself. "Yes, sir, and I guess you are Dumbledore, isn't it? Chiron's friend? He had actually sent a letter for you," Percy replied, eyeing the letter in Dumbledore's hand. "Yes, I did receive his letter, of course. Didn't think he would be capable of handling Owl Postal Service," Dumbledore said merrily, but became quite serious the next moment. "I think this is a very grave matter. We need to discuss it properly somewhere. So, leaky cauldron, anyone? Our new friends can try a little butterbeer or fire whiskey, while we discuss the matter at hand." Ron and Hermione looked quite surprised and indignant by Dumbledore's reaction, but followed him nevertheless, as did those strangers and Harry. However, Harry was feeling that this whole thing was totally pointless. He definitely wasn't any demigod. He didn't even believe that such a world existed. Either these people were very badly mistaken, or this all nonsense was just yet another big trap of Voldemort's. At the Leaky Cauldron, Dumbledore talked to the barman Tom for a minute and soon found a very secluded room for all of them. After they had all entered, he did a lot of protective enchantments and secrecy spells to ensure privacy during the discussion. All this was giving Harry a feeling of uneasiness, as if the discussion that they were going to have wasn't going to be any good for him. So, in this letter, my dear old friend Chiron has said that they had recently started receiving signals from England of a very powerful demigod. When they traced those signals, it became clear that the demigod is none other than Harry. Dumbledore finished looking at Harry. That's impossible. I don't even have any godly parent. Both of my parents are dead, so how could I be? Harry trailed off. But Harry, James and Lily had themselves stated in their letter that they didn't know the identity of your father. He might be a god for all we know, said Dumbledore. But wouldn't he, ever contact me if that was the case? Also, why didn't my real mother ever mention this to my parents, the Potters, Harry asked. Well, she might have been trying to protect you. Demigods are better off not knowing about their world until they grow up a bit. The more you know, the more monsters you attract, Percy told him. Monsters? What monsters? Ron asked, looking scared. Well, there are these Greek monsters whose favorite job is killing demigods, the blonde girl replied. In fact, now that I think of it, how come no monster has attacked you up till now? Even the Lestrygonian giants that Percy fought earlier looked like they had only just realized that you exist, she finished, still looking deep in thoughts. You fought what? Ron asked Percy, looking at him incredulously. I think I have enough dangers in my life already, so I didn't exactly miss these monsters if they were supposed to be after me. Harry replied, somewhat irritated, and continued, I think I would have realized if I had any godly powers, so sorry everyone, but I think you all are quite mistaken. Dumbledore peered at Harry through his half-moon spectacles and asked him, Harry, are you all right? Why am I getting a feeling that some changes have taken place in you over the weeks, actually, since the day you turned 16? Why was it that your mother had asked Lily and James to tell you the truth only when you turned 16? Harry gasped. It was almost as if Dumbledore knew about the little changes taking place in him. Oh, of course, the cursed legitimacy. Dumbledore just has to use it. Harry thought angrily. Professor, you can't just expect Harry to believe all this stuff. I think these strangers need to give us some proof, Hermione stated. Yeah, Harry said determinedly, we want proof, he told Percy and the others. Those strangers looked like they didn't know what to say for a moment, but then the goofy-faced boy who had been quiet for a long time spoke up. Well, do you suffer from dyslexia or ADHD? 'Cause most demigods do? Harry wondered whether he should tell the truth or not, but finally said in response, well, I didn't until recently, but these days I am feeling a little dyslexic and I guess perhaps it's ADHD too. He finished hearing gasps of shock and surprise from Ron and Hermione. He hadn't told them about this yet. What you actually mean is that you started feeling this since your 16th birthday, the day when the enchantments were broken and you started inheriting your true powers, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling. You might soon be able to use the powers of your godly parent, or perhaps you are feeling those powers already. He asked Harry. Everyone else stared at Harry too, waiting for him to answer. Harry didn't know what to say to these people. It was true that he was feeling a little powerful than before, but that could be because of anything. Look, he started, but suddenly a sharp pain hit his head and everything went black. Harry was standing in a dark, lonely place that felt as though it was deep, deep underground. A tall woman who was covered in earth and her face was hidden by a cloak was smiling at him. Your future awaits you, young demigod. Why are you turning your back from it? She asked him. She was the same woman whom he had seen several times before in his dreams, but she had never spoken to him before. There was something warm, safe, and comforting about her. It was a motherly feeling that Harry was experiencing for the first time, and he didn't want it to stop. Are you my mother? Harry asked without thinking. Yes, my son. I have waited so long to meet you. Now I think you are ready to face the dangers out there and save our worlds, she replied. What dangers? And wait, did you just call me a demigod? So all of this is true? But in that case, who's my godly parent? Harry just asked all the questions that he could think of at once. Patience, child, patience. You are a demigod, of course, and a very good one too. After all, you are my son. And I am a goddess who's not known for producing weaklings, she replied, staring at him proudly. What? So you are a goddess, meaning my father was the one who was a wizard? But didn't you die due to Spattergroit? Then how come you are still alive? And what's your name, by the way? Harry asked, now completely shocked. So his mother was a goddess, an actual Greek goddess, and he never knew about it. I am immortal, son, I never die. It was extremely easy to trick the Potters into thinking that I was a young witch dying from Spattergroit. Your identity was to be kept a secret, and out of all the people I felt that the Potters would be the best choice to look after you. They were a young couple with courage, loyalty, and a caring nature. They had just lost their own son and were badly in need of a baby. They just fitted my requirements perfectly. But of course, their deaths were something that I couldn't foresee in spite of being a goddess. I must say it was a very unfortunate misunderstanding, she finished. Harry was still burning with a lot of questions. What do you mean by a misunderstanding? And what is your name? He asked her again. I think these are a few things I might just tell you later on. If you knew my identity, you and your new friends might not take it very nicely, she said in a mysterious tone. But Harry started, but was stopped as his mother continued to speak. At present, the only thing that you should focus on is the fact that you are a demigod, a hero, and you are supposed to go on this quest with the other heroes. I know this is very difficult and sudden for you, but we hardly have any time. Our enemies are almost ready to wipe out both the worlds. You should start for Camp Half-Blood immediately. I don't know whether you will reach there in time or not, but at least it will be a start. How can you just expect me to go somewhere with those people? I don't even know them. And what exactly do you mean by enemies? He asked her, feeling a flutter of panic inside him. These enemies are a mixture of people who hate both your wizarding world and our world. She paused for a moment and said in a gentle voice, I know this is hard for you, Harry, but you must go. I know my words are not very convincing, but this is all I can tell you right now, and you'll have to believe me. She finished, looking at him expectantly. What if I chose not to believe you? Harry asked, not ready to give up so easily. Well, in that case, I would rather show you what would happen, she said, and suddenly the whole scene changed. He was in a completely different city, which he later realized was New York from a signpost. The four strangers and a lot of teenagers of their age were being tortured by very nasty-looking people. A few people were being kept in cages and were poked fun off. Greek gods, Harry soon realized by the sheer aura of their power, which felt as though it was rapidly reducing. They were the super, almighty Greek gods who were caged and displayed like animals in zoo. Just then Harry's attention was caught as one of those horrible people took out a gun and emptied its contents on the boy called Percy, whom Harry had just met. Harry didn't know why, but that particular scene set his insides on fire. He wanted to run and help that boy, to just kill those horrible bastards, but just then his surroundings changed again. Harry was standing in what looked like Hogsmeade, but a totally destroyed version of it. All the shops were boarded up, most of the houses were empty. Witches and wizards were trying to do magic but were failing miserably at it. A group of people who looked like muggles were beating and torturing a group of house elves. So, how do you feel now, you ex-magical creatures? One of those men asked the elves. Today we'll finish off with you, and then it would be the goblins and centaurs, the wicked-looking man said. The house elves were trying very hard to do magic, but it wasn't working. Before Harry's eyes, the man picked up one of those elves randomly and killed him. Harry realized that it was his friend Dobby. Now he was so angry, he could literally feel his blood boiling, but once again his surroundings changed. Harry was now standing in the Great Hall of Hogwarts itself, but it didn't look like Hogwarts anymore. No, the place that he called his home was looking like the darkest castle built for the cruelest person to exist. A dark figure was sitting on a throne. It called out to its followers, "Bring the rebels. I will assassinate them myself." It was the coldest and cruelest voice Harry had ever heard, even worse than Voldemort's. "As you wish, my lord," a servant answered, looking scared. And soon enough a small group of people was brought into the room. Harry recognized almost all of them. They were a mixture of his friends at Hogwarts, some Order members, and to his surprise, a few Death Eaters too. The man sitting on the throne pointed a lethal-looking weapon at the group and blasted two of them to pieces. Ron and Hermione, Harry's best friends in the world, were lying dead in front of him. "No. Stop it, you bloody son of a—" Harry bellowed and ran towards the man, wanting to rip him to pieces. The man lifted his head to look at Harry, But at that precise moment the scene changed and everything became dark. Harry could now only hear his mother's voice. "Do you want this to happen, Harry? Is this your choice? Our enemies are almost ready, and if they succeed, the entire wizarding world as well as demigod world would be totally wiped out. You are our last hope. I won't tell this to you again. Whatever you do now is entirely your choice. You would be responsible for the decisions that you make and their consequences, remember that." The voice stopped and everything became still. Harry thought about what had just happened. The woman was his mother, no doubt over there. The way he felt about her was proof enough. He wanted to believe that whatever she told him was the truth. Besides, his saving people tendency was starting to act up. Harry thought he hadn't even first believed that he was a wizard, right? He just decided to give it all a chance then, so why not now? And probably this was a serious matter. Perhaps the future of the two worlds was really at stake. The horrible images of his friends' deaths came in front of his eyes again, and his face screwed into resolution. His mother was a goddess. He was a demigod, and he would go with the others to defeat that horribly cruel man whose face he was unable to see in the dream. Just as he made this decision, he started hearing worried and frantic voices around him. He opened his eyes to find Ron and Hermione staring at him. "Mate, are you alright? We were so worried about you," said Ron. "Are you alright, dude? Gods, what happened? You suddenly passed out?" Percy Jackson asked him concernedly. "Shut up," Hermione yelled. "It's because of you people that he got so worried and fainted." "Hermione, it's okay," Harry told her. "As for you people," he said, turning towards the demigods, "I've made my decision." They all looked at him both nervously and expectantly. The blonde girl started, "Look, just give us one more chance to explain." But Harry interrupted her saying, "There's no need. I am coming with you guys. Adaden." Hello everyone, hope you liked this chapter. I know it's quite long, but I wanted to make it realistic, and Harry is so stubborn in canon that I didn't thought he would agree that easily. I guess the next chapter would be about all of them going in the Argo II, and how Ron, Hermione, and Draco get caught up in all this mess. Please review. I want lots and lots of reviews. On Board Argo II, Chapter 8 On Board Argo II. Leo's P.O.V. Leo Valdez was surprised, no cut that, he was totally, completely, and freakingly astounded at what he had heard. Harry Potter was actually agreeing to come with them. He wondered whether passing out for a few minutes had made the boy's brain take a complete 180-degree turn. "You're joking, right?" he asked Harry. "No, I am serious. I am ready to come with you all," Harry said. "Mate, have you lost it?" The boy named Ron yelled loudly. "Harry, what are you saying? You can't go with these people. Could be dangerous." The girl named Hermione screamed. "I know what I am doing, guys. Please try to understand. This is important for our world as well as theirs." Harry then turned towards Dumbledore and asked him, "You think my decision is right, isn't it, sir?" Dumbledore answered, "My dear boy, it is a remarkably noble and brave decision, and yet I wonder how come you changed your mind so suddenly?" "It was because of my mother," Harry replied. "I met her, just now in a dream. She made me realize how important this quest is. My mother is a Greek goddess," he finished. Everyone gasped, but Leo was a little confused. Didn't that Dumbledore guy said something like, Harry's mother was dead and his father must be a god? He thought. His question was soon asked by Annabeth as she said, "But Harry, we all thought your father was a god?" "I don't know about that, but at least my mother said that she is the one who's a goddess." "She didn't tell me my father's identity," Harry replied. "But Harry, how can you be so sure that the woman in your dreams was indeed your real mother? It could just be another one of Voldemort's tricks for all we know," Hermione asked with a fierce, challenging look in her eyes. "Gods, that girl is hot and stubborn," Leo thought to himself. "Hermione, please," Harry said, for the first time sounding a little angry at her. "It wasn't anyone's trick. I know it was my mother because I can just feel it. There are some things that we can't explain, only feel. And she told me how much danger we are all going to face." Harry, what exactly did your mother told you?" Leo asked him curiously, wondering what on earth could make Harry change his decision so rapidly. Harry explained the dream which he had to all of them, by the end of which everyone was shocked. "Wow, someone shot me? Not fair," Percy said sarcastically. "How dare those people cage the gods? No one can become that powerful," Jason growled. This can't be true, right? Tell me you're joking? Ron asked, looking quite scared. Even Leo was feeling scared, to be honest. Anyone with that much power and such evil intentions was a great danger. Dumbledore looked like he was lost deep in thoughts. When he finally spoke, it was in a very grave voice. Harry, you should go with these people immediately. We cannot waste any more time. But how can we send Harry with strangers? That's too dangerous. Hermione, say something. Ron said, looking at her desperately. But to everyone's surprise, all that Hermione said was, I think Dumbledore's right, Ron, we should let Harry go. It's his decision to make. Ron looked shocked. Harry whispered thank you, Hermione, and Annabeth said, wow, you're finally making some sense. Leo, however, was not fooled. One look in those sharp brown eyes and he could tell that this girl was not going to give up that easily. She was just planning something. Harry looked at Ron and said, please, Ron, this is very important. Ron sighed, fine, but just promise me that you won't get hurt. I won't, Harry promised. Soon they all left that sneaky room, which had started to give Leo the creeps, and waited patiently as Harry fled to the place where he was staying. Seriously, how could fire be used for transportation purposes? Wondered the super fire user Leo, and came back with a huge trunk. Nice way to carry your luggage, Percy commented. Harry smiled at him and said to Dumbledore, I told Mrs. Weasley and the Order people that my aunt and uncle have suddenly become very sick, so I need to go there. They weren't convinced at first, but when I told them that I had your permission, they agreed. Also, I asked them to look after Hedwig. Good thinking, Harry. We'll repeat the same reason to them. Even I don't think that it would be a good idea to reveal this to the Order just yet, Dumbledore replied. Harry turned his attention to the demigods. So, should we get going? Yes, of course. That's what we were waiting for, Annabeth said happily. Harry hugged his friends, said goodbye to Dumbledore, and followed the demigods outside the leaky cauldron. Soon they reached the place where Argo II was kept hidden from the eyes of the mortals. Harry, however, could see it, and let out a gasp as he saw it. It's so huge. I've never seen anything like this before, he exclaimed. Well, the Argo II was a 200 feet long ship, with a bronze-plated hull, and had the head of a dragon on its front who just loved to throw huge flames of fire. Most people would find this either scary or impressive, thought Leo, and felt glad that Harry had chosen the latter. You like it? Leo asked him. Actually, I made it with the help of my friends, he told Harry proudly. Wow, you must be a genius to make something like this, Harry said, then thought for a moment and asked, what's your name, by the way? Oh, I am Leo Valdez, son of Hephaestus, the Greek god of machines and fire. He turned towards the others and asked them, so what do you think, guys? Time for a little introduction. I am Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war. Annabeth introduced herself to Harry. I am Jason Grace, son of Jupiter, the Roman god of skies and lightning, Jason said proudly. Wait, so there are Roman gods too? Harry asked, looking surprised. Yes, the Greeks and Romans were enemies for eons, but now we're working together, Jason explained to him. And I guess I don't need to introduce myself, right? You know me already? Percy asked. Yes, you had told that you were Percy Jackson and your father's name is Poseidon, Harry replied. Yeah, he's a god of the sea, Percy told him proudly, and then asked him, so who was the goddess whom you had seen in your dreams? You said that she's your mother? Actually, she didn't told me her name, Harry replied. She must have said something? How did she look like? Annabeth asked him. Well, I couldn't see her face as it was hidden by a cloak, but she was covered in earth. She even smelled like earth, Harry told them. Leo was shocked like anything, and as he looked around he could see his shock reflected in the faces of others. No way, Harry couldn't be a son of that goddess, could he? Before he could say anything, however, Percy interrupted. Come on, everyone. Let's get on the ship. We can think about this later. They all nodded solemnly, Harry still looking confused as to why they all were looking so shocked, and walked inside the Argo II. As they entered, however, Leo ordered his mind to stay completely focused on the upcoming journey. Come on, Captain Leo, let's get ready for another big journey, he said to himself. Hermione's P.O.V. Hermione and Ron had been watching Harry enter the ship with those demigods. Blimey, that thing is huge, Ron exclaimed. Shut up, Ron. We are here to save Harry, not to praise the stupid things made by those people, Hermione whispered back angrily. After Harry had left the leaky cauldron with those demigods, Dumbledore had left quickly too, stating that he had some important business to attend. Hermione had considered this as their only chance, and pulling Ron with her, had quickly followed Harry and the demigods. She had of course not believed one word of what that evil-looking blonde girl and her friends had claimed. But what was she supposed to say when Harry himself was so adamant to go and Dumbledore was encouraging all this nonsense? I still can't believe Harry just left with those people like that, Ron said disbelievingly. Well, he won't be alone over there, we would be following of course, Hermione said, and seeing the shocked look on Ron's face continued. Harry's our friend Ron. We need to be there to help him. Wah, what exactly do you mean by that? Asked Ron, looking scared. We'll be obviously sneaking into that ship and keeping an eye on those strangers. That way we'll be able to help Harry and also keep an eye on those so-called demigods, Hermione finished. But won't it be dangerous? What if those people find us? Ron asked desperately. I don't care. I am so sure that they are mixed up with the Death Eaters. She paused for a moment and said, if you don't want to come, that's okay. But I am definitely going. No, I am coming too, Ron said at once, then paused for a moment and asked, but what are we going to do once we enter? What's the plan? We will hide in the ship until we find Harry. After that we'll somehow convince him to come with us, or else we'll at least see where they are going and what exactly they are going to do, Hermione replied after thinking for a while. All right, let's go, Ron replied. Soon the two of them went near the ship and, crouching in its shadows, waited till the others had climbed up and went inside. After that, the two of them went up the ladder and landed on the deck. Gosh, this ship is monstrous, Ron said again, only to be snubbed by Hermione. Ron, keep your voice down. Do you want them to hear us? She asked. Sorry, really, can't you cast a muffliato spell or something? Ron asked, still looking around in awe. I am not Draco Malfoy to do magic outside school. Besides, I think we need to search for a hiding place, Hermione said, quickly scanning the deck area. Her eyes soon landed on an unused storeroom on the deck. What's that? Looks like some sort of broom cupboard? Ron wondered, following her gaze. Hermione opened it. Some ancient-looking weapons were kept over there, but otherwise it was empty. This place looks perfect to hide. We'll wait here until we hear Harry's voice on the deck. Then we'll come out and ask him to come with us straight away, Hermione answered. Both of them entered that room and closed the door behind them. Hermione's face was set in determination. She'd had enough of those people and was now going to prove once and for all that those strangers were up to no good. Draco's P.O.V. Draco Malfoy had just escaped from his mother's clutches, which was a very difficult task no doubt, and was now walking out of Diagon Alley with an angry scowl on his face. He had never had such an embarrassing day before. His mother shouting at him just because he was teaching an oversmart newbie that who was the boss, and for using magic outside school like that really matters. Draco proudly rubbed his forearm where hidden under his sleeve was the dark mark given by his master, which he was so proud of. That stupid Dumbles won't know what hit him, he thought happily. Just then he came out of his thoughts by a strange scene in front of him. Potter was walking with a group of strangers, who all looked like they were foreigners. Draco recognized the blonde boy whom he had earlier hexed amongst them. Why's Potter with these people? And why aren't Weasley and Granger with him? Just as Draco thought that, he saw Ron and Hermione walking slowly behind the little group, as though afraid of being seen. They hid behind a corner of the street for a while and soon followed the others. Draco was surprised. This was a new thing to witness. Granger and Weasley stalking an unsuspicious Potter, who is off somewhere with a group of foreigners. You don't get to see such scenes every day, thought Draco. He considered the situation for a while. He was working for the Dark Lord now, who is always interested in any news regarding Harry Potter. This was definitely something he would want to know about. Draco quickly followed Granger and Weasley. They had entered a wide-open area behind some bookshop and were staring at something. When Draco turned to see what it was, his jaw dropped wide open in surprise. It was the most magnificent, impressive and massive warship that Draco had ever seen, and it seemed to have a dragon's head on its front. Draco had heard stories of ancient Greek and Roman mythologies in his childhood, and this ship looked like it could easily fit in any of those stories. Draco wondered how many protective enchantments the foreigners must have used to hide it from the eyes of muggles. He saw Potter and the foreigners climb up a ladder onto the deck of the ship, slowly followed by Granger and Weasley. He himself wanted to enter that ship, but he wasn't stupid enough to climb just like that. Anyone could see him. Instead, he went around the ship inspecting it and soon found a secret door on its backside. It required a few complex spells to open that door, but Draco did it thinking that he had already used magic outside the school, so this one won't cause any difference. Besides, if he found out some important information, it would be worth it. As Draco went inside, he noticed that he was in a room filled with lots of books, most of which were about ancient Greek and Roman battles and demigods. Just as he was going through those books, the door behind him snapped shut. Draco ran towards the door and tried to open it with every spell he knew, but none worked. Merlin! How the hell did this happen, he wondered. Just then the ship gave a powerful lurch. Draco had a very bad feeling as to what might be happening. Oh, no! Is this ship flying or something? He thought, feeling quite scared. He saw from a small window that the ship had really taken off and was now flying at great speed. Now Draco Malfoy was stuck on the ship with those strangers, Potter, Granger, and Weasley. Percy's POV. Percy took a plate filled with cheese pizza and some fries and sighed loudly. The demigods had entered Argo II quietly, all of them feeling very exhausted after such a tiring day. Leo had of course decided that they should fly immediately and was now busy in the control room. They had taken off a few hours ago. They had been talking with Harry a lot as to who his parents might be, and also explaining him about the demigod world. After some time, though, they all had felt tired and decided to go to their respective rooms for some much-needed sleep. They had given Harry the room which Frank had used on their last quest. Percy had developed a liking for this new wizard demigod. He seemed friendly, curious, loyal, and overall a nice person. Percy was sincerely hoping that Harry's mother doesn't turn out to be the one they all were dreading. Percy was just going to go to sleep when he remembered that Harry hadn't eaten anything. So here he was, standing outside Harry's room with a plate filled with food. He knocked and waited as a sleepy-looking Harry opened the door and stared at him. Well, you didn't had any dinner, so I brought this for you, Percy stated. Oh, thanks, said Harry and gave him a wide smile. Percy didn't know why, but he felt a flutter in his stomach upon seeing Harry smile. Harry took the plate from him and started munching on the pizza and the fries. It took Percy a moment to realize that he was staring, and he hastily looked away. Percy, why were you all so scared earlier, when I described my mother to you? Harry asked him. Well, we thought that she might be the Earth Goddess, Gaia. She's, well, quite an evil goddess. You seriously wouldn't want to be her son, Percy replied, secretly wondering how could Gaia ever have such a cute son. And what if I am her son? Harry asked, looking curious once again. Well, that would make you powerful, no doubt, but many people might change their opinion about you. In our world, some people are very prejudiced and would think that if your parent is evil, then you would become just as evil as them. Percy saw the look on Harry's face and quickly added, not that she would really be your mother or anything, so you needn't worry about that. Harry seemed to be lost in his thoughts for a very long time. Finally, he looked up and asked, Percy, all of this is true, isn't it? It's not some kind of a joke or a trap or anything, right? Percy kept a hand on Harry's shoulder and replied, all of this is true, Harry. You are a demigod who belongs to our world. This is not a trap, and none of us is going to harm you. We are your friends. You can safely trust all of us. I don't know about the others, but I think I can trust you, Harry said slowly. Percy felt happy to hear that. He further told Harry, all your doubts would soon get cleared when we reach the camp. Even I had found it a little difficult to believe all that at first, but when I actually saw everything at the camp, I was convinced. Percy left soon after that and went to bed thinking, this was the easiest quest ever. Once we reach the camp, our mission would be over. Chiron can decide what to do after that. Also, Harry would start believing everything when he actually sees the stuff at Camp Half-Blood. Little did Percy know about the dangers that they were soon going to face. And hello everyone. Well, this chapter took a little longer time than I thought it would. I guess that's because I am a little confused about the pairings which I wanted to show in this story. I had initially decided on a Harry-Percy pairing, but now I feel that showing them as best friends or making a brotherly bond between them are also good options. So I've kept a poll on it on my profile page. Please vote for the option which you think is the most appropriate. Your opinion really matters a lot, so please vote. Also, you can put your opinion in a review if you want. I'll consider that as a vote too. Hope you liked this chapter. Please review. The Bad Guys, Chapter 9. The Bad Guys. Lord Voldemort, the darkest and most feared wizard of all time, was currently having a meeting with his Death Eaters in Riddle Manor. Voldemort glanced around at all the Death Eaters sitting at the table, until his eyes fell on Snape, and he asked, "Severus, why did you ask me to hold a meeting so urgently? I hope you have a proper reason for it." Severus Snape's face was blank yet slightly pale as he replied, "My lord, I have finally been able to remove the tongue-tying curse that Dumbledore had placed on me and all other Order members." And exactly what information was Dumbledore trying to conceal by tying everyone's tongues? Voldemort asked him, feeling a little curious. "My lord, the information is about that boy, Harry Potter," Snape replied. The atmosphere in the room immediately changed, as everyone became attentive and serious. Voldemort's eyes narrowed on hearing his arch-enemy's name. Snape continued, "On Potter's 16th birthday, a letter written by his parents had appeared in his Gringotts vault. According to that letter," here Snape took a big pause, "that boy was adopted by the Potters and was never their real son," he finished. The Death Eaters immediately started shouting and opposing Snape's statement. Dolohov yelled, "Are you off your senses?" followed by Bellatrix, who yelled, "This is impossible. My lord, he is lying to us." But Voldemort raised a hand and everyone became silent immediately. He looked at Snape, his eyes fixed on Snape's. He sighed internally. It had always been most difficult to tell whether Snape was telling the truth or not. So Voldemort asked him straight away, "Tell me the whole story," he commanded in his dangerous voice. As Snape recounted the whole episode, Voldemort's face became paler and paler. Because if this was the truth, then what about the prophecy? He wondered to himself. As he looked around the table, he saw shocked expressions on the faces of all the Death Eaters. Does this mean that all my efforts to kill the boy were in vain? That I spent 13 years as a spirit for no reason? Severus, do you have any proof for what you are saying? He asked in an angry tone. I don't have any proof at present, my lord. But if you want, I could steal and bring his parents' letter to you. Also, Dumbledore had told everyone that now the prophecy doesn't hold any meaning, but he had asked me to hide this fact from you as he felt that the prophecy could be used to divert your attention from more sinister plans. Snape answered with the slightest hint of fear in his voice. Ah! As if anything could stop the Dark Lord from achieving his plans. Bellatrix snorted. Voldemort thought about this whole affair. No doubt, he had more pressing issues to worry about at the moment. He had to plan every move of his followers very carefully ever since they had came out in the open, because now they had to face the Ministry Aurors along with the usual meddling fools of the Order. Not that this is a big problem for me, Voldemort thought snidely, but there was also the whole plan of killing Dumbledore that he expected Snape to carry out. As if Lucius's son could ever do it. He is merely a pawn that I am using, he thought to himself. And to top it all, he had been hearing strange rumors from his associates who spied on Muggle communities. He of course didn't believe one word of what they said. How could Muggles become so powerful for Merlin's sake? But there was always this tiniest possibility of the rumors being true. Voldemort let out a deep sigh and spoke to his followers. Recently our work has increased to a tremendous amount. Also there are some other things that are bothering me. So, I think that Harry Potter's death could wait. Severus, I want all the proofs and details that you can manage to get on the subject of his parentage. Not that I will ever spare the boy, he would be killed irrespective of who his parents are. But if he isn't the chosen one, or whatever they call him these days, then we can postpone his killing. I do have more important things to worry about than killing Harry Potter. He finished with a strong emphasis on the last sentence. Yes, my lord. I would bring all the necessary information for you as soon as possible. Snape spoke immediately. That would do. Now, Narcissa, where's your son? Doesn't he know that after becoming a Death Eater, he is supposed to attend all the meetings? Particularly since he has a very important job to do? Voldemort asked her. My lord, Draco has already started making plans for his job. He must be busy with it. Hence he couldn't come to the meeting. Narcissa replied in a scared tone and avoided to meet his eyes. Tell him that if he fails to attend any further meetings he would be punished most severely, Voldemort replied in a cold voice, already realizing that she was hiding something from him. My lord, when you said that you had more important business to attend, does it have anything to do with the information that me and Rookwood had been collecting from the Muggle areas? Yaxley asked a little hopefully. A little bit, yes, but I still don't believe those rumors to be true. The Muggles have always shown hatred and jealousy for our kind, but the truth still remains that they are not as powerful as us. So even if they have found out about our existence, there isn't much that they can do. Seeing the curious look on the other Death Eaters' faces, he added, You needn't worry about this topic anymore. Our only goal at present should be to kill more Muggles so that we can pressurize the Ministry into following our demands. The Brockdale Bridge incident was a good start, but I am not satisfied. I want more mass murders of the Muggles. Is that understood by everyone? All the Death Eaters chorused a yes, and after giving them some instructions on their further plans, Voldemort adjourned the meeting. Afterwards, when he was alone in his room, he started thinking about the news of Potter being adopted. No, he decided firmly after some time. Severus was probably mistaken. This must be another one of Dumbledore's scheme to protect the boy and make me forget about the prophecy. As he was walking towards his bed, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his head, as though someone was trying to attack his occlumency shields. Voldemort frowned. This had been happening a lot lately. Someone was trying to enter his Lord Voldemort's mind. He was even getting a feeling that said person was trying to send him dreams and communicate with him in some way. But Voldemort's occlumency shields were strong enough to guard his mind from intruders, yet he couldn't wonder who would dare to attack his mind. Looks like another problem that needs to be paid some attention, he thought and went to sleep. A man with cold, cruel features was sitting at his desk in a huge room. He was surrounded on all sides by his servants working on computers and being just as busy as usual. The man was reading Muggle newspapers, his heart filled with anger and indignation at their stupidity. How could they never realize the existence of these wizards and Olympians and the extent of damage they are doing to all of us? He wondered. The only thing that gave him some satisfaction was the fact that tomorrow they were going to strike their major blow and put a stop to the dominancy of these so-called powerful monsters. He looked around at some of his recruits and felt a sense of satisfaction. He had included talented people from many different fields. There were also a few people whose relatives were demigods or wizards and who hated this fact with all their heart. He was quick to recruit such people. Master, all arrangements are ready for tomorrow. It will be a very nasty storm, one of his followers said. Yes, indeed, he replied in his usual cold way. Their plan was decided. They would initially start something that would look as though it is just a storm, but it would be much more sinister than that. The storm would be followed by rain, acid black rain of a special chemical that he had been developing for years. This chemical had the ability to stop any person with any type of special abilities from using their powers by trapping the powers inside said person's body and increasing the amount of energy inside them to such an extent that it would go out of their control. This would ultimately result in a slow and painful death for the mortal beings with superpowers and would make the immortal ones fade out and vanish forever. The chemical was designed in such a way that it could penetrate all sorts of metals, all the weapons and magical shields, and even enter any houses or buildings. It wouldn't, however, affect any muggles or non-magical mortals. He had been especially careful about that. He had came across the information about this chemical when he had been a teenager, and since then he had been trying to develop it. Now at last, after loads of efforts, his plans were going to get accomplished. Though he wasn't particularly keen on telling his followers about the people who had originally invented said chemical. He was brought out of his thoughts as an extremely fat boy, in his teens, with a slightly dumb look on his face, entered the room. Yes, Dudley, what is it? He asked in a serious tone, because although the boy may look stupid, well, he was stupid most of the times, but he was a genius when it came to computers and had an extreme hatred towards wizards, probably a hatred to match his own. His followers had heard of an attack of some magical beings called Dementors in a place called Privet Drive, in England last summer. There they had met the Dursley family, who became quite interested in their organization when they heard about it. Apparently, their nephew was a wizard and they had experienced a lot of trouble because of him, which led them to hate and despise the wizarding world. Since then, Vernon Dursley had been helping them a lot, and now he had sent his son, Dudley, here to work for them. Well, he wasn't complaining, the boy was certainly useful. I just finished feeding the program in all the computers. Now we are ready for our big attack, Dudley said proudly. Good. That was just what I was expecting to hear. But I have already made some further plans as to what we'll be doing after our attack works, he replied. There was an immediate silence in the room as everyone turned to hear his plan. Merely being able to stop those fools from using their powers won't satisfy me. I want to control their powers and also make us more powerful than them. For this I have worked upon a special potion which will make common muggles like us more powerful, he stated. That is brilliant, Master, Dudley exclaimed. I know that, but the only problem is that I would need the blood of 7 people to complete this potion, he answered with a sigh. Which 7 people, Master? Another one of his followers asked. I need to decide that yet, but the 7 people must be very powerful. We will be working on that later. When they all become very weak, it would be extremely easy to take their blood, he replied. Soon he left them all and went to his own room. It was a calm, quiet night. None of his enemies would suspect the blow that he would strike tomorrow. He had spent years for this, and now he was finally going to achieve it. This would be his big revenge on them, as he had lost a lot to the wizard and demigod world. He hadn't even known his real name for ages, and had found it out just recently by quite an accident. He stopped to check his image in a mirror. He was a tall man, in his 40s, with messy black hair and bright emerald green eyes which were usually hidden behind a pair of spectacles. His name was Achilles Riddle. It was a calm, quiet night, the sort of when no one would expect anything extraordinary to happen, and yet the earth was rumbling like anything, because deep underground the goddess of earth was filled with more worry than ever. Gaia couldn't control her anger. The Olympians and those 7 cursed demigods had stopped her from rising, and now she wouldn't be able to do anything to stop the destruction that was inevitable. Those fools had thought that defeating her was enough. She wondered whether they even knew anything about the upcoming danger and how on earth would they stop it from happening. She was the only one who had known the prophecy for a long time, and, without her, they didn't have a chance of winning against these new enemies. But then Gaia calmed down a little. Everything wasn't lost yet. Her last hope was still there. Her son, Harry, had finally agreed to go with the rest of the demigods, and she was sure that he was powerful enough now to defeat their enemies. It had been a little difficult to convince him initially, but a few images of his friends getting hurt had done the trick. She was after all the most manipulative goddess ever. She had always made others do exactly what she wanted, whether it was Aurena's, Kronos, Zeus, or someone else. Harry would be able to do it. He would have to do it. Not that she won't help him. She thought she could give him just a little bit of assistance at the very least. Her eyes fell on a very old object. She took that object in her hands. It was made by a group of ancient demigods, and she would give it to her son at the right time. I'm sorry, it took me so long to update this chapter. And I guess I should say sorry again, because this chapter's just filled with the evil guys, but I promised that the next chapter would have Harry, Percy, and the others in it. Thanks to everyone who has reviewed, favorite, and followed this story so far. I hope you all liked this chapter. Please review Traveling Together. Chapter 10, Traveling Together. Ron's POV. It was early morning, and Ronald Weasley's stomach was grumbling with hunger. He had spent one whole night in a cold and used storeroom of a flying warship on Hermione's insistence, and was now horribly repenting for his decision to come with her. Hermione, it's almost morning now. How much more are we gonna wait? He asked in a pleading tone. Honestly, Ron, you just don't have any patience. Hermione snapped at him. What? Ron almost shouted at her. I've been stuck over here for the whole night feeling all cold and hungry, and you want me to have patience? I never forced you to come. It was your decision in the first place. Hermione whispered back angrily. Well, then I guess I'll just have to find Harry in my own way, Ron said and walked to open the door. What are you doing? We can't just go out there, Hermione said in a panicked voice. Hermione, I'm tired of waiting. I think we should just go and find Harry and ask him to come with us, he replied, mentally wondering that even if they find Harry, how on earth were they going to escape from this warship flying hundreds of meters above the ground? They might already be quite away from their home. I'll think about that later, he decided and opened the door. There was a complete silence on the deck. Coast is clear, they all must be inside, he told Hermione, who was following him looking quite disapproving. They slowly walked around, peeping into random rooms that were left open. Ron knew Hermione would probably kill him for thinking this, but judging from the amount of ancient weapons and other stuff in all the rooms, he was starting to suspect that those foreigners might really be telling the truth. Just then they heard loud banging from one of the rooms. Someone was desperately yelling to get him out of there. Looks like someone's stuck over there. What if it's Harry? Did they lock him up or something? Ron said, feeling worried. That doesn't sound like Harry's voice, but it is familiar, Hermione said, narrowing her eyes. Let's go and check, she added. They went near the door and tried every unlocking spell that they knew, but to no avail. The door remained firmly shut. Damn it, Ron exclaimed. Harry was so close to them, and yet they couldn't get him out. Wait, Hermione said, examining the lock. I think I know how this works. This time she did some different, very complex type of spells, and Ron saw to his amazement that a new lock appeared besides the first one. This is the original lock. Now I guess a simple Alohomora should do trick, Hermione stated. Soon the door opened and both of them peeked inside eagerly, only to find a very surprised Draco Malfoy staring at them. What the hell are you doing here? And where's Harry? Ron asked, feeling quite shocked. This was definitely not going according to their plan. Why should I answer your questions, Weasley? Besides, what are you and Miss Mudblood doing over here in the first place? Malfoy sneered. Watch your mouth, Malfoy, Ron said in a warning tone. How come you got trapped inside? Hermione asked, sounding curious. Well, this room has another door, that's where I entered this ship from, and then before I knew it both the doors got locked and… Well, is this ship flying? He asked nervously. Yeah, we are flying at top speed to some unknown destination, Hermione supplied. What were you doing in Diagon Alley, anyways, Malfoy? I hope they send you to Azkaban for using magic outside school, Ron said, unable to stop himself. He hated Malfoy with all his heart. In case you didn't notice, even your mudblood friend used magic just now. I hope Azkaban has special lockers for filthy mudbloods, Draco replied with a smirk. Ron was about to punch Malfoy, but Hermione warningly placed a hand on his shoulder. Nevertheless, he said to Malfoy, so is this the dream ship of you and your Death Eater buddies? And yet you got trapped over here like an idiot? Malfoy suddenly took out his wand. Without even realizing it, Ron copied his move and said, watch out, Malfoy. I am not like that blonde guy you were bullying earlier. We'll see that, said Malfoy and threw a spell at him. Ron dodged it and threw a hex at Malfoy in return. Stop fighting, yelled Hermione, trying to conjure a shield between them. But it didn't work as they were moving too fast, trying their best to hex each other. Reducto, Malfoy yelled, pointing his wand at Ron, and Ron answered back with a blasting curse. The two spells collided and hit the floor. Ron heard a loud crack of the floor, and before he knew what was happening, Hermione and Malfoy fell headfirst through the hole in the floor. Annabeth's P.O.V. Annabeth and the other demigods were sitting at the breakfast table along with Harry, and were eating, or rather swallowing, their breakfast hungrily. Well, everyone except Harry, who was chewing his food very slowly and had turned a pale shade of green. Annabeth wondered whether he was airsick or something. She saw Percy staring at Harry in a very concerned manner. Annabeth frowned. These days she had caught Percy staring at other guys a lot of times. She had once found him checking out the Stoll brothers at their camp, and once heard him making a remark about Apollo's handsome features. She sometimes wondered whether he was gay. She hoped not, but yet there were moments like these which worried her. Harry, why aren't you eating anything? Percy asked concernedly. I don't know. Guess I'm just feeling a little airsick, Harry replied. Don't worry. Flying isn't made for everyone, Jason said immediately. But it wasn't always like this. I used to enjoy flying a lot before, Harry replied. Harry, do you mean before your 16th birthday? Annabeth asked, narrowing her eyes a little. Harry nodded and then suddenly stopped as he realized what she was hinting. Do you think this is because of my godly parents' powers? He asked. Well, that's what this seems like. If your godly parent isn't Zeus, or worse, if he or she is Zeus's enemy or rival, then you might experience difficulties while flying, Annabeth explained to him, wondering for the umpteenth time who his parent might be. your parent might be Poseidon or Hades. Usually, their children are scared of flying, Jason said with a suggestive look in Percy's direction. I think Harry already made it clear that his mother is a goddess. So stop muttering nonsense, Jason, Percy said angrily. Calm down, guys, Leo said hurriedly. Well, I think Harry's mother might be Demeter or Persephone. They usually like to stay on ground. Isn't it? He asked. Well, I don't think that Persephone would dare to have children with anyone except Hades. But it can be Demeter, Annabeth replied thoughtfully. To be honest, she just wished it was anyone except Gaia. They all had been so worried when Harry had described his mother yesterday. Annabeth saw the same look of worry across Percy's face, and was about to say something when suddenly the ceiling of their room exploded and 3 figures fell down on their table, or to be precise, in their breakfast. Holy Hephaestus! What's happening to my ship? Leo exclaimed. Annabeth quickly took out her knife and turned to looked around. Percy and Harry had ducked under the table just in time, but Leo and Jason were covered in dust just like her. She turned to look at the new arrivals. She recognized the blonde boy who had tried to jinx Jason earlier. He had fallen straight into her breakfast, and his blonde hair was now covered with coffee stains. How horrible! Annabeth mentally shuddered and turned her attention towards the red-head boy, who was now covered with cornflakes and was staring around dizzily. She remembered that his name was Ron, just as he saw Harry and yelled, Harry! Good Merlin, we found you at last. You all right, mate? I'm okay, Ron, but what are you and Hermione doing here? And is that Malfoy? Harry finished with a surprised look in the blonde's direction. Well, we came here looking for you, of course. The Hermione girl replied and removed the jam and butter on her clothes with a simple flick of her wand. Wow, now is that some cleaning spell? Leo asked, looking amazed. Yes, thanks, Hermione replied, looking momentarily distracted. Enough! Annabeth suddenly shouted, now seriously losing her patience. How dare you all sneak into our ship? Did you think we would hurt Harry or something? Actually, that's exactly what we thought, and since Harry is our friend, we can't let you do that. Hermione shouted, looking outraged. Hermione, it's okay. These people are all right and they aren't going to hurt me. Harry replied, looking quite embarrassed by what his friends had done. And exactly what are you doing here, Malfoy? Harry asked in a tone which made Annabeth suspect that he wasn't on good terms with this Malfoy boy. Well, I thought it was quite suspicious of you to go on your own on a ship with foreigners, so I had came over here to spy on you. Thinking that I would catch you at something illegal, Malfoy replied angrily. Yeah, and in the meantime you yourself got trapped in a room filled with some old books, Ron said, unable to suppress a grin. Wait, you got caught in that room? But only I know the mechanism to get someone out of it. How did you manage to do that? Leo asked, looking very surprised. Well, I thought that Harry was trapped in that room, so I opened it with a few complex spells. Your trick to hide the rail lock was great though, Hermione supplied. Wow, you were actually able to open it? That's great, Leo said, looking quite amazed. Seriously, Leo doesn't have any taste, Annabeth thought with a sigh. Then she looked at those 3 and said, right, so now that you have seen that Harry's all right, I want you to leave our ship at this instant. What, that's not fair. We're not leaving without Harry, Ron said indignantly. Guys, please, Harry began. But just then Percy asked, can't they come with us? What? Everyone turned to look at him. Well, they can't obviously get off from the ship at this height. Besides, we are quite away from their home now. And I think that if they see Camp Half-Blood for themselves and meet Chiron personally, all their doubts would vanish, he replied. Percy, are you of your mind? Jason yelled, looking thoroughly shocked. Wait, but I don't want to go with you people. I think I'll just go home now, Malfoy said, looking suddenly quite scared. And how exactly are you going to go home? You can't apparate, and no one's got a broomstick over here, so you can't fly back home too, Hermione said, then turned her attention towards Harry. Harry, please let us come with you. We want to make sure that you are all right and safe. Harry turned around to look at the others. I don't mind if they come till the camp, only don't damage the ship anymore, Leo said immediately. But they are mortals. They won't be allowed at our camp, said Jason. They are not just mortals, they are wizards. And don't worry, I'll convince Chiron about it, Percy said reassuringly, and then turned to look at Annabeth. Only, she hadn't given her opinion yet. Initially, Annabeth thought that Percy was mad to suggest something like this. But then she saw the look in Harry's eyes and realized why Percy made this decision. Harry was looking very happy and cheerful now with his friends around him than how he had been looking since yesterday. Well, Harry certainly didn't seem to like the Malfoy boy, but the presence of Ron and Hermione seemed to have lifted his moods up. All right, you can come, but only up to the camp. And once you talk with Chiron, you'll have to return back immediately. But a sudden thought occurred to her. What if we are attacked by some monsters during our journey? You guys should know that this trip could be very dangerous, she said in a warning tone. We are used to facing dangers, Ron said confidently. Okay, then I guess you can all come, she finished with a sigh. Harry looked extremely delighted about his friends accompanying him. Hermione had a small smile and a determined expression on her face. Ron punched his fist triumphantly in the air. Jason looked as though he still disapproved the whole arrangement while Leo seemed quite okay with it. Malfoy mumbled something like, "My master would kill me," but the expression that worried Annabeth the most was Percy's. He was once again staring at Harry with a little smile on his face, and Annabeth might not be a daughter of Aphrodite, but she was wise enough to understand people's feelings. Harry's P.O.V. Harry was standing on the deck of Argo II leaning against the railing, his mind trying to process all that had happened this morning. Secretly, he was happy that Ron and Hermione were coming with him, as he had started to feel quite lonely amongst these demigods. But on the other hand, he was a little worried too. What if they face any problems on their way? Was he leading Ron and Hermione into another danger? His heart filled with dread as he remembered the fiasco at the ministry a couple of months ago, and sincerely hoped that this won't be like that one. He accidentally looked down and saw that they were flying hundreds of feet above ground. The sight made him feel dizzy. Harry was now sure that whoever his mother was had something against the sky and heights, otherwise why would he suddenly develop such a fear of heights? Everyone was saying that he was supposed to be very powerful and all that, but Harry honestly felt that he had never felt more weaker in his life. Since his 16th birthday he had developed dyslexia, ADHD, and now this acrophobia. Harry was brooding on these thoughts when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned around and saw Percy smiling at him. "What are you doing here all alone?" Percy asked him. "Just thinking about who my mother might be," Harry replied in a put-down tone. "Don't worry, whoever she is will claim you as soon as we reach the camp," Percy said bracingly. "Where are Ron and Hermione?" Harry asked him. "Oh, we were just giving them all different rooms, now that they are also staying here and all that," Percy answered. "There are that many rooms in this ship?" Harry asked, looking a little surprised. "Yeah, of course, we gave Hermione Hazel's room. She is one of my friends at the camp. And Ron was given Coach Hedge's room. He is a satyr, you'll meet him at the camp too. And that Malfoy boy was given Piper's room, who is a daughter of Aphrodite." Percy was barely able to stifle his laughter while saying the last part. "What's so funny?" Harry asked, feeling a little confused. "Well, as soon as he entered that room, he came out saying things like, 'There's all makeup and girlish stuff in this room.' And that made Jason, who's Piper's boyfriend, really angry," Percy finished, now openly laughing about the incident. Harry didn't understand much of it, but he noticed that Percy looked really cute when he laughed. "Since when did I started noticing such things?" he wondered to himself. He looked away, not wanting Percy to think that he was staring at him or anything, and suddenly noticed something strange. It had been a bright sunny afternoon, just a little while ago, but now the sky was slowly becoming darker and darker. The wind had started to flow a little too fast and huge black clouds were floating above them. He felt a sudden chill in the air. "Percy," he said suddenly, "don't you think the weather is changing a bit too fast?" What?" Percy asked a little distractedly. "The weather," Harry repeated, "it's changing quite suddenly. I think a storm is going to take place." Hello everyone. So the poll result is finally out, and according to it I'm going to keep the Harry-Percy pairing. Okay, I know I'm totally stupid, because if you have read the chapter already and seen the changes that I did in the summary you would have already realized it anyways. As for the stupid OC villain that I have created, I guess I would tell the reason for his weird name and strikingly similar features in later chapters. Come on, let me keep at least some suspense. Didn't I already told you at least about Harry's mother? I would try to update the next chapter as soon as possible. Hope you liked this chapter. And please review. The Storm and the Rain. Chapter 11. The Storm and the Rain. Percy's P.O.V. Percy stared at Harry for a moment as he finally understood what he was saying. He looked around and realized that the weather was really changing, in fact a bit too rapidly. The large black clouds and heavy gusts of winds were making the surroundings look quite eerie. Just then the alarm button on their ship went on and Leo came running on the deck. "Guys, something strange is happening," he said, looking very scared. "I think Zeus has lost it or something, because the winds are blowing too fast. I just set up the alarm to warn everyone." Soon, everyone else came on the deck looking quite alarmed and worried. "What happened?" Annabeth asked immediately, but before Percy could answer, the winds started blowing faster than he had ever experienced in his life and their ship got caught very badly in it. They all had to immediately clutch something in order to stop themselves from getting thrown overboard. "Leo, do something," Percy shouted. "Sorry, but it's beyond my control. Can't you and Jason try to control it somehow though? If you guys can create storms then you'd be able to control them too," Leo shouted back over the loud noises of the wind. "You guys created storms," Ron said in disbelief, clutching a side of railing tightly. So Percy and Jason held their swords in cross position just like they had done before and tried to control the ever-increasing storm. "Dad, please stop this," Jason was muttering under his breath. "Harry, let's try the shield charm," Hermione said immediately. So, Harry and Hermione tried to use the shield charms to shield their ship from the storm. But neither the methods used by the wizards nor the ones used by the demigods could do anything to stop the storm, and after a few minutes the situation was worse than ever. "I think we should all just go inside. If we stand on the deck any longer we are sure to topple down," Draco Malfoy said, sounding very scared. Percy was wondering whether this was the trick of some monster, but he suddenly noticed that Harry was staring at the sky. His eyes narrowed a little. "What?" Percy asked him. "The clouds, they seem to look quite different." "Something about this whole situation isn't normal," Harry answered. Before Percy could reply to him, however, thick black drops started to fall from those clouds. "Oh, no, now it's raining," Draco screamed. "This isn't rain that's falling from those clouds," Annabeth said, narrowing her eyes. "It's some different substance. This thing burns, and the impervious spell isn't working on it," Hermione said, desperately waving her wand to do something. Percy summoned water to clean off the black burning chemical from everyone, but it seemed to be waterproof. Percy couldn't understand what was happening. Who, in the name of Olympus, would do such a thing? Well, okay, they had a lot of enemies, but none of them usually tried to drench them in acid sort of black rain. Just then Leo gave the next shocking news to their group. "Guys, this rain is seeping through the deck. It's entering all the rooms of Argo II. Just like that," he exclaimed, looking totally freaked out. "Oh Merlin, why the hell did I decided to come on this ship?" Draco started screaming again. Just then, a bright golden light appeared above them. They all stared at it, completely shocked, as the ball of light slowly floated down and made its way towards Harry. Percy was a little worried and ready to attack. Should it try to hurt Harry? Harry looked a little apprehensive as the ball of light made its way towards him and as others stared at him. It stopped right in front of Harry, who extended his hand to touch it. But Ron yelled, "Don't touch it, Harry. Could be dangerous." "I don't know, Ron," said Harry, sounding a little unsure. "I guess this is okay." He slowly touched the light thing, looking very nervous. Everyone gasped, because at Harry's touch the ball of light melted and reformed its shape, now becoming a bright golden shield, quite large in size. A godly voice spoke. "Use this gift wisely, my son." "What's this?" Harry asked, still looking at that shield in wonder. "Harry, I think it's from your mother," Annabeth answered, narrowing her gray eyes a bit as she added, "See whether this works against the rain." Harry caught the shield by its handle and held it above his head. Immediately, he became dry and the black chemical couldn't pass through the shield. "Hey, it's working," he exclaimed and said, "You all come under it too." They all immediately ran towards him, Hermione muttering something about there not being enough space for everyone. But the shield grew in size as they came and soon they all were accommodated under it. "It's a pity it can't cover the whole ship," Leo said disappointedly as the drops increased in size and fell rapidly than ever on their ship, seeping into it quite easily. Percy was sorry about that, but at least they all were safe under the shield. Right now only that mattered to him, apart from the fact that Harry's mother had provided help to them at the right time. You know something, it seems to me that this rain is falling in all the directions, almost everywhere, Ron said, looking around in all the directions. It rained for what seemed like hours. They all just stood huddled up in the cover of the shield, watching helplessly as rain and storm struck their ship and made it change its direction and glide along, as though it were a toy. At last, the rain stopped, the winds became calm, and they were once again greeted by bright sunshine. Wow, that's over. Thank the gods. And by the way, I'm definitely gonna ask Dad whatever made him do such a thing. Jason uttered with a sigh of relief. Jason, I don't think your dad did it. This was really a very, I would say, extraordinary phenomenon, Annabeth said, choosing her words carefully. I think you should call it a terrifying phenomenon, Draco said. Wow, Harry, this shield's amazing, Ron said excitedly. Harry didn't answer. He and Hermione were too busy examining the shield, which had now shrunken back to its original form. Harry was just about to tap it with his wand, when Leo once again came running from the control room. I've got news, guys, and you won't like it, he said. Everyone turned to look at him. What's it, this time? Jason asked. Well, at first I was happy that the big black chemical didn't spoil the controls of our ship much, but it looks like the storm hit us pretty badly. He took a deep breath and said, we are at least 1,000 miles away from our designed route, and the direction sensors fitted in the ship are not working properly, so I guess we are, lost. Lost? Are you out of your mind? Jason almost yelled at Leo in shock. Calm down, Jason, it's not my fault, Leo said. Then asked the others, do you know what we should do now? Annabeth said, well, Percy has an excellent sense of direction when we are at the sea, so I guess Jason should be able to do the same now that we are flying in the air. Annabeth, sorry, but I can't tell the direction even in air. Jason spoke, looking a little ashamed. Isn't there any spell or something to tell the direction? Percy asked Harry. Well, there's the... Harry began, but immediately stopped and asked Annabeth and Draco, why are you staring at me like that? Well, there's something above your head, Potter, Malfoy replied in his sneering way. Harry, your mother, she has finally claimed you, Annabeth said, with a look of terror on her face. And as Percy looked at the bright hologram sort of symbol above Harry's head, he understood the reason. A symbol that largely looked like a picture of Earth surrounded by lots of fruits was glowing over there. He recognized it immediately. There was no mistaking it. It was the symbol which the ancient Greeks used to represent a certain evil goddess of Earth, Gaia. Jason and Leo were staring at it too, with horrified looks of recognition on their faces. Ron and Hermione were just looking at it with plain curiosity. Harry looked up and stared at the symbol, confusion written all across his face. He obviously didn't recognize whom it belonged to. As the symbol slowly faded away, he turned to look at Percy and the others and asked, so whose symbol was that? He must have noticed the feared looks on their faces, because there was a little uneasiness in his voice as he asked the question. Harry, that was the symbol of Gaia, the Earth Goddess. And this means she is the one you were seeing in your dreams. She is your mother, Annabeth finished quietly. Before Harry could respond to that, Jason broke the silence. How could this be possible? Surely there's a mistake. Chiron wouldn't have sent us this far to retrieve Gaia's son, of all the people. Well, the prophecy did say that the hero would be the son of the darkest parents. So it's only fitting that his mother should be Gaia, Leo pointed out, looking quite pale. Wait, what's going on? Which prophecy are you talking about? Ron asked, looking totally confused. None of your business. Annabeth immediately snapped at him. Ron was about to retort angrily, when Harry said, so my mother is Gaia. But, didn't you said something like she is very evil and all that? He asked Percy. Percy didn't know how to answer. He was himself quite shocked by all this. He had never thought that Harry would be Gaia's son. No doubt he hated heights. This whole situation was meaningless according to him. First, a horrible storm accompanied with the mysterious acid rainfall occurs. Then Gaia gives Harry a shield which protects them from the rain, and then suddenly decides to claim him. All of this just didn't make any sense to him. To Harry, however, he replied, Gaia is an evil goddess. But you needn't worry about that right now. We can discuss this when we go to the camp. But why didn't Gaia waited till we reached the camp to claim him? Jason asked confusedly. She might have thought that Harry would be thrown out of the camp if they found out that he was Gaia's son. Annabeth answered in a serious tone. Would they really do that? Harry asked. Look, there's no point in discussing this right now. We can talk it out with Chiron when we finally reach there. Leo, just try to fix the problems in the ship somehow. The rest of us should go inside. I think. Percy finished taking charge of the situation. But how am I supposed to fix it? Leo asked. There's a spell called the 4-point spell, Hermione said immediately. It points the wand in north direction like a compass. I know it's not much, but it should probably help. So, she went with Leo to the control room and the rest of them went inside. Harry and Ron went to Harry's room to examine the shield and Draco went to his own room to rest. So, Jason started. Looks like Gaia has played a nice little trick on us, isn't it? Trying to make her own son the hero of the prophecy and all that. Stop it, Jason. Harry seems to be just as clueless about this whole situation as we are. Besides, we don't know much about him, said Annabeth. That's exactly my point. We don't know much about him. What if he has already started working for his mother? I mean, remember yesterday? He wasn't ready to come with us at first. But then suddenly, he has a dream from his mommy and decides to accompany us? That's downright fishy, Jason pointed out. That could be true, Annabeth said slowly. Percy was lost in his own thoughts. He still couldn't believe that Harry could be evil. After all, he had met people like Calypso and Zoe Nightshade in the past whose parents were evil titans. But they were not like them. He didn't think that being Gaia's son should necessarily mean that Harry is evil. Well, I don't think that he could be downright evil, but I think that Jason's partly right. We can't just take it for granted that he is a very nice person. I mean, he has got his friends over here with him, and we don't exactly know the extent of the powers of these wizards. We should probably just keep a close eye on him until we reach the camp. Percy finished, feeling quite impressed with his improved ability to take decisions. There was a noise at the door. Percy turned around, and was shocked to realize that it was Harry. He had returned back with the shield, probably to tell something about it to them, and judging by the look on his face, he seemed to have heard what they said. It's not how you think it is, Percy said immediately. We just had to be a little cautious. The feeling of hurt and betrayal in Harry's eyes was quite obvious. For some reason it made Percy's heart clench painfully, making him wish that he should have thought before speaking. The fact that Jason was glaring at Harry and Annabeth had her gray eyes narrowed in suspicion wasn't helping, either. Percy opened his mouth once again to somehow explain the situation to Harry, but before he could say anything Harry turned around and left the room, banging the door loudly behind him. N. Hello everyone, so I guess the next chapter would be about the effects of the storm on the rest of the wizarding world and the Olympians. Also, do you want me to make them go to Camp Half-Blood or make their ship get lost and land in some unknown place? Please tell me if you liked this chapter or not. And please review The Kidnappings, Chapter 12, The Kidnappings. Warning, there is some violence and gory description in this chapter. Harry's P.O.V. Harry was feeling shocked, angry and hurt at the same time. The only thought that was going through his mind was, how dare they? He had so readily agreed to come with them, believed everything they had said, and even saved them from that rain, and yet they suspected him to have some evil intentions behind all this. It was just too much. He ran into Ron as he was hurrying towards his room. Mate, are you okay? Ron asked concernedly, noticing the expressions on Harry's face. I'm fine, Ron. I just want to be alone for some time, Harry replied, hurrying into his room and slamming the door before Ron could follow him. He threw the shield in a corner and sat on the edge of his bed, thinking. Was he overreacting? Perhaps yes, but then again he hated it when people suspected him to be dark, evil, or something like that. He had had a lot of it at Hogwarts for Merlin's sake. He decided he would have a talk with Percy and the others later on and make it quite clear that he wouldn't be accompanying them anymore if they were going to think of him as some sort of troublemaker. He also wondered about the fact that his mother was Gaia. He didn't know much about Greek mythology himself, but from what they all were saying she sounded quite evil, and yet she had provided him with the shield, which saved him and everyone else. His eyes once again fell on the shield. He walked across the room to pick it up, but just then he felt a sharp pain across his head and all went black. He was in Hogsmeade once again, and it was looking 10 times worse than how it had looked in the vision showed to him by Gaia. It looked as though some disease or plague had struck the village. Wizards and witches were lying helplessly on the street, looking extremely weak and unable to perform any magic. Suddenly, Harry saw a group of people in dark muggle clothes emerge from a helicopter and walk briskly down the street, pushing random witches and wizards out of their path. They came to a halt before the Hog's Head bar. One of them spoke, "According to the signals, the wizard that we are looking for is here." "Then let's go and get him." This time a female voice spoke. The group entered the bar, and soon theirs and Harry's eyes fell on a very old wizard, who was looking very weak and pale. Albus Dumbledore raised his head to look at those people, and for the first time Harry saw fear in his eyes. He took out his wand but wasn't able to do any spell, and even Harry had to admit that without magic Dumbledore was just a weak 150-year-old man. Those evil-looking people seemed to be quite amused by his helplessness. "Now let's take him with us," one of them said. Just then the barman of Hog's Head came running and yelled, "Don't you dare hurt my brother. That man is Dumbledore's brother." Harry wondered. To Harry's utter enragement, however, one of those people took out a gun and shot the barman in his leg, saying, "You should be grateful for this, because normally we tend to just kill the magical beings." The other people laughed at the sight of the limping barman. Then they took out something that looked like a cage, quite casually placed Dumbledore in it, who was almost unconscious by now, and left the bar without another word. "No, Professor Dumbledore," Harry yelled, but before he could do anything the scene changed. This time Harry had to admit that the surroundings looked totally unfamiliar. He was standing on top of some hillock and staring at a house which looked like a chess rook. Just then, he saw a group of the same type of evil-looking guys walking towards the house rapidly. Harry realized that whoever lives there is in a great danger. Inside the house, he saw an old man with candy-floss hair lying spread-eagled on the floor. A girl that he recognized very well was bending over him. She herself looked quite feverish. "Dad, please hold on. I hope the healers would come soon," Luna was saying to her dad, as her face glistened with tears. At that moment, the door of the house burst open and those people came in. "Are you healers?" she asked them, but was roughly pulled by one of them as they tried to put her in their cage. "Leave my Luna," her father spoke with whatever strength he could muster. Luna took out her wand and attempted a stunning spell at her ambusher, but it didn't work. They soon took away her wand, pushed her in the cage, and turned to leave. "Enough!" Harry bellowed. He couldn't just stand there seeing all of this. He took out his own wand, but as he attempted to curse those people, he realized that these were just visions that he was seeing, and there was nothing he could do about it besides hoping that all of this was just a dream, or rather a nightmare. His next stop was in a cold, dark place from where he could see the silhouette of a tall manor. He immediately recognized it as Riddle Manor from his dreams in 4th year. As he entered the house, he saw to his shock that those evil guys had already entered and were shooting any Death Eaters that tried to come in their way. Somehow, Harry already knew who their target was, and soon enough they entered a room where Voldemort was sitting. Voldemort tried all the dark curses that he could think of, but not even a spark of light emerged from his wand. Those people had almost captured him, when a large snake came slithering and grounded two of them. "Don't you dare attack my master," Nagini angrily hissed in Parseltongue. She was biting and thrashing her tail at any of the men who tried to come closer. "Let's get over with this snake," one of them snarled, and Harry heard a gunshot. The next second Nagini was lying dead on the floor. "You killed my snake. You killed Nagini," Voldemort shouted in a fury and launched himself at one of the men. Harry was a little surprised, as he had never thought that Voldemort could ever react to anyone's death. However, the next second Voldemort went down as a bullet hit him in his shoulder. Harry watched with a shock as the darkest wizard ever was caged and carried away. Now Harry slowly started to wonder why in the name of Merlin were these people kidnapping witches and wizards, and what exactly was the common factor between Dumbledore, Luna, and Voldemort that had made these people kidnap them. And the most important question that was troubling him was that who exactly were these people? Just then, the scene changed again, and this time Harry found himself standing on top of a hill overlooking a valley. He heard shouts and cries of war from the valley, so he went down to check what was happening. The evil people were attacking the place, but he couldn't recognize any of the faces that were being attacked. The people who were being attacked looked very weak and ill. They were trying to fight with some sort of swords, spears, knives, and other things. I've seen Percy and the others carry such stuff, Harry remembered. He gasped as a boy having Chinese baby face and a pretty girl with braided hair were knocked out by those people. First we ruined Camp Jupiter, and now it would be the turn of Camp Half-Blood. One of those men laughed wickedly. So this is Camp Half-Blood. And all these are possibly demigods. Harry realized with a shock. So it was you who set up that fire in our camp? A girl with chocolate brown eyes and brown hair came charging at them. But they pushed her out of their way and continued to invade further. Harry wondered who was going to be their victim from this place. But just then he saw an extremely ancient-looking centaur step forward. The centaur lifted up his bow and started shooting arrows in their direction, but the arrows passed right through them. Harry wondered why. Next thing he saw was one of those men take out a different sort of gun, this time saying something like specially made it for the immortals. They fired bullets from the gun and the centaur was flat on the ground in less than a minute. But Harry could tell that he wasn't dead, just unconscious. Leave him alone. This time a boy with dark hair and dark eyes came running. But they knocked him out of the way too and once again produced the same type of cage and trapped the centaur in it. Now let's find the oracle, one of them sneered. Harry followed those men as the war continued around them. He saw those men stopping in front of a red-haired girl and taking out their guns. Rachel, get out of the way. Otherwise they would capture you too. A girl with dark hair, dark eyes and a rather sweet face shouted at the red-haired girl. But the girl named Rachel took just a second late to get out of the way and soon enough she got caught in a cage too. Harry saw as the men, now their job done, swiftly made their way out of the camp, hurting any demigod or other creatures, possibly Greek monsters, Harry thought, that came in their way. The scene changed one last time, and this time Harry found himself in the most beautiful city that he could have ever imagined. He wondered whether this was the Olympus Percy and his friends always talked about. But the impact of the attack was quite visible here too. The city had become like a battlefield, what with those evil people trying to destroy the statues of gods and goddesses and chasing away younger godlings. Harry saw as those evil people made their way towards a certain room. On following them, he saw that the room was filled with huge thrones, and mentally wondered whoever might be sitting on them. Just then a man carrying a huge lightning bolt, wearing a pinstriped suit and having a perfectly panicked expression on his face, yelled at the top of his voice, "What in the name of Olympus is happening over here? I can turn all these pathetic mortals into dust any second, but I'm just not able to use my powers, much less change into my original form." "Calm down, father," a woman wearing tight jeans and t-shirt and having gray eyes and blonde hair spoke. "The rainfall that took place just now wasn't anything normal. I think it was the very attack that the mortals were planning against us. It has trapped the powers of all the immortals inside them and they can't use it anymore." Harry had a feeling that she must be Annabeth's mother from her features and her way of talking. And looking at the lightning bolt he realized the man must be Zeus, Jason's father and the king of the gods. "Well, sorry to interrupt you, but those people are almost here. We don't have any option other than fighting them," said a god, who was wearing a Hawaiian shirt and shorts and was carrying a trident in his hand. Percy's father. Harry realized, just as the troop of evil people. Well, now Harry doesn't know what else to call them, so you'll have to bear with that, came storming inside. All the gods immediately took out their weapons and a deadly fight started. But Harry could see that the Olympians were being overpowered. They weren't able to use their powers and even the attacks from their special weapons weren't working. Harry was now actually feeling quite grateful that the shield had protected them from that horrible rain, whose disastrous effects he was now seeing with his own eyes. "So, which one of them are to be captured?" one of those evil guys asked another. "Well, our boss thinks that the king and queen of Olympus would be perfect," he replied. Slowly the gods became weaker and finally those people threw their cages, which Harry had really started to dread by now, in the direction of Zeus and a goddess with a calm, beautiful face, who Harry suspected must be Hera. But just then Poseidon stepped forward and roared, "You won't hurt my brother." At the same time Athena came forward too, saying, "I won't let you hurt my father." Well, the result was that Poseidon and Athena got caught in the cages and a shocked silence followed. "Throw them out," We need the king and queen. One of the evil guys shouted. We can't, another one answered. This cage has been specially designed so that it doesn't open until we reach our headquarters. Besides, there were only 7 cages, so we don't have anything else to capture those 2. He finished with an angry glare in Zeus and Hera's direction. Well, technically speaking, our boss requires the blood of any 2 Olympians, a god and a goddess to be precise, amongst the 7 different types of bloods needed by him. So, I think these 2 would do, a woman with a very cold voice spoke. Wait, what do you mean by requiring bloods of Olympians and all this nonsense? And by the way, release my brother and daughter at this instant. Otherwise I would curse you to oblivion. Zeus spoke with whatever little energy he could summon. As if you are able to do that anymore, one of those evil guys jeered, and asked his companions, so what do you think? Should we have a dramatic escape? And before anyone could do anything there was a loud bang and the place got filled with black smoke, and as it cleared Harry noticed to his horror that those evil guys had fled, or rather disappeared just like that. First an acidic rain, now this smoke. How I hate those damned mortals. One of the gods, who was carrying a staff, yelled. Just then, Harry realized something. The goddess Hera was staring directly at him, almost as if she could see him. The next moment she said, I know about you, young half-blood. You are a son of the horribly evil earth goddess, and yet you are also the hero of the prophecy. Do not waste time. The quicker you rescue everyone and save both the worlds, the lesser lives would be lost. Harry felt as if he had just resurfaced from ice-cold water. He opened his eyes, blinking rather rapidly to realize that he was back in his room on Argo II. He thought for a while about what he had just seen. His instincts were telling him that this was not some dream sent by his mother, but it was all totally real, and the people that he had seen in the dream were in a big trouble. There was a knock on his door, and as Harry opened it, he once again saw Ron, who said, Mate, you should come down immediately. That Annabeth girl has asked everyone to come down for a meeting. Apparently they have received an iris message or something. Ron replied. What's an iris message? Harry asked, somewhat distracted. Well, I don't know exactly, but it looked like some sort of a rainbow through which people were communicating. Ron replied, looking very confused. All right, I'll come. But listen, Ron, I just had a dream in which... But before Harry could complete his sentence, Ron had already rushed off saying he needed to tell Hermione and Malfoy about the meeting. Shaking his head, Harry went downstairs even though he was still filled with fear and panic about what he had seen in the dream. Hello everyone, so I really need some proper name for the organization of the Muggle villains. Please suggest if you have any ideas. Also, I've decided to send Harry and the others to Camp Half-Blood in the next chapters. If you're wondering that why those 7 were kidnapped, then please refer to Chapter 9, where a little hint about it was given. It would be explained properly in the later chapters anyways. Hope you liked this chapter. Please review. The Iris Message. Chapter 13, The Iris Message. Percy's POV. Percy was feeling totally horrible. Firstly, they weren't any closer on solving the mystery of the acid black rain. Secondly, he just knew that Harry must be mad at them, and thirdly, a certain grace wasn't exactly helping. I think we should just go and directly ask Harry whether he and his mother are responsible for that rain, Jason was muttering. Percy saw that Annabeth looked extremely irritated by Jason's non-stop blabbering and was glaring at him. If Harry and his mother would have created the rain, why would they protect everyone with that shield? Percy asked, and also I think this whole rain production comes in your father's department. Now look here, Percy. Jason started, but stopped as their room was suddenly filled with a bright rainbow. Someone's trying to send us an iris message, Annabeth said immediately, and fished a golden drachma from her pocket. They soon saw that the message was from Camp Half-Blood and found Raina, Nico and Piper staring at them. Percy was shocked by their sight. They all were looking extremely weak and injured. What happened? He asked them immediately. Something that you can never imagine, exclaimed Nico. Camp Half-Blood and Olympus were both attacked, he informed them. What? Percy? Annabeth and Jason exclaimed simultaneously. Yeah, and it was the worst attack ever, added Piper. Well, the fact that we are seeing Piper and Raina together does prove that it must be something horrible, Percy wondered to himself. By the way, did any of you notice the awful storm and the rain that followed? Asked Raina. Yeah, we did. What about that? Jason asked immediately, but just then, Nico interrupted. Did you found that wizard demigod? Yep. And you won't believe that he's the son of... Jason was cut mid-sentence as Percy spoke. We can discuss about his parents later on, with a suggestive look in Jason and Annabeth's direction. Where's that boy and Leo anyways? I think you should call them over here. This is something which should be discussed in the presence of everyone, said Raina. Just then Ron came and poked in their room. Whoa! How come those people are talking to you through that rainbow? He asked. It's called an iris message, Ron. Can you go and call the others? We need them over here for an important meeting, Annabeth told him. Sure. Ron immediately went to call the others. Who's he? Piper asked. He's Harry's friend. And there are two more, called Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy. Well, I am not exactly sure that the last one could be called Harry's friend, but anyways, Annabeth told them. But what are they doing over here in our ship? Nico asked confusedly. Percy explained them briefly about everything that had happened since they first met Harry, and how the others came on their ship. Don't worry. They'll just meet Chiron and get going, he said reassuringly. At the mention of Chiron, he had a feeling that the three of them looked at each other in a worried manner. He was just about to ask them about it when Leo and Hermione entered the room, closely followed by Draco, Ron, and finally Harry. Hey guys, what's the matter? Leo asked them immediately. So, is this rainbow thing called an iris message? Harry asked curiously. Jason was still glaring at him, and Percy thought that the whole situation was becoming increasingly awkward and uncomfortable, until he heard Nico ask Harry, So, are you Harry Potter, the wizard demigod? Yeah. Harry replied, sounding a little unsure about this whole situation. So, what were you saying about being attacked? Annabeth asked them. Well, the storm and the rain hit our camp in the morning. And I don't know how, but it managed to drench everyone at the camp, and before we knew it we were becoming weak and losing our powers, Nico explained. Losing your powers? Annabeth asked, looking surprised. Yeah, there must be something in that rain, because I'm not able to charm speak anyone properly now, Piper said. Also, most of the demigods have lost their special powers. And wizards have lost their magical powers, Harry said quietly. What? Ron, Hermione, and Draco asked, staring at him. How do you know this? Percy asked him. Well, I saw it all in a dream, Harry replied. The next few minutes passed in a complete shocked silence as Harry told all the details of his dream to them. My father was kidnapped, Percy yelled, as anger surged through his veins. And they kidnapped my mother too, Annabeth shouted, looking shocked. Oh dear. I hope those people don't hurt Luna and Dumbledore, Hermione said, sounding close to tears. How can anyone be powerful enough to kidnap the Dark Lord? And you are saying that they killed his snake too? Are you out of your senses, Potter? Draco yelled at him. This is the truth, Malfoy. And wait a minute, I just remembered. They also captured a centaur and a red-haired girl from your demigod camp, Harry added, looking in the direction of Piper, Raina, and Nico. And I saw the three of you in that dream too. You all were trying to stop those people, weren't you? He asked. Yeah, that's what we had actually wanted to tell all of you. This group of evil-looking mortals just came in our camp and started attacking everyone. They had some different sort of guns with them, which seemed to work on the immortals as well, said Raina. But immortals can't die with mere guns. Annabeth shouted. Nope, they didn't die, but they fainted. That's how they captured Chiron and, well, we tried to protect Rachel, but they captured her too. And then we heard from Hermes about the attack on Olympus and about your parents. Nico finished with a slightly guilty look in Percy and Annabeth's direction. But there were so many of you. Why didn't you do anything? Percy yelled. We tried, Percy, but because of that rain we had already lost most of our powers. Besides, our weapons don't exactly work on mortals. Piper spoke in a defeated voice. Don't worry, Pipes. I think it was Poseidon and Athena's own stupidity because of which they ended up getting captured when the other gods managed to stay safe, Jason told her. Well, at least according to what I saw in my dream, Poseidon and Athena got captured because they were trying to protect your father, said Harry. Oh yeah. Jason rounded on him. Of course you must be knowing full blow-by-blow account of the entire episode, as your mommy seems to be sending you daily reports of her evil plans. Jason, shut up, Percy had to say for the second time as he turned back towards their three friends from the camp. Why do you think all of them were kidnapped? Don't know, Nico replied, looking confused. I think, Harry said slowly. I remember one of those men saying something in the dream as to why they were abducting all of them. Everyone turned to look at him. They need the blood of 7 people to become powerful or something. As to why they chose those 7, I don't have any idea, Harry told them. Well, Dumbledore and Voldemort are extremely powerful wizards, so their blood must be powerful too. But Luna, why did they kidnap Luna? Hermione wondered to herself. The selection of people from our world seems pretty much random too. It's illogical and confusing, Annabeth said. So what are you going to do now? Nico asked them. Instinctively, everyone looked at Percy, who was a little shocked. He wasn't exactly used to taking the lead and making decisions. Usually Annabeth did such stuff. We are coming to Camp Half-Blood as planned. Leo, is the ship sailing in the proper direction now? He asked Leo. Yep. Hermione solved the problem in minutes. Leo answered, smirking at Hermione. They were very easy spells, she shrugged. Okay. Then, once we arrive at the camp, we'll decide what to do next, Percy answered, hoping his plan didn't sound that lame. Piper, Nico and Raina soon ended the iris message, and the others were left to discuss the matters at hand. But Percy knew that the newfound identity of Harry's mother might result in a very nasty fight on Argo II. And he didn't want any more accidents until they all reached the camp. I think we should all just go to our rooms and get some rest. There's no point discussing this whole stuff right now, he told them. Everyone immediately agreed and went to their rooms. He guessed that the others needed a break from this stuff as much as him. Percy was still quite worried though. His dad was one of the captured people, and even though he knew that Poseidon was a powerful god, he just couldn't stop himself from worrying. Percy sighed and hoped that they will find an answer to these problems once they reached the camp. Sorry. It took me a while to update this chapter. I know that not much stuff happens in this chapter, but the next one would be quite eventful. I think the next chapter would be from one of the hostages' POV, and I needed your suggestion on which hostages' POV should I keep the chapter. Also, I still need some name for the evil Muggle organization, so if you have any ideas then please suggest. Hope you liked this chapter. Please review Through the Dark Lord's Eyes. Chapter 14, Through the Dark Lord's Eyes. Voldemort's POV. The Dark Lord opened his eyes and stared around. He realized that he was in an extremely dark and cold room. He was feeling sick and tired due to the happenings of the past 24 hours. There was a wound on his shoulder that was still bleeding badly. He remembered those wretched people shooting him in his shoulder. He had lost his magical powers, and probably so had the rest of the wizarding world. The horrible images of the rain were still flashing in his mind. And to top it all, those evil people had killed Nagini. Voldemort's eyes blazed with fury as he remembered how his most precious and dearest Horcrux was destroyed. They were so going to pay for this. He wandered about the room trying to find an escape route, but obviously there wasn't any. Those wretched Muggles had been exceptionally clever. He remembered how his Death Eaters had been informing him about a secret powerful Muggle organization. He would never admit it out loud, but it was foolish of him not to take them seriously. Just then, a light appeared through the ceiling of the room and a figure was thrown in. Voldemort scrutinized the new prisoner's face and, to his shock, realized that it was Albus Dumbledore, his worst enemy in the world. He was looking quite weak though. Dumbledore slowly opened his eyes and stared at him. His face didn't show any trace of fear, merely disappointment and perhaps a little confusion. So they captured you too, Tom? He asked in his annoyingly calm voice. Yes, as you can see it yourself, you foolish old man. These Muggles seem to have a taste for powerful wizards, Voldemort spat angrily. But are we still powerful wizards, Tom? I think not. Particularly after the acid rain incident, said Dumbledore. Voldemort felt stumped. So you know about the Muggles too, isn't it? He finally asked. Yes, answered Dumbledore, not elaborating. Tell me how much you know about them, and why did they capture us? He demanded. You are bleeding. Did they shot you with a gun? Dumbledore asked him. Don't change the topic. Just answer my question. How much do you know about these Muggles? Voldemort asked angrily. Before Dumbledore could say anything, however, 2 more people were thrown in the room. A centaur and a red-haired girl. How dare you throw us like that? The redhead screamed loudly. Calm down, Rachel. We really need to. But the centaur stopped mid-sentence, as his eyes fell on Dumbledore. "Ah, Albus, my dear old friend. How are you?" he asked. "So the old coot is friends with this centaur," wondered Voldemort. "I am fine, Chiron, however meeting you over here has only increased my worries," answered Dumbledore. The centaur nodded and said, "I know what you mean, Albus. This means that those people have managed to defeat both wizards and demigods." "Demigods?" Voldemort wondered. "They haven't defeated all of us yet, Chiron." The red-haired girl said angrily, "What about the prophecy then? And the wizard demigod? We still have a chance, remember. This is Rachel Elizabeth Dare." Chiron introduced her to Dumbledore. "She is the oracle at Camp Half-Blood." "Nice to meet you, Miss Dare." Dumbledore spoke in his ever-annoyingly pleasant voice. Just as Voldemort was wondering what on earth this oracle and Camp Half-Blood could mean, he realized the centaur Chiron and the girl were staring at him. "This is Tom Riddle, my friend from the wizarding world," Dumbledore told them. Voldemort felt as though his insides were boiling with rage. How dare Dumbledore call him by that stinking muggle name? And friends? Since when did they become friends? "My name is Lord Voldemort, and I am by no means any friend of this old coot," he told them angrily. "You are bleeding," both the girl and the centaur said in unison. However, before Voldemort could say anything in response, there was once again a loud crash and two more people appeared in the room. One of them was a man who looked like he was in his 40s. He was wearing a Hawaiian shirt and Bermuda shorts. His hair was swept to a side as though he had just returned from the beach, and he was holding a trident in his hands. The other was a woman with blonde hair and wise gray eyes. She was wearing tight jeans and t-shirt, and there was an angry scowl on her face. On seeing them, the centaur started screaming, "Poseidon! Athena! Oh good Olympus, they captured the two of you too? That's horribly shocking. We are finished." He looked devastated. Even the girl, Rachel, looked close to tears. "Calm down, Chiron, it's okay. We still have hope. Besides, they wouldn't even have captured us if we hadn't ran like fools in front of their traps, but I guess it was just a little sacrifice to keep baby bro safe," the man named Poseidon said. "Their original plan was to capture Father and Hera," the blonde woman named Athena said. "Zeus and Hera." Chiron looked worse than before. "I have been telling Father for a long time that this particular group of mortals is not normal. They knew too much. And now they have actually started using their knowledge," said Athena. "So you think all that happened was just a start?" Poseidon asked her. "Well, they must have captured us for a reason, right?" she asked him back. Unable to stop himself anymore, Voldemort finally interrupted. "Excuse me, but who exactly are all of you? And why have we all been captured like this?" Athena turned towards Chiron. "These two wizards?" she asked, pointing in Voldemort and Dumbledore's direction. "Yes, this one here is Albus Dumbledore. He is an old friend of mine. The other one is a wizard too. But he doesn't know anything about our world," Chiron said. "What world?" Voldemort asked, feeling more curious than ever. "The world of Greek gods and goddesses, Tom. Perhaps you don't know this, but the Greek mythology is real and it still exists," began Dumbledore. Voldemort didn't say anything in response, but his mind was working at a fast pace now. So, according to the old coot, the Greek myths were real. He knew that Poseidon and Athena were the names of Greek gods, but it was difficult to believe that the two people standing in front of them were really Greek gods. At that precise moment, another person was thrown into the room. It was a girl in her teens, with blonde hair and slightly dreamy eyes. Voldemort recognized her face, faintly from her photos in the Daily Prophet with Potter and his friends. She was the daughter of Xenophilius Lovegood, and her name was Luna or something. "Ah, Miss Lovegood, so they captured you too?" Dumbledore asked her, sounding worried. "Me too? You mean you all are being held as captors too?" she asked him, and then suddenly she exclaimed, "My dad! He is extremely weak. I need to be with him. Miss Lovegood, please calm down. I can't guarantee you, but I don't think those people would hurt your father. I have a feeling that right now their sole focus must be on the people they have captured, meaning all of us," Dumbledore told her. Her eyes fell on Voldemort's face. He was a little surprised by her reaction. He had expected her to be scared, but she just seemed to look surprised. Then her attention went towards his shoulder wound, and she exclaimed, "Oh, so you are the one who got shot?" Yes, how do you know? Voldemort inquired. They sent me with these. The girl procured some dressing material and gauze from her pocket. So they don't want me to bleed to my death? The Dark Lord wondered. I think they want all of us alive, Tom, Dumbledore said to him. The others looked engrossed in their own thoughts. Finally Poseidon wondered aloud. So 7 people have been captured until now. But for what exactly? Do you think this is some sort of kidnapping and that they would demand a ransom? Voldemort flinched inwardly on hearing this, because if this was true then he had no hope of ever escaping this place. No one in their right minds, not even his Death Eaters, would ever pay any sort of ransom to get him out. He was totally sure of that. But who are they going to ask for ransom in the first place? Besides, they have already taken away everyone's powers. What more do they want? Rachel asked. A silence spread over their little group as they all considered this. She was right. What more do these horrible people want? A week later, Leo's P.O.V. Leo Valdez was sitting in the control room of Argo II. It had been almost a week since they had received the Iris message from the camp, and today they were finally going to arrive there. Leo was busy checking the controls of the ship as he didn't want any problems with the landing. They had already dealt with a lot of problems according to him. His thoughts wandered on his friends and the wizarding folk in his ship. Percy and Annabeth had suddenly become the quietest and most serious of their group. He could understand since their parents were amongst the kidnapped people. Leo wondered whether he was imagining stuff these days, but sometimes he felt that something had changed between Percy and Annabeth since their return from Tartarus. Okay, they were still a great team, but the romance part was somewhere missing. Looks like something that I'll have to ask Beauty Queen upon reaching the camp. He decided since Piper was way better at understanding people's emotions and relationships than him. His best friend Jason, though, hadn't changed much, for which he was quite thankful. The only difference perhaps would be that Jason was now even more serious than ever. And Leo could understand that, considering the sort of situation that they all were in. Okay everyone, Captain Leo here. We are going to land our ship in a few minutes. So please get ready and come on the deck. Immediately, he made the announcement and watched as the others hurried on the deck. He saw Hermione Granger hurrying on the deck with a pile of books under her arm. That girl had finished reading almost all of the books that they kept in the spare room of Argo II. Leo secretly felt that if she continued reading at this rate, then soon all the children of Athena would develop a complex about her. In fact, everyone on the ship had already noticed the mutual rivalry between her and Annabeth. Ron Weasley and Draco Malfoy arrived on the deck too and stood on the opposite edges, glaring at each other. Leo had already guessed that Harry and his friends didn't like Draco, but it seemed Ron was the one who hated him the most. Leo thought that Ron was alright, but he didn't like that sneering Malfoy guy much and hoped that he would leave soon. He saw Percy and Annabeth arrive on the deck. Percy went to talk to Harry, and Annabeth stood at a distance, staring at the two of them, her gray eyes narrowed. Leo wondered what was going on in that wise brain of hers. Leo had noticed that in the last few days Harry and Percy had become really good friends, and they had started spending a lot of time together discussing about the new enemies that they all were going to face. Percy had told him loads of stuff about their camp, and Harry had in turn filled him in with amazing facts about their wizarding world. Leo himself, however, still didn't dare to talk much with Harry. Of course he wasn't being as rude as Jason, but he still felt a little freaked out whenever he remembered that Harry was the son of Gaia. Their ship soon landed, and Leo expected to hear gasps of surprise and amazement from their wizarding friends. However, instead of that, he heard enraged cries of shock and disbelief from Percy, Annabeth, and Jason. He hurried outside to see whatever the matter was. Leo went to the edge of the deck just as Percy yelled, "I'm gonna kill those people." Leo's face went pale upon seeing the dreadful and pathetic sight of his home. True, they had been informed about the attack through the Iris message, but still seeing it with their own eyes made it seem 1,000 times worse. He now understood how Jason, Reyna, and the other Romans must have felt when their camp was attacked. "Let's get down and meet the others," Annabeth said slowly. They all nodded and climbed down the ladder to meet the other campers who had assembled to welcome them. Leo was almost shaking with anger as he stared around the place and saw how weak and injured his friends from the camp had become. As he looked around at Percy and the others, he realized that they too were thinking the same thing. They all would reach to the bottom of this case and get their revenge on whoever had done this. Hello everyone. Thanks for all those suggestions for the Muggle group's name. Some of the ideas were seriously hilarious, lol, and I totally loved them. I guess I would tell their name in the next chapter. Hope you liked this chapter. Please review. Goddess of Wisdom, Chapter 15 Goddess of Wisdom. Athena's POV. The Goddess of Wisdom and War was currently experiencing the worst time of her life. She hadn't felt this angry since the day when she had caught Poseidon sneaking into her temple with that wretched Medusa. She had been trapped in some dark prison-like room along with 6 other people for Zeus knew how many days. She felt that it must have been over a week, but still in the present condition it somehow felt longer. She didn't know why exactly those horrid mortals had kept them all as prisoners in the first place. Was it to taunt both wizards and Olympians by showing them how they have captured powerful people from both the worlds? Or was this a kidnapping and they were going to demand a ransom to set them free? Honestly speaking, Athena felt that both the possibilities were totally insane. Or was it she who was going insane? Well, she wouldn't be surprised if that was so, particularly in the present company. First of all, she had made the decision that she never ever wanted to meet a witch or wizard again in her life. That Albus Dumbledore was driving her mad with his ever-pleasant manners. Didn't he realize what a dangerous situation they all were facing? Couldn't he at least show a little worry on that horribly wrinkled face of his? And why in the name of Olympus was he calling these mortals as muggles? Then there was that bald, red-eyed guy with a French name, Voldemort or something. Well, he seemed overall okay to her, except that he almost always behaved as if he was some supervillain or something. Not to mention that he had some horrible mood swings, cunning and calculating 1 minute and quite irrationally angry the next minute. The young witch Luna Lovegood was another different story. She seemed to be kind and brave, and Athena felt that she might have liked that little girl if she didn't had some really stupid and illogical beliefs. Luna kept insisting that some Nargles had captured them, and they won't leave them until they find out the whereabouts of a certain crumpled-horned Snorkack. Really now, there was a limit up to which Athena's wise brain could handle such nonsense, and Luna's theories were stretching all the limits. The young Miss Rachel Elizabeth Dare, the very own Oracle of Camp Half-Blood, wasn't helping much either. Athena really wished that the girl would be a little less enthusiastic and allow them all to think properly. Also, the fact that she kept predicting horrible future for all of them wasn't exactly helping to lift Athena's mood. And well, the worst of the lot according to her was of course her old enemy, Poseidon. She had almost forgotten how insufferably annoying and dimwit the sea god could be, as he didn't visit Olympus much these days. They seemed to have opposite views on literally everything, and almost every discussion ended with a fight between them. Chiron seemed to be the only person amongst them who wasn't driving her mad, and with whom she could have at least some sane conversation. She was actually quite grateful for the fact that Chiron wasn't like his stupid, drunk cousins. She glanced at him and saw that he was staring at the ceiling, lost in thoughts. Just then a brick in one of the walls moved sideways to reveal a tiny hole, and packets of food were dropped in through it. That was how they were provided with their meals every day. They had once tried to open the hole further, but the moment any one of them touched it, they received a nasty shock. Rachel and Dumbledore were the first ones to go and grab the food packets. "Ah, the food doesn't look as bad as yesterday," the ever-happy Dumbledore stated. "Not as bad." Poseidon came and peered inside. "It's just spinach and cucumbers and some almost rotten biscuits. Besides, it's not even blue in color. And I really detest eating anything that doesn't contain ambrosia and nectar in it." "Hey, you bastards!" Rachel yelled in a random direction. "I know you are listening and probably enjoying yourselves by watching us suffer. But let me tell you that we will get you all for this. If they are really listening, then why don't they come out and tell us their demands? Why have we been kept like prisoners for over a week?" Voldemort once again asked the same question which had been bothering all of them for the last whole week. "They will have to show up and speak to us in the end. We'll just have to keep some patience," said Chiron. "Sorry, but I can't keep any more patience, especially after being trapped over here for over a week, and not knowing in the slightest about what might be happening in the outside world," Athena exclaimed, now finally losing her temper towards Chiron too. "Well, actually the thing that is bothering me the most is whether Percy and the others managed to find the wizard demigod," Poseidon said. "Yes, they did found Harry. I had met them all in Diagon Alley," Dumbledore told him. "Wait, do you mean Harry Potter?" Voldemort asked, his eyes narrowed. I guess it won't hurt to tell you the truth now, Tom, said Dumbledore, sounding a little thoughtful. Harry is not a Potter to begin with. He is a half-blood and a demigod, which means one of his parents is a god. Voldemort looked shocked by this piece of information. I had recently learnt from my sources that Potter is not really a Potter. But this whole demigod thing is new to me. Even the Luna girl looked very surprised to hear this. Athena, however, had a doubt. Even if they have found him, how does this help us? We still don't know who his godly parent is. Hera knows it, I guess. But she had refused to tell anyone, so that's it. Someone who has the blood of both wizards and gods running through their veins is a very powerful person. There were some powerful wizard demigods in the past too. If you remember, Chiron finished with a meaningful glance in Athena's direction. That boy isn't that powerful, remarked Voldemort. His real powers have started developing since his 16th birthday, Tom. Soon he would become much more powerful than ever before, stated Dumbledore. But Athena missed this little exchange as a new series of thoughts started running in her wise brain. The way Chiron had reminded her about the wizard demigods from the past was most intriguing. Almost as if he wanted to tell her something, and suddenly, she realized what he'd wanted to say. But she sighed the next second, as she realized that no amount of information was going to be of any use to them in their present situation. Hopefully the ones outside would be able to figure out the solution soon enough. Hello everyone, hope you liked this chapter. Please review P.S. Just in case you haven't noticed, the next chapter has been updated as well, so please read that too. Finding a Cabin. Chapter 16, Finding a Cabin. Harry's P.V. Harry Potter was staring around at Camp Half-Blood in total awe. Well, the place was very much destroyed, just like he had seen in his dreams. But it still gave him a familiar feeling as though he belonged there. Felt like home, just the way Hogwarts did. He realized that Ron, Hermione and Draco were staring around at the place with similar expressions on their faces. Whereas Percy, Jason, Leo and Annabeth looked totally shocked and outraged. He couldn't blame them though. He would have felt the same way if someone would have attacked Hogwarts, which, he reminded himself, considering the present happenings, was quite possible. Just then a large group of people came out to greet them. Harry recognized a few of those faces from his dream. They all were looking extremely tired and worn out, but there was still a look of fierce determination on all of their faces. Welcome back, guys. The boy named Nico, whom Harry had seen in his dream as well as in the Iris message, greeted them with a nervous laugh. So was everything all right during your journey? Piper asked. Forget about that, Jason said impatiently. And tell us what happened over here? This place is looking at least 1,000 times worse than what you described in the Iris message. Well, we thought you all would get worried, and besides there wasn't anything much you could have done from there. A boy with Chinese baby face spoke. He then turned towards Harry and asked, So, are you Harry Potter, the wizard demigod? Yes, answered Harry, feeling really awkward, now that the entire camp was staring at him as though he were some really interesting specimen, just the way people stared at him at Hogwarts. Some things never change, he thought to himself. Chiron had told us that you are really powerful. A girl with dark hair and eyes spoke. Some of the campers' eyes filled with tears at the mention of Chiron. Tell us what happened. Immediately, Annabeth almost commanded all of them. Soon, they heard the same story of how Olympus and Camp Half-Blood were attacked, but this time with more details, as everyone told as much as they knew. Harry saw that Percy was almost shaking with anger as he heard the whole story, but just when he opened his mouth to ask something, a blond boy interrupted him. Are these demigods too? He asked, pointing in Ron, Hermione, and Draco's direction. No, they are Harry's friends, Annabeth answered hurriedly, which earned her a glare from Draco, and they have just come over here to meet Chiron. They sort of didn't believe us when we told them that we are demigods. Annabeth finished with a glare in Hermione's direction. Well, anyone would get suspicious if their best friend, who has already been in loads of dangers as it is suddenly asked to accompany a group of strangers to some unknown place. Hermione replied defensively. But mortals aren't allowed at our camp, a fierce-looking girl exclaimed. We know that, Clarice, they were just going to meet Chiron, see for themselves that our world is true, and then they were going to leave, Percy explained to her. But what now? I mean, Chiron's been kidnapped, so you obviously can't meet him, Raina expressed her doubts. Yeah, and how are you going to go back to England? By plane or something? Piper asked them. We can't use non-magical people's ways. We don't have any passport or visa to go back by plane or ship or anything. Hermione explained to them. What exactly are you talking about? Draco asked, looking confused. I just want to go back home. He almost whined. In normal circumstances, Harry would have felt like punching him. But right now he could understand. Anyone would want to be with their family in such dangerous times. Harry would have felt the same way. That is, if I had a family, he thought bitterly. Well, I think Chiron must have been in touch with the American wizarding world, and he would have sought their help in sending you all back to your place. But unfortunately none of us know anything about it, Percy told them. So we are stuck again. Draco exclaimed. Well, it was your fault in the first place that you decided to sneak into our ship. Jason snapped at him. Harry thought that this was sure to end up becoming another fight between them. But just then Piper interrupted. Hey guys, we can surely sort this out later. You all need some rest now. Besides, we all want to know who is Harry's godly parent, she asked, looking at Harry enthusiastically. He hasn't been claimed yet, Percy replied firmly. The ones who were on Argo II looked at him in surprise, but no one said anything. Oh well, he will just have to stay in Hermione's cabin then. But what about the others? Nico asked. Can I say something? A girl having dark blue eyes and brown hair asked shyly. Sure, Alyssa, what is it? Nico asked her. Well, the witches and wizards are usually people who are blessed by my mother, Hecate. So, I don't think she would mind if they come and live in our cabin, she finished. Other children behind her, who Harry presumed must be Hecate's children, nodded enthusiastically. Fine, is it okay with all of you? Annabeth asked them. Harry and the others nodded. So everyone else went to discuss about everything that had happened, and Harry and the others headed to the Hecate cabin along with Alyssa and Percy. We'll have to share a cabin? Draco asked in disgust. Malfoy, don't you share the dormitories with your housemates at Hogwarts? Hermione snapped at him. Alright guys, come in, Alyssa told them. Ron and Hermione slowly went inside, followed by Draco. Harry tried to enter after him. Well, tried being the key word, because just when he was about to step inside, a huge jolt of magic pushed him out and he fell on the ground, flat on his back. Mate, what happened? Ron asked him. You did it, isn't it? He rounded on Draco. No way. I didn't do anything. Draco replied hurriedly. That sort of thing happens when someone whom Hecate doesn't like or trust tries to enter her cabin, Alyssa told them. But why wouldn't she like Harry? He hasn't even met her before? Hermione asked her. I think she must have a problem with Harry's godly parent. If Hecate doesn't like any demigod's parent, then said demigod is not granted entry in the cabin, Alyssa explained. Harry felt a little disappointed. To be honest, he had been looking forward to seeing the cabin of the goddess of magic, but now it seemed that was impossible. He wondered whether this had anything to do with his mother, Gaia, being an evil goddess. Well, we'll just have to find another cabin for Harry, said Percy. You three stay here, he said to Ron, Hermione, and Draco, and, taking Harry's hand in his, he dragged him along the row of cabins. Percy's P.O.V. Percy Jackson was feeling quite angry. First Jason's rude behavior on the ship, and now this. All right, Harry was Gaia's son, but that doesn't mean that he should be treated in such a manner. One reason why Percy had still not told anyone about Harry being Gaia's son was because he knew they would all consider him evil and hold him responsible for all the recent happenings. He glanced sideways and saw that Harry was looking really put down. Percy felt really sorry for him and hoped that he would at least be allowed in the other cabins. But as it happened, Harry was not able to enter any of the cabins, not even Hermione's one, which usually welcomed all the demigods, irrespective of their parents. Percy could hear the other campers slowly whispering about why isn't Harry allowed in any of the cabins and who exactly his godly parent must be, to make other gods react in such a manner. It's happening because of Gaia, isn't it? Harry asked him. Yeah, but don't worry, we'll find some place for you soon, Percy assured him. Percy, doesn't Gaia just have any cabin of her own? Harry asked him. Percy burst out laughing after hearing that. Something he immediately regretted upon seeing the look on Harry's face. Well, it's just that the idea of Gaia having a cabin at Camp Half-Blood is downright hilarious. She is the Olympians' #1 enemy and she's so evil that, well, you got the idea, right? Percy somehow tried to explain him while controlling his own laughter. Harry sighed. Percy thought it must be a little difficult to hear from people about how evil your mother is. So that's why you told them all that I haven't yet been claimed, right? Harry asked him. Percy nodded. But they would find out eventually, isn't it? What will I do then? He asked. Well, to be honest, most of them would end up reacting like Jason, but you will just have to ignore that. Mostly, people over here don't give you much respect unless you complete a quest or do some heroic stuff, and considering what you told me about your past, I don't think it will take much time for you to earn respect over here, Percy tried to encourage him. Soon they had reached up to cabin #3 and Percy was silently praying to his dad, wherever he was, to allow Harry in his cabin. Percy knew that Poseidon wasn't as hot-tempered, proud and paranoid as the other gods, so perhaps there was a little chance. Hey, why don't you try to enter this cabin? Poseidon's, Percy told him. You sure your dad won't knock me off with a giant tsunami or something? Harry asked him. Don't worry, he is not like the other gods, Percy replied. So Harry slowly put one foot inside the cabin and then the other. He stood there for several seconds, before saying, Wow, I finally made it. Yeah, that's great. Percy answered, I told you my dad's not like the others. After a few hours, Harry had settled over there and was busy unpacking his trunk. Percy couldn't stop himself from staring at him every now and then and was grateful for the fact that Harry was too busy to notice it. Percy sighed. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He was secretly feeling quite happy about sharing his cabin with Harry. Well, it was okay till there, but there was also the fact that he couldn't stop himself from staring at the other boy. Harry was just perfect. He was cute, smart, brave, and totally adorable. Not to mention the fact that he was looking exceptionally hot in the orange Camp Half-Blood t-shirt, which the other campers had given him. Stop thinking like that. Otherwise Annabeth will make sure that these are your last thoughts. He scolded himself. His relationship with Annabeth was another problem that Percy was facing. Sure, he liked Annabeth a lot. He'd do anything for her. But that was true for his other friends as well. He loved Annabeth, but perhaps not in a romantic sort of way. Since their little trip in Tartarus, there were two things that he had realized. One, he and Annabeth were a great team to tackle a bunch of monsters. Two, they were just not meant to be together. He sometimes felt that Annabeth was having the same thoughts too. After all, she was the wise girl, and would have definitely understood this problem better than him. He knew that sooner or later he would have to discuss this with her. But he was delaying it because of Annabeth's fearsome temper and also because of the fact that he didn't want it to hurt her feelings. Percy was pulled out from his thoughts as the door opened and Tyson entered. Is that a Cyclops? Harry asked, looking shocked. Yeah, it's Tyson, my half-brother, Percy told him. Tyson, this is Harry, he introduced them. Brother. Tyson hugged Harry tightly and almost broke a few of his ribs. He is not your brother. He's just staying in our cabin for the time being, Percy hastily explained. Oh, all right, said Tyson, looking a little disappointed. I had brought something to show you, Percy. What? Percy asked, slightly distracted. Tyson showed him a little black piece of clothing, which looked like it was torn from a jacket or something. I found this near Chiron's room. I think this could belong to those big bad guys, Tyson replied, suddenly sounding very serious. Percy gingerly took the piece of cloth in his hand and studied it. Moats, whatever could that mean? He wondered. Harry peered closer for a better look. See, there's a symbol beneath those letters. And it so describes someone who would want to defeat both wizards and demigods. Percy saw it and realized that Harry was right. There was a little symbol of a wand and a sword being crushed under a boot. Quite symbolic, Percy thought to himself. So what are we going to do with this? Tyson asked him. I think we should show this to the others during the campfire, Percy told him. What on earth could ham and oats mean? Harry wondered. Dunno. But we finally have a lead on these people, and that is one step closer to rescuing all the hostages and bringing back everyone's powers. Percy replied, trying to sound a little hopeful. N. Okay, so I decided to name their organization as Hamotes, which stands for Humans Against Magic and Olympians Avenging Terrorizing Schemes. It's not too good, but still tell me what you think about it. I actually got the idea from guest's review, but I decided to add the Olympian part in it, 'cause the organization is against both the worlds. Plus, the name Love Muffin was nice too. Totally hilarious. But I think Harry and Percy would have died laughing if they ever heard its full form, and we can't risk that happening to the lead characters. So I didn't keep that name. Hope you don't mind. Hope you liked the chapter. Please review The Sword and the Killing Curse. Chapter 17, The Sword and the Killing Curse. Hermione's P.O.V. Hermione Granger was waiting along with the other wizards from Argo II to choose some sort of Greek weapon. Really now, she said for what sounded like the umpteenth time, only demigods are supposed to have weapons. It is okay if Harry chooses one, but I don't think the other campers would agree to our using their weapons. Relax, Hermione. I don't think the other campers are in any condition to oppose as it is, Leo assured her. Yes, and considering the fact that only the 8 of us are still able to use our powers, we need to be armed to the teeth. Only then we would have at least some chance of defeating those dangerous anonymous enemies, Annabeth explained. It was she who had originally suggested the idea of allowing the wizards to use their weapons as well, because according to her they needed to arm all those people who could still use their powers. Hermione sometimes used to wonder what must be happening in the rest of the wizarding world. She was sure that they all must have lost their powers too, because otherwise wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort could never have been captured. But they hadn't been able to establish any type of contact with the wizarding world. Hermione had sent a letter to the Burrow in the morning, but she wasn't quite sure about when and how they would receive it. Just then Ron's voice pulled her back from her thoughts. You don't really mean that we are supposed to use these dangerous weapons? He asked, sounding a little scared. Really now, Ron, these weapons won't hurt you, Percy assured him. They work only on monsters and demigods. Weasley is a total coward, Draco sneered, earning himself a glare from Ron. I think I'll try first. Hermione was a little surprised by this, because Draco didn't usually volunteer to do anything dangerous first. But after a few minutes, when Draco had got his foot injured by a hammer and had almost hurt Jason with a sword, it became quite clear that he wasn't built for any of the heavy weapons. Perhaps you should try a dagger, Draco. You would be able to carry it easily, Jason suggested. What? No way. Daggers are so girlish. Draco almost screamed. Hermione personally felt that nothing could be more girlish than a screaming Draco Malfoy. Stop being such a prick, Malfoy, Annabeth shouted in a threatening manner. Now try it or else you won't get any weapon. Draco reluctantly took one of the celestial bronze daggers, and soon it turned out that he was quite good with them. Not bad, said Annabeth, observing him. With a little training from me and Piper you would be all right. So who wants to try next? She asked them. Ron stepped forward and after some time chose a bow and arrows. Hermione was actually quite surprised by Ron's newfound talent and the fact that he was really good at aiming. Wow, mate, didn't know you were so good with them, said Harry, and clapped him on the back. I didn't knew that myself, Ron replied, looking very pleased with himself. So who's next? Annabeth asked again. This time Hermione stepped forward. She wasn't too good with the daggers or swords and in the end chose a spear. Hermione had been secretly worried, thinking that she might not be able to handle any weapon, but the spear worked well for her. Looks like all the hot girls use a spear. Talia, Clarice, Hazel, and now you, Leo commented, making Ron glare at him. Stop calling Talia hot, Jason muttered. If Clarice ever finds out that you called her hot, you would be dead, Percy warned Leo. Right, Annabeth said, putting an end to this discussion. So, the spear seems to be working well for you, Hermione. Hermione nodded. So, I guess now Harry should come, Annabeth said. And everyone turned to look at Harry, who had suddenly become very nervous. Hermione was reminded of the time when they were sorted at Hogwarts. Harry was looking just as nervous as he was on that occasion. Percy gave his hand a little squeeze. Now don't worry. You will be all right, he told Harry encouragingly. If Hermione wouldn't have already known that he was dating Annabeth, she might have suspected him of having a crush on Harry. So Harry tried, well he really did, but it seemed he had the worst luck as usual. He wasn't able to lift any of the huge swords, spears or hammers because of being very thin and scrawny. And his aim, with the bow and arrows was, well, better not speak of it. After aiming almost 40 arrows in the wrong direction, Harry reluctantly decided to try a dagger. But just then Annabeth told him, I'm sorry, Harry. But the dagger which Draco chose was the last one which was working properly. Almost all the rest of them are broken. Actually, since the Romans came here, they have been sharing our weapons too, so there is a little shortage. That wasn't our fault, Jason started angrily. Just then Hermione saw something glittering amongst the weapons, which most definitely wasn't there before. Look, she exclaimed. That sword wasn't there before. It was a sword created from goblin-made armor, and its handle was encrusted with rubies. It wasn't huge like Percy's Riptide or Jason's Gladius, but it still looked quite impressive. The sword of Godric Gryffindor. How on earth did it came here? Harry wondered. Who's Godric Gryffindor? Percy asked. He was a very powerful wizard of the ancient times, and a founder of Hogwarts, Hermione supplied. But this sword usually presents itself to people when they do some brave stuff. Isn't it? So what's it doing over here now? Ron wondered. Annabeth was examining the sword. This has a bit of celestial bronze in it, but most of it is made from some other substance. Goblin-made armor, it's quite famous in our world. Ron told her. Annabeth's eyes narrowed and Hermione immediately realized that she was thinking something. Harry, I think you should try this sword. I don't know how, but I think it appeared here because of you, she told Harry. Harry took the sword in his hand and of course it fitted him well. He had killed a basilisk with it for Merlin's sake. I think this is fine, he told the others. Phew. So finally the great Godric Gryffindor had to come for Potter's rescue. Draco exclaimed dramatically. Shut up, Malfoy, Ron said angrily. After a little bickering between Ron and Draco, Annabeth finally took control of the situation and asked them all to go back to their work. Hermione went back slowly to the Hecate cabin with the spear clutched tightly in her hand and her mind working furiously. She just couldn't understand how Godric Gryffindor's sword could have appeared at Camp Half-Blood of all the places. Percy's P.O.V. Percy was currently giving Harry a little training in sword fighting. He had to admit that Harry was not bad at handling a sword, but he just lacked a bit of confidence. Also there was the fact that being a wizard, he was a little reluctant to learn these fighting methods. Really, can't I just stun or confound my enemies? He asked Percy for the umpteenth time. Demigod techniques are useful too, Harry. Besides, there might come a situation where you won't be able to use magic, Percy replied patiently. And by the way, you are holding your sword in the wrong position, now let me correct it. Percy carefully placed his arms around Harry, trying to teach him how to hold a sword. He didn't know why, but he felt a sudden tingling sensation as he touched Harry. He also noticed that Harry smelled really great, something that was a little distracting for him. Your perfume smells really great, he told Harry. Oh well, it is a very famous perfume from our world. Made using toad liver and some cockroaches, Harry answered carelessly. Percy almost threw up, making a mental note to himself about never using any wizarding perfumes. They had been practicing near the edge of the forest for almost an hour now and Percy felt it was time for a break. But suddenly Percy heard some movement near them. Harry, I think I heard something, he told the other boy. Is that a bull? Harry asked, pointing at something. Percy turned to look where Harry was staring and was shocked as he saw that they were face to face with his old enemy, the Minotaur. The monster was looking just as ugly and ruthless as ever, and was swinging his axe in a menacing manner. Percy immediately stepped in front of Harry, trying to shield him, and pointed his riptide at the Minotaur. How in Hades did you manage to come here? He asked that monster threateningly. Didn't you know, Percy Jackson, that the protections around your camp have weakened up greatly since the attack of the mortals? Soon all the different kinds of monsters would be running around this place, and I know it very well that you and your friends are in no shape to defeat them, the ugly bull answered smugly. Oh, but how come you weren't affected by that rain? Percy asked, now totally confused. I was reforming in Tartarus at that time. The rain couldn't enter that deep, he said simply. Percy couldn't believe this. After all the precautions and foolproof plans their mortal enemies had made against them, they overlooked such an important fact. Unfortunately, though, this mistake wasn't going to make things easier for Percy and others. So, he's a Greek monster? Harry asked. Yes, and I think, Harry, that you should run away from here as fast as you can. I can handle him, Percy replied. He wanted to get Harry as far away from that thing as possible. What? No way. I think I should stay and help, Harry protested. Before Percy could say anything in response though, the Minotaur charged at both of them with full strength and raised his axe in an attacking position. Percy launched himself forward, Riptide held high in his hand. He straightaway aimed for the Minotaur's horn, but it looked like the bull had improved his fighting tactics and was smarter this time. He successfully dodged a couple of Percy's attacks, and just when Percy was wondering why the monster isn't striking back, he sprinted behind Percy, who just realized his mistake. "Harry, run! He's trying to attack you!" Percy yelled, summoning jets of water to hit the Minotaur. Harry seemed to have forgotten all about the sword-fighting thing, as he pointed his wand directly at the Minotaur and tried some spells. But that thing just kept on charging towards him until he was almost upon him, and had his axe risen. Percy was running with all his might as panic and dread filled his heart. But he stopped short in his tracks when he suddenly saw a bright green light being emitted from Harry's wand. Harry himself looked totally shocked as the bright green light hit the Minotaur squarely in the chest and it disintegrated into dust. "Wow, that was some awesome display of magic," Percy exclaimed, clapping him on the back. But he was shocked to notice that Harry was looking rather pale and shaking uncontrollably. That was a killing curse. How could I do it? Killed that monster," Harry stammered. "Harry, there's nothing wrong in killing a monster since they are the ones who try to kill us first. They are immortal, and I guess the Minotaur would just reform again after some years. I've myself killed it twice in the past," Percy tried to comfort him. Harry was almost on the verge of tears now, and Percy couldn't understand what exactly had happened to make him feel so disappointed. It was an unforgivable curse, the darkest spell ever. "How could I do it?" he sobbed. "Harry, listen," said Percy, pulling the younger boy in a hug and gently caressing his hair. "I don't know anything about dark magic, but I think you just acted in self-defense. There's no need to feel bad about it. It'll be all right." He knew his words weren't helping much, but he had to say something. He just couldn't bear to see Harry crying. Percy remembered the first monster which he had killed. It has been his math teacher, Miss Dodds, aka a fury from the underworld. Well, Percy had been disturbed by that incident. But he must admit that it was nothing compared to Harry's reaction. He was still lost in his thoughts. When he saw that someone was approaching them, it was Annabeth. Percy immediately removed his arms from around Harry, but not before he saw Annabeth's eyes narrowing. "You two should better hurry up for the dinner. And we have the campfire after that too. I thought you wanted to discuss something important during the campfire?" She finished with a questioning glance in Percy's direction. "Oh yeah," Percy replied as he remembered about the whole OATS business. He had completely forgotten to tell that to the others. "What's wrong with Harry?" Annabeth asked concernedly. "He just killed his first monster and, well, I'll explain it to you later," Percy replied. Annabeth nodded and left. Percy stood there for a moment, then slowly said to Harry, "Come, we should get going." "And hello everyone. I guess they all are gonna make some major breakthroughs during their discussion at the campfire in the next chapter. Also, Harry might get a little emo about using dark curses. Hope you liked this chapter. Please review. Well, I had updated 2 chapters last time, and I think most of you didn't realize it, 'cause Sage 15 hardly got any views. It was from Athena's POV. So, if you have missed it, please read that too. The Wizard Demigods. Chapter 18, The Wizard Demigods. Harry's P.O.V. Harry was still shaking as he slowly made his way towards the dining pavilion. He couldn't believe what he had done. Okay, perhaps Percy was right, monsters, especially the evil ones, are supposed to be killed. But Harry knew a few things about dark magic. He remembered Bellatrix Lestrange taunting him and telling him that you can't cast an unforgivable curse unless you really meant it. So did he really mean to kill that Minotaur so badly? He sighed. Perhaps if he would have killed that monster simply by using the sword as he had done in his second year, it wouldn't have mattered much. But this was totally unbearable for him. He wasn't even able to use the unforgivables on Voldemort or his Death Eaters. Then how come he managed the most powerful and darkest curse of all time with such an ease? It was quite disturbing for him. Harry blinked a little as they entered the dining pavilion. He was entering this place for the first time, as Percy and Tyson had brought him his lunch earlier in the cabin itself. Partly because he hated the way everyone at the camp always stared at him, their eyes shining with hopes and expectations every time they saw him, which only increased his nervousness, and partly because he didn't want to hear people speculating about who his godly parent might be. Harry straightaway followed Percy to the table for Poseidon's children, where Tyson was already sitting. No one asked any questions about this, as they all had an idea about what might happen if he sat at any other table. Everyone is still wondering why Harry is not allowed even in the Hermes cabin. Apparently such a thing has happened for the first time, Tyson informed them. Let them keep wondering then, we have got more important things to discuss as it is, Percy replied, looking very serious. Harry couldn't understand why Percy was always being so nice to him, and helping him out whenever his parents' topic came up, but nevertheless he liked it whenever Percy did that for him. Harry turned around and saw Ron and Hermione waving at him from the Hecate's table. Draco Malfoy, however, didn't notice him, as he was surrounded by a group of fascinated girls, whom he was impressing with the most easiest and stupidest spells from their world. Jason was watching Draco's show with an angry and jealous look on his face. Looks like he has realized that the Aphrodite girls find Draco hotter than him, Percy commented. I think you are hotter than both Draco and Jason, Harry said before he could stop himself, and blushed a bright tomato red, as he realized what he'd said. Nah, Annabeth would probably kill me if I do such a show-off. Besides, these days I've started feeling as though I'm gay, Percy replied carelessly. A shocked silence followed his words as Harry and Tyson both stared at him with their mouths wide open, and Percy himself blushed harder than Harry. No, well, I didn't really meant it, obviously, Percy started. Then, looking as though he desperately wanted to change the subject, he told Harry, you shouldn't start eating directly, we first burn half of our food as an offering to the gods. So Harry burnt half of his food as an offering for both Gaia and Poseidon, who had so gratefully allowed him in his cabin. Just then he heard his mother's voice inside his head. Son, don't offer me this food. I hate blue-colored burgers. Right? Thought Harry, who had more pressing things to ask his mother instead of her food tastes. Mom, how come I was suddenly able to produce such a dark and powerful curse so easily? Does this have anything to do with you being an evil goddess? No, son. I won't take credit for something which you have inherited from your father. He is a very powerful dark wizard. But I'm not telling you his identity yet, she replied. Harry thought this was just so fitting. The evil goddess Gaia falling for some powerful dark wizard. He was quite annoyed though, as she still wasn't telling him his father's name. Just to annoy her in return, he replied, by the way, I don't think the other gods and goddesses like you much. I was kicked out of every single cabin except Poseidon's when I tried to enter them. Just 'cause I'm your son. Well, the other gods and goddesses have always been extremely jealous and afraid of my powers. Poseidon, though, never had much of a problem with me. It's a pity his son is a complete fool and doesn't think like his father, she answered. Don't call Percy a fool, Harry exclaimed angrily. But he guessed it was too much for Gaia as he felt her presence withdraw from his mind. He didn't care much though. She wasn't giving him any useful information anyways. What happened? Percy asked concernedly, looking at him. Nothing, just had a row with my mother, Harry replied. After dinner, they all went down near the campfire. Harry saw Ron and Hermione discussing something with Annabeth, Leo and Reyna. Jason was sitting with Piper, whereas Draco was surrounded by a gaggle of Aphrodite girls. Harry found this campfire thing really interesting. They all were eating burnt marshmallows and some of the campers were singing songs in ancient Greek. Hey, Annabeth, the girl named Hazel, spoke from besides Frank and Nico. We all think that in Chiron's absence you should start the meeting. All right, Hazel, Annabeth replied, and cleared her throat. Everyone immediately turned their attention towards her. Well, we have all gathered over here to discuss about this anonymous society of the mortals which is so determined on destroying all of us. Also, we need to find a way to rescue all those people who have been kidnapped by the mortals, Annabeth said solemnly, then turned her gaze towards Percy, and now Percy wants to tell us some important things that he has discovered. Percy stood up, looking a little nervous, and then fished out the little piece of clothing from his pocket. Tyson had found this piece of clothing near Chiron's room, and we think it could belong to one of those men from that organization. Also, the words Ham OATS are written on it, and we think it might be a clue leading to this organization.
Seriously, Percy? Ham Oats?
How in Hades could that be a clue? Leo asked incredulously. There's a symbol below it too, showing a boot trampling a sword and a wand. At least that seems like a clue about someone who'd like to destroy both wizards and demigods, Percy replied. Well, so what do you expect us to do? Search the whole country for hams, oats, and that weird symbol? Clarice asked with a hint of mockery in her voice. Well, it's at least a lead. Percy replied angrily, and by the way, I've a bad news for all of you guys. That famous rain created by our enemies couldn't reach Tartarus. So all the monsters that were reforming over there haven't lost even a bit of their powers. I learnt so from the Minotaur, when he tried to attack me and Harry a couple of hours ago. So, you defeated the Minotaur again? Nico asked him. What? No, Harry defeated him. He produced a bright green light from his wand and the Minotaur disintegrated the next moment. Percy told them. Harry was dreading this particular moment and he closed his eyes as he heard 3 gasps of shock from Ron, Hermione, and Draco. Harry, how could you? Hermione looked as though she couldn't believe this. Mate, you killed that thing with a killing curse. Ron exclaimed in a shocked tone. Really, Potter? You and dark magic? Oh, Merlin. Gryffindor's golden boy going all dark, Draco sneered. It was an accident. I was so panicked that I just wished for that monster to die somehow, and before I knew it that curse came out of my wand and… Well, it wasn't my mistake. Harry finished looking desperate for Ron and Hermione to believe him. A killing curse isn't produced just like that, Potter. You really need to mean it. You need to have a tremendous amount of hatred for the person you want to kill. It can never be an accident. Draco exclaimed. Harry, it is the darkest curse ever. How could you? Hermione asked in a way which made him feel worse than ever. Even the other campers became a little uneasy as they didn't know much about dark magic, and so didn't had any idea how dangerous or otherwise it could be. Give him a break, guys, Percy exclaimed. That Minotaur got what he deserved. Actually, what's wondering me is that how come the monster got killed by a magical curse? Annabeth asked. As far as I know, only the touch of weapons made from special materials like celestial bronze or imperial gold can kill them. Well, it's a bit different for the wizard demigods. Alyssa, the daughter of Hecate, started. They can use their magical powers to slay a monster from our world. And they can also use their demigod powers against other witches and wizards. This gives them a double advantage in battles. You always speak of wizard demigods in plural, so are there more people like me? Harry asked curiously. Well, there were loads of wizard demigods in the past, but soon their extra powers became the cause of a lot of wars and fights. So, the gods and wizards decided that it was best to stop falling for each other and not have any more children, Alyssa replied. Can you name some of them, Alyssa? 'Cause I've a feeling that it'll explain how Harry got his sword, Hermione asked her. Harry at once realized what was going on in her mind, and he also remembered a certain discovery which he had made on the Argo II, but had forgotten to tell about it to the others. Well, there were 4 extremely famous wizard demigods who had extraordinary magical powers. Godric Gryffindor, the son of Zeus; Rowena Ravenclaw, the daughter of Athena; Helga Hufflepuff, the daughter of Pluto; and Salazar Slytherin, the son of Neptune, Alyssa answered. What the bloody hell? Ron yelled. The founders of our school were demigods. Wizard demigods, Hermione corrected him. Well, I had heard about Hufflepuff and Slytherin as they were Roman demigods, but I don't know much about the other 2, Raina told them. I think I had read about Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, Annabeth said. That's why I was a little surprised when his sword appeared for Harry. Wait, said Harry, when we were on Argo II, do you all remember I had wanted to tell you all something about that shield? They all nodded. Well, Harry continued, I had totally forgotten about it, but now that I think of it, there were some symbols on the backside of the shield which had made me wonder whether the founders had anything to do with it. He passed the shield to all of them to have a closer look. Actually, it's quite difficult to decipher, but if you observe it closely, then it becomes quite clear that the set of symbols consist of a lion, a badger, a snake, and a raven. Hermione remarked in a surprised tone. You are right, Granger, Draco exclaimed, as he peered at the shield closely. Okay, said Jason, so now we know that the super-powerful shield which protected us from the evil rain was made by a bunch of ancient wizard demigods. But how in the name of my dad is this going to help us against those ham and oat-eating mortals? Jason asked. Oh, what a sarcastic comment, Jason. Annabeth snapped at him. I think this information can help us, Percy exclaimed. Everyone turned to look at him. Well, he began. As far as we know, only this shield has been able to withstand the horrible chemical made by those mortals. So, I think we should try to gain more information on this shield. Also, we should find out more about those four wizard demigods. That's not much, but who knows, it might actually work, Annabeth said. And in the meantime, we can also try to find out more information about this Hogwarts business, Hermione suggested. Most of the demigods agreed on this plan, and after Annabeth gave them all further instructions, the meeting was adjourned. I still can't believe you used a killing curse, Harry, Hermione whispered disapprovingly. I think that it must have been because of my dad, Harry replied. My mother, Gaia, told me through a mind link that my father is a dark wizard. Hermione looked shocked upon hearing this, but just then Harry heard a gasp behind him. He spun around and found a very pale-faced Octavian staring and pointing a finger at him. You are a spawn of that wretched evil goddess. He yelled at Harry. You are a son of Gaia. He turned towards the crowd, and before Harry could stop him, he shouted loudly, Everybody listen. This wizard demigod is a son of Gaia. There was a shocked silence as all the campers froze upon hearing that and turned around to stare at Harry. First his debut in using a killing curse, and now the revelation of his mother's identity. Harry felt as though this was going to be the worst day of life. And, hello everyone. So you all must be really hating Octavian right now, isn't it? So how many people from Camp Half-Blood do you think will support Harry? Thanks for all those reviews for the last chapter, but I am so sad that they didn't cross 100. Hope you liked this chapter. Please review. The Voting, Chapter 19, The Voting, Percy's P.O.V. Percy was shocked as he heard Octavian utter those words. Now the whole of Camp Half-Blood knew about Harry's mother, and Percy felt that this wasn't going to improve the situation for Harry, particularly when he had used the darkest curse from his world only hours ago. What did you say? Raina asked Octavian. I said that this wizard demigod, Harry Potter, is Gaia's son. I overheard him just now when he was talking about it. To his witch friend, Octavian replied. You are Gaia's son? Clarice asked Harry in an almost threatening manner.
Yeah, Harry replied nervously.
Most of the campers gasped and looked extremely shocked. Some of them looked a little unsure, and almost all the children of Ares Mars drew out their weapons. Look, Octavian started shouting again. He's accepting it so easily. Perhaps you should also accept your involvement in the acid rain and the kidnappings that followed it, because now that I think of it, it must have been your mother's plan all along. He finished, glaring in Harry's direction. Well, that's exactly what I had been suggesting from the moment Gaia claimed him on the ship, Jason said, looking quite happy about the secret finally coming out. But Percy here didn't allow us to tell this to any of you. Everybody's attention immediately focused on Percy, who exclaimed angrily, Shut up, Jason. You can't blame Harry for all that stuff just 'cause he's Gaia's son. Didn't I give the example of Calypso and Zoe last time? They were not evil even though their fathers were. And besides, Harry is the hero of the prophecy. Don't you all think it's ridiculous to suspect him of all people? Yeah, and the prophecy said that his parents would be dark people, so it's not exactly a surprise, Annabeth put in. Wait a minute, Harry interrupted. You all keep talking about this prophecy, but I still don't know anything about it, even though it concerns me. Percy felt that Harry was right. They should have told him about the prophecy earlier itself. Taking a deep breath, he recited, Wizards and demigods unite, having a common enemy to fight. That enemy seeks revenge. Someone who they will have to avenge for defeating this greatest threat. The son of the darkest parents is their best bet. Percy turned to look at Harry, who had gone quite pale after hearing that. Ron, Hermione, and even Draco were looking shocked. So, Ron started in a shocked tone, so Harry's your best bet for defeating those people? But don't you all realize, Annabeth began once again, that this proves that there's nothing wrong with his parents being dark people? Well, I am not so sure about it, Raina said, but I think you are right. Besides, what other option do we have? I'll tell you the other option. Just ask him to leave the camp. We don't need the help of Gaia's son for defeating those people. And I don't know why, but I've got a feeling that he is quite evil, Jason replied. Harry's not evil, Hermione said angrily. Oh yeah? Then what about him using the killing curse from your world? Jason retorted. Well, that Hermione looked as though she wasn't sure what to say. Finally she replied, I don't think Harry would do that again. You won't, will you, Harry? She finished with a questioning glance in Harry's direction. Nope, I won't. But it's not that I used it on purpose or anything, Harry replied a little angrily. We know that, mate, Ron said, sounding very unsure. But Harry, if your parents are evil, then you might get tempted to use more of dark magic in the future. Hermione spoke disapprovingly. Percy was actually feeling quite annoyed with Hermione and Ron right now. They were trying to stick up for Harry, but were also showing clear disgust about his using the killing curse. He just couldn't understand how they could blame Harry for something which was not within his control. I still don't trust him, Octavian muttered angrily. When was the last time you trusted someone? Leo asked him. Look everyone, this argument is taking us nowhere, said Nico. I think we all should just vote on this topic. Nico's right, Annabeth said immediately, looking a little relieved at finally finding a way to solve this problem. So, those of you who don't want Harry to stay at the camp, please raise your hand, she asked the assembled crowd. Percy watched angrily as Octavian and all his supporters from the Roman camp, Jason, almost the whole of Ares' cabin, as well as the children of Mars from Camp Jupiter, except Frank of course, raised their hands, followed by the children of Dionysus Bacchus. Even the children of some of the minor gods and goddesses like Nemesis, Janus, and Hypnos raised their hands. And Percy was completely taken aback when even the children of Athena raised their hands. Annabeth stared furiously at her siblings and yelled, Have you all lost your minds? Sorry, Annabeth, her half-brother Malcolm spoke, but we all have lost a lot of our siblings in the war with Gaia, and we feel that it would be an insult to their memories if we allow her son to stay at the camp. Fine, Annabeth said, fuming angrily. So, now those of you who want Harry to stay at the camp, please raise your hand. Percy and Tyson immediately raised their hands, followed by Annabeth, Leo, and the children of Hephaestus Vulcan, Piper and her siblings. You can't deny that he's absolutely hot, Drew whispered. Frank Zhang, his siblings glared at him, but he just ignored them. Raina looked a little thoughtful but raised her hand in the end. Nico and Hazel raised their hands too. Travis, Connor, and the other children of Hermes Mercury had also raised their hands. The children of Demeter also supported Harry. And finally the whole of Hecate cabin raised their hands, followed by Ron, Hermione, and Draco, who actually looked as if he didn't want it to. Percy was still angry at those who hadn't voted for Harry to stay at the camp, but as he looked around he realized that more than half of the camp wanted Harry to stay. So, it's quite clear that the majority of people want him to stay. I hope there won't be any further arguments on this topic and nobody would say anything to Harry, Annabeth almost ordered all of them. Percy, finally feeling a little relieved, turned to congratulate Harry, but to his surprise Harry wasn't there. He is going back to the cabin, Tyson whispered to him and pointed towards Harry. Percy followed his gaze and saw a very angry-looking Harry Potter heading towards their cabin. Sighing a little, Percy followed him. Harry's P.O.V. Harry Potter was fuming angrily as he made his way towards the Poseidon cabin. Why do such things always happen with me? He wondered. Just when he had started to think of this place as a home, hopefully a good escape from the Dursleys in the holidays, his mother's identity had to come out, and now he just knew that everyone in the camp was going to hate him, and he had a feeling that even those who had supported him during the voting had only done that to get his help for defeating the Muggles. None of them actually cared about him. He knew that perhaps he was whining too much, but the events that had occurred throughout the day were making him feel worse than ever. Harry sighed. It wasn't as though he was not used to such type of treatment. Even the wizarding world used to be nice to him only because he was the hero of a prophecy and they needed his help. Otherwise they all had gladly turned their backs on him in his 2nd and 5th year. His thoughts wandered on Ron and Hermione and he felt even more annoyed. He knew they were still on his side, but he wondered for how long. He knew they must be feeling disgusted about his using the killing curse, but it wasn't exactly his fault. He was just as confused and shocked about it as they were, but he doubted whether they would believe it. He soon entered Poseidon's cabin and started packing his trunk angrily. He didn't care about the stupid voting process. He just wanted to get away from these mean people who wanted him just for fulfilling some insane prophecy. Just as he was throwing stuff in his trunk, the door opened and Percy entered. Harry, what happened? Why are you packing your trunk? Percy asked, looking confused. I am leaving, Harry explained. I don't want to stay in a place where half the people think that I am evil. and the remaining half want me to stay only because I am supposed to fulfill some prophecy. Harry, do you think that we are all using you or something? Percy asked softly. I don't know, Harry exclaimed. He knew that he sounded quite close to tears and felt even more embarrassed. Why wouldn't Percy just leave him alone? He wondered. Harry, Percy said, walking closer to him and holding his hand, just ignore what Jason, Octavian, and those other idiots were saying earlier. Okay. I know that you are not evil. In fact, sometimes I feel that even Gaia is genuinely trying to help us in this. Harry shook his head. You don't understand. It's not just that. I am used to people blaming me when it's not my fault, but after hearing that prophecy tonight, I just felt that people only need me for defeating some evil villain or another. No one exactly cares about what might happen to me in that process, he replied, his eyes glazing with tears. Harry, please, we all do care about you. And don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you, okay? Percy said soothingly, as he pulled Harry in a tight hug. I can understand how you feel. It really sucks to carry the burden of a prophecy all by yourself and not knowing who is trustworthy and who isn't. What do you mean? Harry asked, feeling a little confused. Well, what I mean is that I've been a part of 2 major prophecies and lots of minor prophecies, and well, I can understand the pressure which you are feeling, Percy explained and continued, but I'll explain that to you later. Right now you need some sleep, and don't even think of leaving the camp, he added, pushing Harry's trunk out of the way and making him lie on his bed. Harry really didn't want to stay there, but he just couldn't say no to Percy. He was being so nice and sweet, and the way he spoke made Harry feel that Percy too had some experience about carrying the burdens of prophecies. What about Ron and Hermione, though? Harry asked him after some time. Do you think they will ever forget about the whole killing curse episode? Yeah, they will, Harry. They are your friends, remember? They wouldn't have came all the way up to here if they didn't cared about you. Percy answered calmly, as he tried to tuck Harry under the blankets. Harry nodded, but he still very much doubted it. Even the thought of Ron and Hermione, of all people, considering him evil was too much for him to bear, and he just couldn't stop himself from worrying about it. Harry, please, don't worry about it so much. It'll be all right, you know? Percy said as he pulled Harry in a tight hug and tried to comfort him. Harry didn't know why, but Percy's hug felt really comforting and he actually felt much better. Harry pulled him closer and held tightly onto him. You know what? You are the only person at this camp whom I really trust. And thanks for being so nice to me, Harry told him quietly. I trust you too, Percy told him, smiling a little. Harry soon drifted off to sleep, still clutching Percy tightly. Annabeth's POV. Annabeth Chase had never felt this excited in her entire life. They had finally managed to find something that seemed as though it could help them. Well, okay, most of it was due to Hermione's brilliance, but still the point was that now they would be able to derive much more information than before. It was almost afternoon now, and she was briskly making her way towards the Poseidon cabin. She had wanted to discuss this with Percy and Harry first thing at breakfast, but the two of them had just not showed up. Tyson had told her that they were both extremely tired and were still sleeping. So, here she was, hurrying towards their cabin to tell them all the happenings. Annabeth entered the cabin and found Tyson cleaning it up. Hey Tyson, isn't Percy helping you with the cleaning? She asked him. Oh, he and Harry are still sleeping, Tyson told her. Annabeth turned and saw the 2 boys sleeping comfortably with their arms around each other in Harry's bed. They were looking so cute and peaceful in each other's arms, as if they didn't had any problem in the world. Annabeth was of course quite surprised and perhaps a little shocked too. With great effort, she finally managed to choke out, Percy, wake up. But it was Harry who woke up first. He opened his bright emerald eyes, which were looking quite puffy and red at present. Annabeth suspected that he must have been crying, and looked up at Annabeth with confusion written all across his face. What happened? He asked sleepily. Now, normally Annabeth would have been mad at someone for so casually sleeping with her boyfriend, not in the way you are thinking. But then again, Harry was looking so cute and clueless that it was impossible to get annoyed with him. She mentally wondered how the others could ever get angry with him. Harry, it's almost noon now, so you'd better hurry up and get ready. I have to discuss something important with you all, and I guess it would be better if you woke up Percy as well, she replied. Harry looked startled on hearing this, and as he turned around he looked even more surprised and embarrassed to find himself wrapped up in Percy's arms. Percy, wake up. You are sleeping on my bed, he whispered to Percy, almost blushing now. What? A very sleepy-looking Percy asked. He was asking you to wake up, Seaweed Brain, Annabeth told him, and stared amusedly as Percy turned to look at her and then realized the situation that he was in. He hurriedly removed his arms from around Harry, sat upright with a jerk and looked at Annabeth with an expression that almost screamed, "It's not what you are thinking." "Yeah, I know that, Seaweed Brain. We'll talk about it later," she told him, because she didn't want to make the situation any more awkward for Harry. "Well, Hermione and the others found out some important information that might help us, and we all had been discussing about it this morning. But the two of you were sleeping, so I guess you missed all the discussions," Annabeth said. "Tyson, why didn't you wake us up?" Percy almost shouted at his younger brother. "Well, the two of you were looking so comfortable sleeping together that I thought I'd better not disturb you," Tyson replied innocently, not realizing that his answer had made Percy and Harry blush a bright red tomato color. "So, anyways," Annabeth spoke hurriedly to change the topic, "you both should get ready now. We have kept another meeting after lunch, so I think we'll fill you up on the updates then. And Harry, I have warned the others not to bother you on the subject of Gaia, so hopefully they'll leave you alone." "Thanks," Harry said, though he still didn't look too convinced. Annabeth turned to leave thinking about the next meeting, but as she saw Percy and Harry getting ready together, laughing and joking all the while, she felt a sinking feeling in her stomach that had nothing to do with the current problems that they all were facing. Hello everyone. Sorry about updating so late, but I have a lot of studies and assignments these days, so it took a while to update. Also, I guess I would be updating this story every alternate week, 'cause I'm going to be busy with one of my other stories too. So, I think some of you want a happier and cheerful Harry, right? But it was like totally impossible to portray him that way, at least in this chapter. But I would try to reduce the angst part in the later chapters, that is, if it works well with the rest of the plot. So what do you all think about this chapter? Please review. Major Breakthrough. Chapter 20 Major Breakthrough. Harry's P.O.V. Harry Potter was feeling extremely embarrassed, and he couldn't help himself from wondering whether Annabeth was angry with him or something. He and Percy had been sleeping till late afternoon in his bed, and most unfortunately the person to discover them had been Annabeth. So, right now Harry and Percy were deliberately trying to talk about anything other than the morning incident, and for some weird reason Harry found himself blushing whenever he looked at Percy. "Really? This is stupid," he scolded himself. "He's just your friend. There's no reason to worry about this issue anymore." But even as he reminded this to himself, he began to wonder why he had to remind himself in the first place that Percy Jackson was just his friend. Trying to remove these ridiculous thoughts from his mind, Harry followed Percy and Tyson outside the cabin. They had a very hasty lunch, Tyson eating for a second time just to give them company, and then they hurried to the place where Annabeth and the others were waiting for them. Harry was glad of the fact that very few people had gathered for this meeting. But the next moment he was disappointed, as he noticed that Jason and Octavian had chosen to attend the meeting and were currently glaring at him. But thankfully, they didn't say anything to him, probably because of Annabeth's warning to them. "Hi, Harry." Hermione spoke in a voice which made it clear that she wanted to make amends for what had happened yesterday. Ron smiled at him too, whereas Draco just gave him a sneer as usual. But for the first time Harry didn't really mind it because a sneering Malfoy was something normal. And normal stuff had become so rare in his life these days that he actually smiled at Draco. "Okay, everyone," Annabeth started, "so now that Harry and Percy are here, I think we should tell them what we found out." Annabeth turned to look at Hermione, who cleared her throat and began in a very serious voice. "Well, I had been going through some of the books on ancient magic in the Hecate cabin, when Alyssa told me that there was this one particular book which they all had never been able to read because it had been written in some unknown language. That book is not written in Greek or Latin or any other language that we are familiar with," Alyssa explained. "But didn't your mother told you how to read it?" Percy asked. "Nope. Mother thinks that some of the magic explained in that book is too advanced and dangerous, and she doesn't want any of her children to know about it," replied Alyssa. "But when I observed that book closely, I realized that some of the symbols in it were quite similar to the ones taught to us at Hogwarts in the subject of ancient runes," Hermione said. "So, I compared it with all the different types of symbols and realized that the book had been written in some sort of code language consisting of the letters from Greek and Latin, plus the signs and symbols used by ancient wizards. That's strange, Harry said. So we all came to the conclusion that the book might contain some important information, and hence we have decided to decode it, Annabeth told them. But how come you all are so sure about finding some important stuff in it? Percy asked a little confusedly. Well, we weren't that sure in the beginning, Leo told him. But after finding out that it had been written about 1,000 years ago, our suspicions increased.
VHY?
Percy asked, still looking absolutely confused. Don't you get it, seaweed brain? Annabeth exclaimed impatiently, the 4 powerful wizard demigods from the past, who were also the founders of the Hogwarts school, existed approximately at that time. So, we just had a feeling that the book could have been written by them. I mean, who else could have had knowledge about the ancient languages of both wizards and demigods? So you suspected that book because of the founders, Harry said slowly, trying to see where this conversation was heading. And, well, have you found out anything important in it then? He asked. We didn't want to decode the entire book without you guys, so we just decoded the name of the writer, Hermione told him. Harry had a feeling that she was hiding something, so, who's the writer? He asked a little suspiciously. It's been written by Helga Hufflepuff, Hermione replied, and looking at the fashion in which it is written, I have a feeling that this must be her diary or an autobiography or something like that. Harry gasped, Hufflepuff's diary. That's impossible. Even I had earlier found it difficult to believe, mate. But looks like it really is true, said Ron. And there is another thing, Hermione said, this diary is made using an ancient type of parchment which was last used in the Founders Era. If you look closely at the diary you will notice this. She then handed the diary to Harry, who peered closely at it and realized that the parchment was indeed different. It was more rough than the parchment used in his time and had also developed a yellowish tinge, probably due to being really old. So, are we going to decode the whole thing now? Percy asked doubtfully. Yeah, I think there has to be at least something important in her diary, Annabeth spoke. I mean, if the founders had invented that shield which protected us from the rain, then they must know something about it. Besides, we might get some information about wizard demigods too, considering that they were the last wizard demigods born before Harry. Harry felt a little apprehensive on hearing that. He didn't exactly want everyone to start a discussion about the special powers of wizard demigods or something like that. A few minutes later, Hermione had handed out sheets, which contained the symbols used in the book and their meanings and translations, to everyone. Then she tapped her wand lightly on the diary and muttered, Geminio. The next moment 12 copies of the diary were lying in front of them. So is this what the wizards do for cloning? Leo commented. Hermione then handed out a copy to each one of them and said, Right, so I think that the more people try to decode this diary, the faster our job would be done. Whoa, it feels so weird to use these muggle things. Ron muttered, looking at the paper sheet and pen in his hand. Harry had a feeling that he must be missing the parchment, quills and ink used in the wizarding world. The other campers stared at Ron as though he had gone mad. Come on, let's go and sit over there while we try to decode this. A voice spoke behind Harry. He turned around to find that it was Percy, pointing in a direction, a little away from the others. Harry didn't know what to say. He knew that he would blush half the time if he were to be in Percy's company again. But Percy was smiling so sweetly towards him that he just couldn't say no. They went and sat on the cool grass and started their work. Harry was finding this way too difficult because of his newly developed problems of dyslexia and ADHD. On looking up from his work, he noticed that Percy was suffering from the same difficulties as well. You are also finding it difficult to concentrate, isn't it? Harry asked him. Yeah, Percy replied. Then looking a little nervous, he continued, Look, Harry, I am really sorry about sleeping in your bed. You know, I was just trying to help you, and before I knew it, I just fell asleep over there. So I am really sorry, Percy replied, looking very ashamed and embarrassed. Hey, it's all right. Really, Harry replied, not knowing how to handle this exactly. To escape from this awkward moment, he once again tried to concentrate on the job at hand. In spite of his dyslexia, Harry was able to decipher quite a few things from the diary. He learned that Helga Hufflepuff loved to eat sweets, was fond of house elves, and specialized in the subject of herbology. He also learned that she was on excellent terms with her father Pluto, who usually treated her siblings very harshly, but was nice to her because of her kind nature and vast magical powers. She also seemed to have a thing for teaching, which Harry felt wasn't exactly a surprise, considering that she was one of the founders and all that. He was just beginning to get interested in her life story when he noticed something. There was a page missing in the diary. It looked as if someone had torn out the particular page. "There's a page missing," he told Percy. "I noticed it too. It looks like someone has torn out the page," Percy replied. Harry wondered whether he should tell this to Hermione, but just then he heard Hermione, Annabeth and others calling his and Percy's name. "I think they must have found something important. Let's go and see," Harry told Percy, who followed him immediately. "I think I found the important part," Draco Malfoy was yelling excitedly. Harry was a bit jealous to see that Draco had finished translating the entire book, but then he remembered that Draco had also taken the subject of ancient runes at Hogwarts, so probably he was used to translating stuff. Everyone had assembled around Draco, who was of course enjoying the attention, as he told them, "Hufflepuff has mentioned over here that she and the other founders were trying to make a super powerful potion that would make the drinker the most powerful witch or wizard ever. But apparently the potion went horribly wrong, and instead of increasing the powers of the drinker, the potion ended up sapping the drinker's powers." "Sapping the drinker's powers?" Nico asked, looking confused. Annabeth took the notes from Draco and started comparing them with hers and Hermione's notes. Then she looked up and told the others, "So, it looks like the founders created a very dangerous potion by mistake. And according to what's written over here, it doesn't exactly sap the powers of people, but rather it traps their powers inside them to such an extent that the victim becomes weaker and finally dies due to the excessive power trapped in their body. And if an immortal being drinks it, then they would slowly fade out due to the excessive power." "Has she described that potion in her diary?" Harry asked suspiciously. Annabeth nodded at him. "I know what you were trying to ask, Harry. She has described the said potion as a black-colored acidic substance, which is waterproof and has the ability to penetrate most of the substances. Also, if the potion is touched by bare hands, then it burns like anything. Besides, it also has the ability to seep through people's skin." "I think we all know what this means?" Hermione asked everyone. "Yeah, this means that our ham and oat-eating friends are not exactly that original. I am actually thinking of accusing them of plagiarism," Leo spoke sarcastically. "So, the bloody thing was invented by the founders?" Ron asked, looking shocked. "And if it slowly kills people, then does that mean that everyone over here who has been affected that potion will... Percy couldn't complete that sentence as he looked helplessly towards all his friends who had been drenched in that rain. A shocked silence followed his words as they all realized what Percy meant to say. "We all have been feeling quite ill since that rain incident, but we never thought that it could be something so serious," Piper whispered, looking very scared. Dread and fear flooded in Harry's heart as he remembered that all his friends in the wizarding world must also have been affected by that rain, which meant that their magical powers would also have been trapped in their bodies. Panic filled inside him, and his mind went numb as he realized that if something wasn't done immediately, then all his friends could die too. But then he remembered something. "Wait a minute, if they invented the potion, then they must have invented an antidote for it too," Harry said slowly. Hermione looked at him thoughtfully and started to go through their notes once again. After a few minutes she exclaimed, "Of course, Harry, you are brilliant. They did invent an antidote for the potion." Everyone turned to look at her with surprise. It looks like after the failure of their original potion, the founders had a bit of a fallout. So they all tried on their own to invent the antidote for the potion. But soon they realized that the separate stuff was of no use and the effects of the potion could only be reversed by mixing the 4 antidotes. Hermione was reading excitedly, her eyes shining brightly with excitement. "So that's quite simple, isn't it?" Nico asked. "We prepare those 4 antidotes and then mix them together?" "So has she written the procedure to prepare the antidote?" Draco asked. "Nope. What sort of a person writes potion and antidote recipes in their diary, Malfoy?" Hermione asked. "But if we don't get the procedure, then everything's finished," Jason pointed out. "We can't do anything without the antidotes." "About time he realizes that," Percy muttered, making Harry laugh. "I think I had seen something earlier," Annabeth muttered to herself and then asked Hermione abruptly, "Did you read the Goblin War part mentioned in the diary carefully?" Hermione went through the notes again and said the founders had fought in the First Goblin War and... "Wait," Hermione said suddenly. She looked at the notes and her eyes narrowed more and more as she read. The goblins had managed to steal the deadly potion and were planning to use it on the founders themselves. But thankfully, the founders had the antidotes with them. But after that incident, they decided to hide the antidotes in different places, so that the goblins won't be able to lay their hands on the antidotes too. So where did they hide the antidotes? Nico asked eagerly. For better safety, they decided to hide each antidote in a different place. Each founder hid the antidote which they had created, and they didn't tell their hiding places to the other founders. Hermione informed. That must be because the founders never really trusted each other, Draco put in. Also, half of them were Greek and half were Roman, so that must have increased the rivalry between them, Frank spoke. So, this means Hufflepuff hid the antidote which she had invented. But she didn't know where the others had hidden their antidotes, Harry summarized. That's what it seems to me, Hermione replied. Wait a minute. Percy spoke suddenly. She was a daughter of Pluto, right? So she must have been at Camp Jupiter at some point of her life. And wasn't Camp Jupiter attacked by those evil mortals recently? Harry could see that Percy was trying to connect the dots, but somehow it all still sounded quite far-fetched to him. Slytherin was a Roman demigod too, Leo pointed out. But there must have been some specific reason for those mortals to attack Camp Jupiter. I mean, they attacked Camp Half-Blood because they wanted to kidnap Chiron and Rachel. But why in the name of Jupiter did they attack our camp? What was the reason? Octavian asked, sounding really dramatic. They all brooded on this for a long time until Annabeth finally spoke up. Listen here, guys. It's no use trying to guess the location of those antidotes from here. This is just a lead that we have found. We still have a long way to go. Annabeth's right, Nico said. We still need to find more information about the HOATS guys. And then there are the 7 kidnapped people to be rescued too. Harry felt quite worried on remembering that Luna, Dumbledore, and the others had been kidnapped. They didn't even know whether those 7 were alive or not. Harry hoped that it won't be too late for all of them to rescue the prisoners. The others had become just as serious as him. Annabeth seemed to realize that there was no point in continuing the meeting any further, so she spoke. Okay, everyone, we'll get more information on the attack at Camp Jupiter, as well as this mysterious HOATS organization. As for now, you all can go and get some rest. The meeting is adjourned. Harry was just about to follow Percy and Tyson to the Poseidon cabin, when a sudden thought crossed his mind and he just stood still. What happened, Harry? Percy asked him. I was just thinking, Harry slowly asked him. You had said that Greeks and Romans were enemies in the past and they didn't even know about each other's existence for a long time, right? Yeah, that's correct, Percy answered. Well, then what exactly is the diary of a Roman demigod doing at Camp Half-Blood in the first place? Harry asked Percy, who stared at him, looking just as confused as Harry was. Hello, everyone. So what do you think about this chapter? I am really very anxious to hear your opinions, because I think this is the most crucial chapter, as they find out loads of info in it. And I am seriously hoping that I didn't turn it into the most confusing chapter. For those of you who found it too confusing, I am going to explain the same things in the next chapter but from the POV of the OC villain. Hope you liked this chapter. Please review. P.S. Just a little tip to everyone. Don't forget to log out from your account after using it, particularly if you are sharing your laptop or PC with your friends. I had a very embarrassing experience recently, where a really nice story accidentally got flamed from my account. But I apologized to the concerned author later on, so I guess it's alright now. P.S. Watched Sea of Monsters a few days back. I think it was much better than the first movie. At least Annabeth was blonde. The Blood of Seven. Chapter 21, The Blood of Seven. It was a dark room, where the only source of light was from the screen of a computer. A man was sitting behind the computer, staring at the screen. His expressions were unreadable, but the hint of cruelty in his eyes wasn't unnoticeable either. His pale hands moved across the keyboard swiftly, as he went through the information provided to him by his associate Dudley Dursley. Achilles' Riddle sighed, as he thought about their big plan. They were just a few steps away from creating the potion, which would make Muggle-Smortals more powerful than any other beings. The only problem was that these remaining steps were the most crucial and difficult steps of his entire scheme. I still don't understand how you managed to find out about this extraordinary potion, Master? Dudley asked. eyeing him with respect and amazement. Achilles thought for a while, measuring how much he should tell Dudley. Finally, he spoke. I found out about this potion when I was just a teenager, Dudley, no older than you. I was trying to acquire more information about the wizards and demigods, when I stumbled across the fact that there was a group of 4 ancient demigods, who, due to their unusual parentage, possessed the magical powers of the wizards too. These 4 wizard demigods, that's the term used for such people, had decided to make a potion, which would make the drinker the most powerful being ever. Oh, so we are going to make that potion, right? Dudley asked. No, the problem is that the potion which those wizard demigods had prepared went horribly wrong. It was a black-colored substance of acidic nature which started sapping away the drinker's powers instead of increasing them. Does this remind you of anything? He asked his associate. Dudley thought for a while, looking incredibly stupid, but slowly realization seemed to hit him, as he replied, the acid rain which we had created. It was this particular potion, right? Very good, Achilles replied, appreciating the fact that even the most dumbest of people started using their brains under his influence. But then how are we going to become more powerful, master? Dudley asked as confusion returned back on his features. According to my knowledge, those wizard demigods had prepared 4 antidotes, which when combined, could reverse the effect of their potion, and thus the drinker would be able to gain back their original powers. Achilles replied, but master, how is this information going to help us? Dudley asked, now looking even more confused. Achilles shook his head disappointedly before replying, while a wizard or a demigod or even an immortal being may get back their original powers upon drinking the antidotes, it isn't mentioned anywhere as to what would happen if a muggle drank the antidotes. I found this part most intriguing and hence decided to do some research. And what did you find out, master? Dudley asked, his voice sounding a little excited and impatient. I found out that if a muggle drinks those antidotes, he would acquire the powers of the wizards as well as the demigods. And perhaps he might even become more powerful than them. Ignoring the gasp of surprise from Dudley, he continued, but for that, it would be essential to add the blood of 7 people in the final antidote. Oh, so that's why you kidnapped them? But why did you choose those 7? Was there any specific reason? Dudley wondered. Out of the 7, I needed 2 powerful wizards, so obviously I went for the most powerful ones. After that, I needed the blood of 2 Olympians, a god and a goddess to be precise. My initially plan was to capture the king and queen of Olympus, but the ones who got captured instead are also quite sufficiently powerful to meet our requirements. Next on the list was a centaur, so I told my men to go after the most ancient and powerful centaur. After that, we needed the person who is hosting the oracle at present, hence the red-haired girl was captured. And finally, a wizard demigod was required. Hence we captured the blonde girl. Achilles replied, once again turning back towards the computer screen. So, is that blonde girl a wizard demigod, or perhaps we can call her a witch demigoddess? Dudley suggested with a snort. Achilles frowned. He didn't like jokes, especially silly ones made by his associates. But for once he decided to ignore it, and replied in a calm tone, yes, Dudley, the Luna Lovegood girl is a wizard demigod. Remember the special program which I had asked you to feed into our computers? We were able to trace her location because of it. But wasn't there some problem in the computers when that program was executed? Dudley asked, looking nervous. Are you sure, master, that she is the right person? Yes, I remember about the problem, but the signals were clearly indicating that the wizard demigod lived in England, or to be more precise, in the village of Ottery St. Catchpole. After that, the program went a little haywire, but it had finally indicated the Lovegood house. It had also indicated that the wizard demigod is in its teen years, so it couldn't have been her father, obviously, which left her as the only candidate. Achilles finished calmly. So is she a demigod? Dudley asked. Her father is obviously a wizard. Her mother might be a goddess. We can find out eventually from the girl herself. Isn't it? Achilles asked in return. Yes, master, Dudley replied. It looked as though he wanted to ask more questions, but another one of their associates called him for some work. You need to get going, Dudley. Achilles spoke and heaved a sigh of relief as Dudley left the room and he finally got some privacy. Achilles closed his eyes and allowed his thoughts to wander over to his past. His childhood hadn't exactly been a very happy one. He had faced lots of difficulties and struggles. The struggle to survive, the struggle to understand, and finally the struggle to accept the fact that he had no place in the heart of those whom he belonged to. Yes, he might be doing this for the mortal smuggles, but there were more shades to this war than those seen by the normal eyes. For Achilles, this war was personal. He knew he wasn't as evil as the people who had dumped him. After all, he was willing to share the powers, which he was sure he would gain in the near future, with his followers. How many people would be ready to do that? He had known his mother's identity from the beginning, but he didn't know anything about his father yet, the reason being that he had become acquainted with his real name quite recently. As for his plans, he was dead confident that they would succeed. The attack at Camp Jupiter was for a reason. Their spy at the camp, yes, he had managed to turn one of them on his side, had stolen the procedure of Hufflepuff's antidote in the whole chaos created by the fire, and had handed it over to him. One found, 3 more left, he mused to himself. Just then he heard a knock at the door. Come inside, he ordered. Some of his followers entered. A tall, confident-looking man, who stood at the lead of the group, spoke. Master, we have made all the arrangements for your meeting with the 7 prisoners. Good. But I hope you've remembered my instructions as to how I want that meeting to take place? Achilles asked them. Yes, master, they won't be able to see you, and they have been specifically instructed not to ask any questions and speak only when something is asked to them, his follower replied. That will do. I will come in the conference room in a short while, Achilles replied. His followers left, leaving him alone to plan the questions that he wanted to ask the 7 prisoners. He wanted to acquire a lot of information from his prisoners, particularly from the little wizard demigod girl, as he was quite curious to know about her parentage. Also, he was going to amuse himself by interviewing the Olympians and those 2 supposedly powerful wizards. Looks like this would be fun, he thought to himself, as he got up and left the room. Hello everyone. So, I hope this chapter solved the confusion and probably answered some of your questions which the earlier chapter had created. I think it's much easier to explain things from the POV of the bad guys instead of the good ones, because the bad guys usually do know a lot more than the good ones. So, what do you think about this mysterious Achilles riddle? And do you think that his assumptions are correct or there has been some serious misunderstanding? Hope you liked this chapter. Please review Daughter of Hecate, Chapter 22 Daughter of Hecate. Alyssa's P.O.V. Alyssa, the daughter of Hecate, was currently sitting alone in the Hecate cabin and silently praying to her mother. She really wanted to establish a contact with her mother, as she had a feeling that Hecate might be knowing something about the ancient wizard demigods and would perhaps be able to provide some help to all of them. Please, mother, can't you just answer my prayers for once? She thought desperately. Hecate hadn't contacted her children since the war with Gaia, apparently losing a large number of her children in the Second Titan War, which had been immediately followed by the Second Giant War, had a deep effect on Hecate, who had refused to stay in contact with her remaining children. Alyssa knew that being the leader of Hecate Cabin, it was her responsibility to reestablish contact with their mother, but so far she had been unsuccessful. Shaking her head disappointedly, she left the cabin, not sure of what exactly she should be doing. Her mind was in a panicked state, as she knew that they had very few days in their hands if they really wanted to do something. The life of the 7 prisoners was in danger, as well as of all those people who were affected by the rain, including herself. She had been feeling feverish and ill since the rain incident, but hadn't exactly realized its seriousness until yesterday when they all had found out about the consequences of the dreadful potion. She walked further along the edge of the camp, not exactly sure of where she was heading to, when she saw Percy and Harry practicing sword fighting in the arena. Apparently, Percy was teaching him a new move. Okay, now you really need to practice this one carefully, Harry. It's a really important move in sword fighting, Percy instructed him. He lounged forward, but Harry managed to dodge Riptide's blade quite easily. Good, Percy said and smiled. But the moment Percy smiled at him, Harry blushed like anything, totally lost his focus, and Percy managed to knock out the Gryffindor's sword from his hand in his next move. Really, Harry, you need to pay some attention, Percy scolded him, looking quite disapproving and apparently unaware of the effect of his smile on the emerald-eyed wizard demigod. Alyssa was a little surprised, as she had never seen Percy behave strictly with anyone. It looked as if he was extremely serious where Harry's training was concerned. They soon started practicing again. Harry finally learned the new move, which seemed to make him quite happy, and he gave a brilliant smile to Percy. Now it was Percy's turn to get all blushed up and fumble, as Riptide went flying from his hand when Harry attacked again. "Wow, that was easy." Harry laughed. "That's not fair." Percy said, "I got distracted because you were smiling at me," he complained. "Hey, even I was getting distracted when you were smiling," Harry replied, sounding really indignant. Alyssa burst out laughing after overhearing this cute argument. "You two look so adorable when you fight like that," she said, making both of them turn to look at her with surprise. "Hi Alyssa," Harry said. "We don't look adorable," Percy exclaimed. "Yes you do," she said, still laughing. "So, Percy, are you being very strict with Harry or something?" she asked him, now enjoying the situation even more. "Well, of course not. I am not being strict. Isn't it, Harry?" He turned to ask Harry. But strangely enough, Harry wasn't paying any attention towards them, and was staring at something in the direction of the woods. "Harry, are you listening?" Alyssa asked him, and was surprised when Harry pointed towards the woods and exclaimed, "I think I saw someone over there." Alyssa and Percy turned around and saw a strange light glowing in the woods. "Let's go and see," Percy said immediately, and ran towards the woods with Harry close behind him. "What? Wait, could be something dangerous," Alyssa shouted, but followed the two boys nevertheless. They soon entered the woods and reached the place where the light was coming from. Alyssa stared at the person in front of them with shock and surprise for one whole minute, before letting out a gasp and exclaiming, "Mother!" She saw her mother, Hecate, the goddess of magic, standing calmly in front of them. She was wearing robes of a very pale color. There was a thin smile playing on her lips, and her disapproving expressions immediately made it clear to Alyssa that something, or rather everything, was wrong. "How are you, Mother?" Alyssa asked her in a tone which she hoped sounded polite and respectful enough. "Wait a minute, she's your mother? So she must be Hecate, the goddess of magic, right?" Harry asked, looking at Hecate with interest. Alyssa remembered that this was the first time that he was actually meeting a Greek goddess in person. "I am fine, daughter," Hecate replied to Alyssa. Then turning her gaze towards Harry, she said, "And I don't want a spawn of Gaia to stare at me as though I am some interesting specimen." "Don't talk to him like that," Percy said angrily. "Mother!" Alyssa exclaimed once again. She had already been embarrassed enough when her mother had denied permission to Harry to enter the Hecate cabin. "I know what I am saying, daughter. Wizard demigods always bring bad fortune for both the wizarding as well as the demigod world. And if the wizard demigod is a son of Gaia, then even Zeus won't be able to save our worlds from his evil plans," Hecate said. "I don't have any evil plans," Harry almost shouted angrily. "Really, and why exactly should I believe you? I don't believe in prophecies. I prefer to learn from the past instead," Hecate replied. "What are you talking about?" Percy asked her. "The 4 wizard demigods from the past are responsible for everything that is happening. They were powerful and responsible enough, and hence I had entrusted them with almost all the secrets of our worlds. And look what they ended up doing with those secrets. They invented a horrible potion, which will now become the cause of our destruction." Hecate finished, looking very angry. Both Harry and Percy were glaring at Hecate, and Alyssa wondered whether her mother had started spending a lot of time in Olympus with Zeus to suddenly become so overdramatic. But then she realized that it wasn't possible, because Hecate was also a goddess of the underworld, and usually loved to spend her free time over there. This thought, however, reminded her of something else, as she immediately decided to ask her mother, "Mother, can you summon the souls of the founders from the underworld? I think they must know the locations of the antidotes, as they had hidden the procedures themselves." Both Harry and Percy gave her a "have you lost it?" kind of look. Hecate looked at her, momentarily surprised, and then asked, "And may I know, how exactly did you find out about the antidotes?" "We managed to translate Hufflepuff's diary," Alyssa replied, flushing a little. Her mother had clearly instructed her not to ever touch that book. She hadn't even told them about it being a diary in the first place, but they had all been really desperate for help, so Alyssa had allowed them to translate it. We had to try something, Mother, she added, still looking ashamed, or at least, she hoped that she was looking ashamed. All right. Anyways, it's not as if this is the first time that you have disobeyed me. I have become quite used to it now. Hecate shrugged and continued, but if you want to communicate with the souls of the founders, then I am afraid it's not possible. Why? Percy immediately asked. They could tell us straight away where they have hidden the procedures for the cure. That would make everything a lot more easy. Well, you see, that wretched rain might not have seeped deep down into Tartarus, but it managed to destroy Underworld to some extent. And Hades might not be as paranoid as Zeus, but he feels that even the Underworld should be sealed for some time just for safety purposes. But how can the Underworld be sealed? Alyssa asked confusedly. Well, the souls of the dead people will continue traveling to the Underworld, of course. It's just that the reverse processes have been brought to a halt, meaning that living people, like you demigods, can't come for a visit in the Underworld, and souls of the dead can't be sent over here for communicating with the living people, Hecate finished. Wow, looks like we've hit a dead end, Percy whispered. No, wait a minute, Harry said, looking lost in his thoughts. You said you had helped the founders, right? So, do you have any idea as to where they could have hidden the antidote procedures? He asked Hecate. Of course not, idiotic boy, Hecate exclaimed. I had stopped talking to them after they messed up the potion. I don't know a thing about this antidote business. Really? Then how come you knew that the book was Hufflepuff's diary? Oh, and by the way, what was it doing in a Greek camp when Hufflepuff herself was Roman? Harry asked her. His bright green eyes narrowed in a shrewd manner. Alyssa and Percy stared at him for a moment, looking both shocked and impressed. You know what, boy, you actually seem to have some brains, or maybe it's just your mother's genes coming out in you, Hecate muttered, and then said, but I can't see any reason to speak on this topic with you all. Gods and goddesses aren't supposed to help little heroes on their quests, to be honest. You are allowed to assist the heroes sometimes. Besides, this isn't a normal everyday quest. This is something way more serious than that, Percy pointed out. Mother, please. We really need the information, otherwise everyone would die, Alyssa said, looking straight into her mother's eyes, hoping that her mother would understand the graveness of the situation and keep her petty issues aside. Hecate stared at her for some time, making her wonder what in Hades was her mother thinking. Finally she replied, fine, I think that just for once I might help you, even though I was most disappointed by some of the decisions that you had made earlier. So, even after breaking contacts with all of the founders, I couldn't bring myself to stay angry at little Helga for a long time. Because firstly, she was the princess of the underworld, and secondly, she was the sweetest and kindest demigod I had ever had the fortune to meet. So, did she told you about the antidotes? Percy asked her, sounding a little hopeful now. Hecate nodded and replied, she told me that they had made 4 antidotes, which upon mixing would create the cure for the potion. She also told me that they were hiding their antidotes at different places, just so that it becomes difficult for the goblins or anyone else to lay their hands on the cure. And then, Alyssa asked her, it was during the First Goblin War. All the founders had separated to hide their respective antidotes at different places. Rowena was at Hogwarts, I think. I don't know where Salazar and Godric were, but I had met Helga while she was trying to enter Camp Half-Blood, Hecate replied. Trying to enter Camp Half-Blood? Percy wondered. She had spread some false rumors that the procedure to create the antidote invented by her was hidden at Camp Jupiter. I think she had even taken the troubles to actually hide a fake formula somewhere in the Roman camp. Hecate's speech got interrupted, as Percy suddenly turned around, looking extremely alert. Who's there? He called out. Percy, what happened? Harry asked him. I heard a gasp from someone. Right over there, he said, pointing behind a tree. Should I continue, or have you all lost your interest in hearing this? Hecate asked, sounding somewhat irritated. Yes, Mother, please continue, Alyssa said hurriedly, fearing that Hecate won't tell them the whole story, if she got offended in any way. Right, so as I was saying, she had hidden the fake formula at the Roman camp, and brought the real formula with her, to hide it over here at Camp Half-Blood, Hecate finished. What? Percy exclaimed.
Impossible.
Alyssa shouted. I thought so, Harry said. I had been suspicious for the whole time about her diary being at this camp. Yes, she had brought the diary with her, Hecate replied. But Roman demigods weren't allowed at Camp Half-Blood during those times, right? Alyssa asked her. I think she had told the demigods over here that she was a Greek. Chiron might have recognized her, but he didn't said anything either. Also, 2 of her best friends were Greeks, so it was extremely easy for her to locate this camp, Hecate answered. But where exactly in the camp did she hide the procedure? Harry asked her. Well, now that's something that even I don't know, Hecate replied, sounding quite honest and truthful for once. They all stood in silence for some time, pondering over this whole story. Then suddenly, in a flash of light, Hecate disappeared. Mother, wait! Alyssa shouted, but Hecate had already left. Wow, some mother you have, Percy whispered. You know what? She wasn't always like this. In fact, she used to be a really serene and peaceful goddess, Alyssa replied. Then how come she suddenly became so short-tempered? Harry asked curiously. I don't know, but I guess that it's somehow my fault, Alyssa replied. After the Second Titan War, very few of Hecate's children had managed to survive. Hence, Mother had clearly instructed us that we shouldn't participate in the Second Giant War. Nor should we help the rest of the Greek demigods when the Romans had came marching on our camp. She must have been worried about all of you, Harry said. Yes, well, but I didn't listen to her and decided to help the others in the war. And as I am the leader of the Hecate cabin, all of my siblings decided to follow me too. So, now Mother has decided to blame me for all the children that she has lost in the war with Gaia. Alyssa stopped abruptly as she realized who she was talking to. I mean it wasn't your mother's fault, Harry. She added in a hurry. It's okay. I have sort of got the idea about the type of person, goddess my mother is. And well, wait a minute. Where's Percy? He suddenly asked, looking around. Alyssa turned too, only to realize that Percy had suddenly disappeared. She was totally panicked for a moment, until she heard Percy's voice from behind a tree. Come here, quickly. Percy called over to them. They ran to the place, where he was standing and peering closely at something on the ground. Look, there are someone's footprints over here, and they don't exactly look quite old to me. Wasn't I saying that someone was hiding behind this tree and listening to our conversation all along? He asked. But why would anyone do that? Harry wondered. It's not as if we are going to hide this information from the others. Yeah, that's really strange, Percy said. Alyssa too felt that this was indeed a very curious thing to happen, but she remembered that they had some more important stuff to think about, like finding the formula hidden by Hufflepuff for starters. We can think about this later. I guess we should first inform the others about what we have found out, Alyssa told the 2 of them. They spend some more time discussing the whereabouts of Hufflepuff's formula, but finally, when none of them were able to come up with anything suitable enough, they decided to just go and tell everyone else about it. Alyssa knew what the 2 boys must be thinking about, as she followed them back towards the cabins, wondering herself where exactly in the entire camp could Hufflepuff have hidden the formula. Hi everyone. So what do you think about this chapter? And do you have any idea as to where the formula could be? I have sort of finally decided a proper place for it, but I always love to know what you all are guessing. And who do you think was eavesdropping on their conversation? Oh, and most importantly, what do you think about the OC daughter of Hecate? Is she good enough to get more importance in the story? Anyways, hope you enjoyed this chapter. And please review The Traitor and the Sea God. Chapter 23, The Traitor and the Sea God. He had been walking around the edge of the camp, glancing occasionally towards the pair of boys, who were practicing sword fighting. Well, he had to admit that the wizard demigod was improving, perhaps quite slowly, but he was definitely getting better and better at the demigod techniques. Unfortunately, though, this was a bad sign for him and his master. He saw that the silly daughter of Hecate was also observing their practice. And then, for some unknown reason, she suddenly burst out laughing, which startled the 2 boys. And wait, are they blushing now? The 3 of them started having some stupid conversation, but he wasn't interested in listening to that. His attention was drawn towards the strange light glowing in the woods, and he realized that now, the wizard demigod was staring at it too. The 3 idiots started running towards the light, and realizing immediately that it must be for some important reason, he decided to follow them. He was almost about to gasp in shock and surprise as he saw the Greek counterpart of Trivia. He wasn't sure, but perhaps her Greek name was Hecate or something. He immediately hid behind a tree, trying to listen to as much of their stupid conversation as possible. Well, surprisingly, he had to admit that the conversation wasn't sounding entirely stupid. Hecate's daughter had asked her mother to arrange a meeting with the Founder's souls. Thankfully, though, the goddess replied that Hades had closed the entrance to the underworld, so they wouldn't be able to travel down there. He let out a sigh of relief upon hearing that, because if these idiots were to acquire first-hand information from the Founders themselves as to where the formulas for the antidotes were hidden, then he was sure that their entire plan would have gone awry. He stood there listening for some more time, and then his heart did a double-take as it dawned upon him that the goddess was going to tell them the location of where Pluto's daughter had hidden her piece of formula. The goddess spoke. All the Founders had separated to hide their respective antidotes at different places. Rowena was at Hogwarts, I think. I don't know where Salazar and Godric were, but I had met Helga while she was trying to enter Camp Half-Blood. A shocked silence followed her words. He really didn't know what to think. How and why would Hufflepuff be at Camp Half-Blood? He knew that she had been at Camp Jupiter. He had found out that piece of information himself. In fact, it was he who had taken the efforts to discover the hidden piece of parchment on which Hufflepuff had written the formula. Just as he was reminiscing in these thoughts, Hecate's next words reached his ears. She had spread some false rumors that the procedure to create the antidote invented by her was hidden at Camp Jupiter. I think she had even taken the troubles to actually hide a fake formula somewhere in the Roman camp. He couldn't help it as a sudden gasp escaped from his throat. The formula was a fake. All his time and efforts were wasted in retrieving a fake formula. And worse still, he had handed it over to his boss, who was sure to punish him for this blunder. He couldn't believe that he had fallen so easily in a trap arranged by Helga Hufflepuff. Wasn't she supposed to be the dumbest of the 4 Founders? But don't forget that she was a Roman, and Romans can be quite cunning at times, just the way you yourself are. A small part of his brain reminded him. Just then, his attention was caught as the annoying son of Poseidon interrupted Hecate's monologue. He said something about hearing a gasp from behind the trees, and was right now staring at the very tree behind which he was hiding. Fortunately, though, Hecate interrupted him, sounding a little irritated. Seizing this opportunity, he turned his back on their little group and started running away from the woods as fast as he could. He continued to run, feeling slightly angry at himself. Really, he should have chosen a better hiding place instead of a cliched tree. That Percy Jackson is much sharper and smarter than everyone assumes him to be. After debating for some time in his mind, he straightaway headed towards Chiron's office. He remembered that the foolish old centaur had a computer in his office. How relieved he was to find that the door to Chiron's office was left wide open by the Greeks. Well, there's a reason we have always considered them to be fools after all, he thought snidely. He sat in the seat in front of Chiron's computer and started typing an email to his boss, which stated all the facts and information that he had recently found out. He sent it to him and just sat over there, waiting impatiently for a reply. In just a few minutes, Achilles' riddle replied back to him. The reply was as follows: find the real formula as fast as you can. There's a possibility that the goddess is the one who's mistaken and the formula at the Roman camp was the real one. But I don't want to take any chances. Not when you have already disappointed me so greatly. He almost flinched on reading that sentence. Also, I am going to send a troop of my army to Hogwarts for collecting the formula of the second antidote. I had a feeling that it might be over there, and your message has just confirmed my suspicions. Thanks for that. Who knows, I might spare your life just this once. That sentence made him sigh in relief as well as narrow his eyes in confusion. And now don't disturb me again, as I am going to be busy interrogating my dear prisoners, especially the witch demigod. Wait, what? Twice. He reread his master's reply and failed quite miserably at understanding whatever his master was trying to tell him. Okay, so he was supposed to find the formula hidden at Camp Half-Blood. Not a big deal, right? But how in the name of Jupiter did his master found out that the second formula was hidden at the magical school in Britain, and he was giving him the credit for finding out its location? Not that he was complaining, but he really couldn't understand how exactly he had done it. And finally there was the mention of the witch demigod. He didn't know what his master meant by that, as they were hardly in any contact these days. But as far as he knew, there was only one person at present who was a child of a goddess as well as some wizard. So the mention of a witch demigod surprised him largely. He was lost in these thoughts, when suddenly he heard footsteps near the office door. Wait, had he himself forgotten to lock the door too? Just how allergic the Greek insanity exactly was, he wondered. He was about to get up and lock the door when a voice shouted, "Hey, Jason, what are you doing over there?" Poseidon's P.O.V. The god of the sea was sitting in a corner of their little prison-like room and staring at his companions. Athena seemed to be thinking about something deeply. Well, what else is a goddess of wisdom supposed to do? He wondered to himself. Luna and Rachel were talking about something, and considering the fact that Rachel wasn't looking too irritated, he felt that they might be discussing something other than Nargles. Chiron and Dumbledore were having some sort of a conversation too. Poseidon couldn't help but notice how very similar personalities these two had. No doubt they got along so well. He closed his eyes, and his thoughts wandered over to his son. He never showed it on the outside, but deep down he cared a lot about Percy. He hoped that Percy was all right and had somehow managed to save himself from that rain. He sometimes wondered whatever everyone at Camp Half-Blood and Olympus was doing currently, and whether they had any plans of rescuing the hostages. Well, baby bro would be doing nothing to rescue them, that he was certain of. If anything at all, he probably would have just sealed up Olympus to protect himself. Just then, he felt a poke in his back. Turning around, he saw Tom, or Voldemort as the man liked to call himself, looking at him. "What?" Poseidon asked him. For some reason he didn't like talking to Voldemort because, well, the latter wasn't exactly a friendly sort of person. "I think I heard some voices. There are people talking just outside this room," Voldemort replied. "Really?" Poseidon asked him. He hadn't heard any voices, he was sure of that. Maybe Tom had finally lost it and had started imagining stuff. "I didn't hear any voices," he told him. "Of course you wouldn't have heard them. You seem to be thinking about something too deeply," Voldemort replied. "Yes, well, I was worried about my son," he answered defensively. "You have a son? But aren't you a god or something?" Voldemort asked him, sounding a little curious. Poseidon felt a twinge of irritation. "Who told you that gods don't have any children?" "I have had thousands of children over the eons." Voldemort looked merely puzzled. He was about to turn away, obviously dissatisfied from their little conversation, when Poseidon decided to ask him a few things in return. "So, tell me about your family?" "I don't have a family," Voldemort replied shortly, sounding a little annoyed. My my followers are the closest thing to a family that I've ever had." "And, what about your parents?" the sea god asked, now feeling more curious about this strange creature. "I do not wish to talk about my filthy muggle father. However, my mother was from a really noble and powerful family." Here he paused, and when he spoke the next sentence, there was a distinct hint of pride in his voice. "I am the descendant of Salazar Slytherin, the most powerful wizard ever, and a founder of Hogwarts." Poseidon was shocked to say the least. This person standing in front of him was a descendant of Salazar. His son Salazar Slytherin. Poseidon just couldn't believe it. Voldemort didn't look anything like his Roman son. But then again, you can't expect him to. Almost a millennium had passed since Salazar Slytherin had existed. The sea god was reminded of the demigod Frank-Zhang, who looked so much like Mars that it was almost impossible for anyone to realize that he might be related to Poseidon as well. "Can you speak Parseltongue?" Poseidon asked him. Now that was a sure way of finding out whether this person was indeed his descendant or not. Because you see, only the children or descendants of the Roman counterpart of Poseidon, Neptune, had the ability to speak the snake language. His Greek children could understand it sometimes, but they weren't that good in it. "Of course I can speak Parseltongue. I inherited this ability from my noble ancestor Salazar Slytherin," he answered as his voice sounded quite proud once again. But then suddenly he narrowed his eyes a bit and asked him, "But why are you asking this? And how do you know about it?" Poseidon was almost tempted to give an answer like, "Duh, obviously because I am a god," but he decided against it. Instead, he diverted his attention to more pressing problems, such as what could possibly be the meaning of Voldemort being his descendant. And why had the fates arranged their meeting in such a strange place at an even stranger time? He was pulled out from these thoughts as a brick in one of the walls moved sideways. His first thoughts were that perhaps their dinner had arrived. How he had learned to even think of that horribly disgusting stuff as dinner was beyond him, but he let out a low gasp the next moment, as he realized that this time, even more bricks in the wall were moving. What's happening? Rachel wondered, sounding a little scared. Looks like our captors have finally decided to have a conversation with us, Dumbledore replied, as a group of men in black uniform, not unlike the ones who had attacked Olympus, entered the room. They all were carrying some sort of guns which, Poseidon suspected, must be filled with the lethal substance that they had used earlier. I think you must have heard their voices, Tom, Poseidon told Voldemort, who for once didn't seem to be bothered about being called Tom, as he was too busy staring at those men, especially their guns. The fear in his red pupils couldn't have been any more obvious. One of those men spoke. Get in a line, put your hands above your head and follow us. We won't tolerate any kind of disobedience. Now do as I have instructed if you know what's good for you. The way the man was speaking with them, anger and disgust obvious in his voice, made the golden ichor in Poseidon's veins boil. He wanted to create a huge earthquake this very moment and just kill off those evil beings. But he knew that the rain had affected his powers badly, and it won't be wise to just use up all of his saved energy. Instead, he turned to see the reactions of his fellow prisoners. Athena, Dumbledore, Chiron and Luna seemed to have made the wise decision of following the instructions given to them, at least for the time being. Voldemort was now glaring at those people, muttering something that sounded like Avada Kedavra and Crucio under his breath. Poseidon wondered whatever those words could mean. Rachel, on the other hand, started shouting at them, "If you think that we are going to follow your orders, then perhaps you should get your brain examined or something." But she was interrupted by Athena, who said, "Rachel, we are not in a position to say no to them, at least until we know what their demands are." The girl looked like she wanted to argue, but finally she just nodded quietly. "Are you finally going to tell us why we have been brought over here?" Dumbledore asked those men. "No, because that isn't your business, you foolish old man," one of the mortals replied. Then he turned towards the rest of them and yelled, "Are you idiots going to move or not?" Poseidon stared at his companions. Slowly they all nodded and formed a line, with their hands held above their heads. His protective instincts kicking in, Poseidon decided to stand at the beginning of the line so that, if necessary, it would be somehow possible for him to protect the others. Just then the mortals threw their next surprise, as one of them said, "Wait, we need to blindfold this lot before we take them outside." "Now that's just outrageous," Chiron shouted, finally losing his cool. "How dare you think of blindfolding us?" "Shut up, you half-horse," a very arrogant-looking mortal replied. To Poseidon's immense indignation and humiliation, the mortals started tying some black-colored material around his eyes. It wasn't normal clothing for sure, maybe another one of these foolish mortals' invention. He felt as though the world had dissolved into darkness as the material totally refrained him from being able to see anything. Not that there was much light in their cell in the first place. Some movement behind him told him that his fellow prisoners were being blindfolded as well. "And now, let's move these pathetic creatures," someone exclaimed, and Poseidon felt himself being roughly tugged by some mortal. "Try what you want, you evil fools, but we will win in the end," he thought to himself. Hey everyone, I know it's been a long time since I last updated this story, but I am really sorry. I had exams and then I was busy with my other story, so it really took some time. So who do you think the first POV in this chapter belonged to? I know it says Jason, but it could be someone else too. Yes, I know it sounds weird, but you'll find out in the next chapter. And yeah, the second formula is going to be at Hogwarts. Too obvious, isn't it? I know that probably half of you must be expecting it. I had so wanted to do a POV of Poseidon. Hope you all liked it. And please review. P.S. I haven't got my copy of House of Hades yet. I know that's shocking. But I saw that some of the spoilers said that it contains some Nico Percy stuff. Is that true?
Ham Oates, chapter 2-4 Ham Oates.
Hermione's POV. Hermione Granger was walking briskly behind Leo Valdez, feeling a little confused and angry at that boy. She soon increased her speed to catch up with him and almost screamed, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that there was internet access in your camp?" I had wanted to contact my parents for so long. Actually, Annabeth had insisted that Hermione should help Leo with some of his latest inventions. Her magical skills seemed to make the job easier and faster to finish. The two of them had been working for a long time, when Leo suddenly seemed to notice her depressed mood and asked her what's wrong. Well, she hadn't thought it would be possible for him to notice anything other than the machines that he invents. But Hermione felt that there was nothing wrong in telling him the matter, as she had wanted to discuss it with someone for so long. Harry was quite busy with his training these days. Ron wouldn't understand, and telling anything to Draco Malfoy was, well, unimaginable. So she told Leo about her parents, and how she missed them and wanted to contact them very badly. She knew it was a little selfish of her to worry about her parents when even Ron hadn't heard anything from his family for so long, but she couldn't help it. To her surprise, however, Leo told her about Chiron's computer, saying that she could contact her parents from over there. And before she knew it, he started running in the direction of the office belonging to the horse-napped centaur. So yeah, right now she was running after him, feeling extremely annoyed with the demigods for not informing them about the internet access earlier. Relax, Hermione, Leo answered with a sigh, and anyways, you didn't said anything about wanting to mail anyone before. Oh, and it would be better if you lower your voice, because otherwise the rest of the campers are sure to find us. Hermione was a bit confused by this. What's wrong if the other campers did found us? She asked him. Well, Leo replied, rolling his eyes, no one's allowed to use the computer in Chiron's office without his permission. Something which is totally impossible in the present situation, considering that he has been captured. You see, the excess use of computers and other such modern devices attracts the monsters towards our camp. So we only have this one computer, which is to be used only in case of any emergency. Oh, but then, will it be okay if I used it? Hermione asked, feeling a little apprehensive. She didn't want it to break any sort of rules after all. Actually, Chiron had once allowed Piper to use it for contacting her father. I am sure he would have allowed you to, but I still don't think that we should let the others know about it because they all are a bit too much panicked and worried right now, Leo answered. He paused for a bit, looking a little unsure, and then asked her, but, I used to think that wizards communicate only through letters? My parents are muggles, non-magical people, Hermione replied, so they won't have any problem in dealing with emails. Leo looked like he wanted to know more about this subject. But they had almost reached Chiron's office now, and Hermione noticed to her surprise that the door to the office was left wide open. Is someone over there? She wondered aloud. She poked her head inside and saw a blonde boy sitting at the computer. Her first thought was that it might be Draco, but then she realized that it was a ridiculous idea because Draco Malfoy wouldn't know how to operate a computer after all. Just then Leo called out, Hey, Jason, what are you doing over there? The blonde boy almost jumped from his chair. He hastily began to delete whatever he had been doing, and then turned behind to stare at them. His eyes widened with shock and fear. Nope, it wasn't Jason. Oh, Octavian, it's you, Leo exclaimed, looking a little embarrassed. I thought it might be Jason, Both of you look so similar from behind. Octavian seemed to get a little angry upon hearing that he was somehow mistaken for Jason. Why did you deleted all that stuff when we came? Hermione asked, feeling a little suspicious about this guy. For some weird reason, she had a feeling that he wasn't up to anything good. That's none of your business, which Octavian growled. Shut up, Octavian, Leo exclaimed a little angrily. Besides, even I think that you ought to tell us what you were doing over here all alone. It's quite suspicious, I was trying to acquire information about the Hamotes organization, he replied defensively. I was just surfing the net to see if there's anything that might help us. Hermione didn't believe one word of what he'd said. It was totally clear to her that he was lying. In that case, why did you delete everything when we came inside? We could have had a look at it too, she asked him. Search for yourselves then, if you are so interested in it, Octavian exclaimed. I have more important things to do instead of chatting with two idiots. With that, he hurried out of the room, roughly shoving past Hermione and Leo. Hermione was a bit surprised. No one had ever called her an idiot before. Oh well, she sighed. I am sure he was up to something though. I think so too. But Hermione, I think you should hurry up with your email. We seriously don't want the other campers, especially Annabeth, to find out about this, Leo replied, looking a little worried. Hermione had to agree with that because Annabeth was extremely strict when it came to rules and discipline. So Hermione sat in the chair in front of Chiron's computer and started typing her message, while Leo stood near the door to make sure that the other campers don't turn up unexpectedly. "All right," Hermione said after almost half an hour, as she finished sending the mail, "let's get going." But she saw that Leo seemed to be in some sort of a deep thought and probably hadn't heard what she'd said. "Leo," she tried again. "Octavian's idea might actually work." Leo said slowly, "I mean, these people are mortals. There's a really good chance of finding something about them on the net." Hermione considered this. To be honest, she didn't really felt that a powerful secret organization, even if it was founded by muggles, would be stupid enough to leave hints for them on the internet. But she still didn't pointed this out to Leo because, well, who knows, they might indeed find something important in the end. Leo typed the words Hamotes, and he and Hermione stared at the screen where dozens of results popped up immediately. Hermione went through most of them, realizing that a majority of them were just stupid recipes about how to make stuff using ham and oats. "Well, this is totally useless," Hermione muttered. "I mean, who'd want to eat stuff made from ham and oats? That's a stupid combination. I'd prefer ambrosia and nectar to this any day." Leo replied, looking quite disappointed with the results. "And look," Hermione exclaimed upon seeing another stupid result. "A certain restaurant near the Empire State Building is named as Hamotes. Now that's just ridicule." Hermione couldn't complete her sentence because at that precise moment Leo had almost snatched the mouse from her hand and clicked on the stupid restaurant's link, muttering something like, "Empire State Building. That can't be a coincidence." "Leo, what's wrong?" Hermione asked him, but he was too busy trying to read the article that had now popped up on the screen. Hermione started reading it too. It had some information about a really cheap restaurant named Hamotes, which was located just a few streets away from the Empire State Building. Hermione thought it was a quite ordinary and commonplace restaurant. She really couldn't understand what was so special about it. When she asked that to Leo, he replied, "Well, its location is the thing which makes it so important. You see, it's situated way too close to the Empire State Building." "So?" Hermione asked, now feeling totally confused. Well, I don't know whether you know this or not, Hermione, but the Olympus is situated on the 600th floor of the Empire State Building," Leo answered. "What?" Hermione almost shouted in surprise. "But that building doesn't have 600 floors in the first place. And wasn't Olympus supposed to be somewhere in Greece?" "Well, even I haven't actually been over there before, but from what Percy and Annabeth had told me, the Olympus is definitely situated over there," Leo replied. Hermione asked, "So, that's why you are feeling suspicious about that restaurant?" "Yeah, I mean, that place is called Hamotes, and it's located almost directly under the noses of all the Olympians." "That sounds just like something our mortal friends would do," Leo exclaimed. Just then they heard someone calling their names from a distance. It was Travis Stoll. "I think we should go and see why they are calling us," Hermione muttered. She really didn't like the feeling of Annabeth finding out that they'd broken the rules. So she and Leo hurried out of Chiron's office and found Travis running towards them. "Hurry up," he exclaimed. "Percy, Harry and Alyssa have found out something important, and they have called everyone for a meeting." Hermione saw that almost everyone had assembled in the amphitheater where the current meeting was being held. "Where were the two of you?" Annabeth asked angrily. "We looked for you in Bunker 9 because I thought you two were still working on that invention, but we didn't found you over there." "Well," Hermione began, wondering whether she should tell the truth or not. "We had just finished the work and were coming back from Bunker 9 when we saw Octavian sneaking into Chiron's office. So we decided to follow him." Leo interrupted her and told Annabeth. Everyone turned to stare at Octavian, as Hermione smiled gratefully at Leo, who returned the smile. "What were you doing over there, Octavian?" Percy asked him in a dangerous voice. "You were sneaking in Chiron's office?" Raina wondered. What's Bunker 9 exactly?" Harry asked, sounding both confused and curious at the same time. "Oh, it's just a little garage-like place where our repair boy spends his time playing with hammers and screwdrivers," Piper replied with a smirk in Leo's direction. "Hey, you could have put it in a little better words," Leo said indignantly. "Never mind that now," Annabeth said a little impatiently. "What I want to know is what exactly were you doing over there, Octavian?" I was just trying to find some information about our enemies on the internet. They are mortals, so I felt that there might be something about them on it. Octavian replied with a scowl. So, did you find out anything? Jason asked him. No, our enemies are quite smart. It's not that easy to catch them, he answered. Well, you might have had difficulty in finding information about them, but me and Hermione were able to find out something. Leo replied, looking extremely proud of himself. It's not much really, Hermione said in a hurry, now feeling a bit too conscious as everyone stared at them. We just found a silly piece of information about a restaurant whose name is Hogwarts, and which is situated near the Empire State Building. Not that this is of any real importance, but... Her sentence was cut off as Annabeth interrupted, sounding quite shocked. You mean to say that our enemies are situated almost at the foot of Olympus? Gods, that's terrible news. But still, well done the two of you, at least we know their possible location now. Yeah, that's what I felt too, Leo put in. I mean, it is possible that they could be using that place as one of their headquarters or something, right? Hermione had a feeling that Octavian's features had darkened upon hearing this conversation, and he was looking even worse than what he'd looked when she and Leo had found him in the Centaur's office. Hey, wait a minute. That might be the very place where they might have kept my dad and the others as prisoners, Percy exclaimed. Don't you think it would be really stupid of them if they kept powerful gods and wizards in some restaurant? Raina wondered. Just then Hermione remembered that this meeting had been kept for an entirely different reason. I thought this meeting had been kept for discussing something found out by Harry, Percy, and Alyssa, she asked them. Oh yeah, we almost forgot about that after hearing the stunning discovery made by you two. But, well, my mother sort of paid us a visit in the forest, Alyssa replied. Your mother? You mean Hecate? Leo asked her. But wasn't she like, totally mad at you or something? Well, she's still mad at me, I suppose. But what I wanted to say was that Hecate knew where Hufflepuff had hidden her formula. Alyssa finished. What? Annabeth exclaimed. How? Hermione asked. Where? Draco Malfoy asked, speaking for the first time in the entire course of the meeting. Right here, somewhere at Camp Half-Blood, Harry answered. Everyone was shocked. No one spoke for a long time until Octavian broke the silence. But that's just impossible. Hufflepuff was a Roman demigod. Why would she hide something over here? I think this spawn of Gaia is trying to deceive us again. Hermione felt that Octavian was overreacting, to be honest. She wondered to herself as to why he acted like a drama queen all the time. Shut up, Octavian, Percy said angrily. What Harry is saying is the truth. Hecate actually did tell us that Hufflepuff had hidden her formula over here. Hermione felt a little guilty. It should have been her and Ron defending Harry instead of Percy. But she saw that Ron was too busy staring at his nails, and she herself hadn't thought of backing up Harry either. Maybe it was because of the killing curse incident, or maybe because of Harry's newfound background and parentage, but she and Ron had started feeling a little distant from him. And Harry didn't seem to expect anything from them either. He just smiled at Percy for supporting him and totally ignored the two of them. I think it would be better if we just tell you the entire story, Alyssa spoke, sighing a little. Hermione was totally shocked when she heard the whole thing. She could have never imagined Hufflepuff to be so smart of all people. So does that mean our camp was burnt for a fake formula? Jason asked, sounding extremely angry. Those mortals are total idiots. They ought to have realized that the real formula is over here and just attacked this place. There was no reason to set fire in our camp. And what's that supposed to mean, Jason? Do you feel that they should have rather burnt our camp? Annabeth asked him angrily. No, that's not what I meant. Jason said, backing down quickly. All I meant was that we need to find this formula as soon as possible. If only we knew where it might be, Alyssa said. I wish my mother would have known a bit more. So I guess now it's up to us to find the formula, Hazel said, and we need to do something about that Hogwarts restaurant too. The rest of the meeting passed with all of them deciding about the possible locations in the camp where a formula could be hidden, as well as Annabeth stating that they would soon need a new quest for people to go and inspect the suspicious restaurant. Hermione was glad when the meeting was over, and she was able to return back to Hecate's cabin and get some much-needed sleep. This had been a really long and confusing day for her. Hello everyone. Do you guys think that it would be okay to show Leo having a crush on Hermione and vice versa? Also, the group, especially Harry and Percy, are going to find the formula in the next chapter, so yeah, the story is finally moving. And what's your reaction to Octavian being the traitor? And yes, I just finished reading The House of Hades. I am quite neutral about the whole Percabeth versus Nycerce thing, though it does look like he's going to stay with Annabeth for good. What I really hated in that book was when Piper said that since she, Jason, and Leo had started this quest by rescuing Hera, so probably they will end the quest too, and either Jason or Leo would defeat Gaia. I mean, the quest actually started when Percy and Jason got exchanged, so it's totally ridiculous that Percy was forgotten so conveniently by those three. Also, did anyone notice that Jason remembered about Percy's hurricane in that particular discussion only when they realized that either one from storm or fire was going to die? Anyways, hope you liked the chapter. Please review The Interrogation, Chapter 25, The Interrogation. Harry's POV. Harry Potter was sitting on a rock near the lake in Camp Half-Blood, observing the whole search mission that was going on from a distance. Alyssa was sitting beside him, glancing every few minutes towards the lake, as they waited for Percy to resurface from it. Annabeth had divided all the campers into groups and asked them all to search the whole camp for Hufflepuff's formula. At present, the entire Camp Half-Blood was busy looking for the formula at different places in the camp. Harry had been put in a group with Percy and Alyssa, and the three of them had been asked to search near the lake and its surrounding areas. Hence Percy had gone inside the water surface to talk with the Maenads and see if they knew anything about the whereabouts of the formula. I don't think the formula could be over here, Alyssa spoke after a few minutes. I mean, Hufflepuff was Pluto's daughter, so why the Hades would she hide it underwater? That's just something that I don't get. Annabeth had said that we shouldn't be taking any chances, and that the formula could be literally anywhere in the whole camp. Harry reminded her. Yeah, but still, Alyssa muttered. Harry could sort of understand why she wasn't exactly happy with the search mission. Even though the entire camp was literally on its feet searching for it, Harry couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. This was not the way to do it. The camp was way too large, and in spite of the combined efforts of the Greek and Roman demigods, as well as the wizards and some of the monsters residing at the camp, Harry couldn't stop thinking that this was almost like searching for a needle in a haystack. The formula could be almost anywhere. Just then he heard the splash of water behind him, as Percy Jackson resurfaced from the depths of the lake. Harry couldn't help but feel amazed at how Percy had managed to stay dry in spite of spending almost half an hour underwater. For that matter, he also couldn't help noticing that Percy looked extremely cute when he broke through the surface of the water and gave him one of his trademark smile. But Percy's smile didn't last long, as he shook his head dejectedly and told them, "It's not in the lake, guys. I looked for it almost everywhere inside the lake, even took the help of the Naiads and some other water creatures. But no one knows anything about its possible location. So, did the Naiads flirt with you again?" Alyssa asked him mischievously. "What? Of course not, Alyssa," Percy exclaimed, blushing slightly. "And don't say stuff like that too loudly, otherwise Annabeth would kill me," he added in a whisper. Harry didn't know why, but he felt a sudden pang of jealousy upon realizing that some water nymphs could have been flirting with his Percy. Wait a minute. Since when did I started thinking of him as my Percy? Harry wondered to himself. So, Percy continued, "What are we supposed to do now? Just help the others in searching the cabins or something?" "I don't know," Harry replied. "Somehow, I feel that this is not the way to find the formula. We are definitely missing something." "I am getting that sort of feeling too," Percy muttered as he saw a group of campers walking eagerly towards the mess hall. I mean, some people are actually thinking that the formula could be hidden in the mess hall just because Hufflepuff was a complete foodie. The Hufflepuff common room at Hogwarts is situated near the kitchens, though, Harry told him absent-mindedly. "Well, at least they are trying something," Alyssa commented. "Tell me, Harry, do you have any better idea of finding the formula?" she asked him suddenly. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I guess I would have just used the summoning charm or something." "Hermione has already tried it twice," Alyssa informed him. "But Harry might be able to do it," Percy exclaimed suddenly. "I mean, his powers have increased a lot since his 16th birthday. He has also been able to produce the darkest and the most powerful curse of their world." He then turned towards Harry and said, "I really think you should give it a go, Harry." Honestly speaking, Harry didn't know how to react to that. On one hand, he felt glad to know that Percy had so much confidence in him, though he felt that Percy shouldn't have mentioned about the killing curse incident as though it was some remarkable achievement. But on the other hand, he felt a little nervous. He wasn't that much confident of whatever changes that were taking place in him. Besides, Hermione was the best, which in their year, and Harry was certain that since Hermione's spellcasting hadn't worked, his won't either. But suddenly Harry felt someone take his hand into their own, and a sudden warmth spread through him as Percy gently squeezed his hand and said, "Don't be nervous, Harry, at least give it a try. I know that you'll be able to do it." Percy was staring at him with trust and confidence gleaming through his eyes, and gave Harry one of his super awesome blinding smiles. How could Harry say no after that? Sighing a little, Harry took out his wand, pointed it in a random direction, closed his eyes to concentrate a bit harder, and muttered, "Accio Hufflepuff's antidote formula," under his breath. At first nothing happened. Not that Harry was expecting anything either. But then suddenly, he felt a strange magical pull from some direction, as though a magnet was trying to pull him. He felt his hand spun around and point the wand in a particular direction. Harry opened his eyes and immediately noticed two things. 1. His wand was pointed in the direction of the forest. 2. Octavian was also hurrying in the same direction. "I felt a powerful magical pull," Alyssa commented. "I don't remember anything like this happening when Hermione had casted the spell." "That's because I seem to have detected the location of the formula," Harry replied. "It's somewhere in the forest. And coincidentally Octavian's going in the same direction too," Percy observed. "I always had a feeling that there was something fishy about him. But isn't Octavian supposed to be on our side now? I thought that the Greek and Romans have now become friends?" Alyssa wondered. But after seeing both Percy and Harry utter exasperated sighs as they both disliked Octavian, she just changed the subject and asked, "Harry, what do you think happened when you used that spell?" "I don't know," Harry replied. He really had zero idea as to what was happening. "And anyways, you are supposed to be the daughter of Hecate," he pointed out to her. "Well, I am not sure, but I think that it was because your spell was so strong that it almost managed to attract the formula towards us. But unfortunately, the protective enchantments done around the formula were even stronger," Alyssa replied, after thinking for a moment. "But we at least know that it is somewhere in the forest," Percy said, who was already on his feet with Riptide ready in his hands. "Yeah, we should get going," Harry replied. He turned towards Alyssa and said, "Alyssa, I think you should inform Annabeth about this. Who knows, we might need some more help in retrieving it." "Oh, I guess you want to spend some time alone with your secret crush, right?" Alyssa asked him in low voice. Harry blushed a bright red color upon hearing that. He quickly turned to see whether Percy had heard it, but saw that the other boy was already walking towards the forest with a determined look on his face. It's not like that. You just go and inform Annabeth." "Okay," Harry muttered, looking extremely embarrassed, and ran in the direction of the forest, to catch up with Percy, while Alyssa, who was looking quite amused by Harry's reaction, went to find Annabeth. Achilles Riddle was staring at the large screen in front of him. He smirked as saw his 7 prisoners being brought into the room which was specially designed for this video conference. Yes, he had kept a video conference rather than actually talking to his adversaries face-to-face, as he had no intention of getting any accidental injuries in case any of the prisoners were still able to use a bit of their powers. His smirk grew as he took in their appearances. All of them were looking extremely tired and defeated, what with their hands above their heads and blindfolds on their eyes. More precautionary measures undertaken by him, to make sure that his prisoners don't see anything during the little time they spend outside their cell. How he would love to get rid of them as soon as possible. But unfortunately he needed their blood for the accomplishment of his plans, so yeah, they would get to live just a little bit longer. He saw that the red-haired oracle and the dark wizard were looking the most restless. The centaur, the old wizard, and even the sea god were looking quite calm. The blonde, which was staring around at her surroundings, as though she expected to see something through her blindfolds, whereas the goddess was shaking angrily, and for a moment Achilles had the impression that she was radiating some sort of energy through her. "Good thing I am not actually in that room," he thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the button of the mic which was connected to the speakers in their room and spoke in his most dangerous voice. "Greetings, prisoners, it's me, your host and the most powerful muggle mortal, whatever you may feel comfortable in calling me. Though I must say that Sir or Lord would be more appropriate." He patiently waited to see their reactions. He saw that they were all listening quite intently and seemed to be on their alert. He continued further. It is a great pleasure talking to all of you. I am sure you all must be wondering why I have captured you in the first place. Yes, we have often wondered about that, the old wizard, Dumbledore or whatever his name was, replied. You are speaking to the future ruler of this world, old man, Achilles sneered, and while I can't tell you my whole plan, for obvious reasons, I can tell you this, that soon both the wizarding world and Olympus are going to fall at the hands of Muggles mortals. We are finally going to achieve our revenge on your kind. What revenge are you talking about? The blonde goddess asked, rage barely hidden from her voice. As for destroying our worlds, it's not exactly as easy as you seem to be thinking, you foolish mortal. Achilles was expecting this kind of reaction. He replied, as a matter of fact, we have already started with the destruction of your kind. The people who got drenched in that rain won't survive for long. As for the 7 of you, you all have been kept alive only because I need you for something. And what would it be, mortal? The centaur asked this time, and why only the 7 of us? Achilles chose to ignore those questions as he turned his attention towards the sea god. Salazar Slytherin was your son, isn't it, Poseidon? Poseidon merely nodded. But to Achilles' intense surprise, the dark wizard standing next to the sea god gasped with astonishment. Is anything wrong, Voldemort? Achilles asked him, directly addressing him by that ridiculous name which often scared a lot of idiotic wizards. No, nothing, I was merely surprised for a moment, Voldemort replied. Achilles wasn't buying it, but he decided not to expand on it further. He had more important questions to ask to these people. So, tell me, Poseidon, do you know anything about a supposedly powerful potion which your son and his friends were trying to create? He asked. The potion in question never worked properly. Instead of increasing anyone's powers, it just sapped the people of their powers, making them weaker and weaker every minute. Poseidon stopped speaking for a moment, as he seemed to realize something. So the acid rain, it was this very potion, right? Oh, very good, sea god. And I here was under the assumption that Athena is the wisest amongst all of you, Achilles replied. So are you thinking of using the antidote of the potion for making yourself powerful, mortal? Athena asked him, displaying her wisdom by the fact that she was already one step ahead in understanding his plans. Not just one antidote. I am thinking of combining all the 4 antidotes and adding some special ingredients in it to make myself the most powerful being ever, Achilles answered smugly. And by special ingredients, do you mean our blood? Voldemort asked him. Wow, looks like I have got a bunch of genius people trapped over here, Achilles commented. You are quite right about the blood thing. But before that I will have to verify a few things for myself. Achilles paused for a moment before continuing. For instance, I would love to know a bit about your parents, Luna, he said to the blonde girl whom he suspected of being a witch demigod. My parents? Squeaked Luna, sounding both surprised and terrified. Your parents, Achilles repeated calmly. I would love to get some information about them. My dad's name is Xenophilius Lovegood. He is the editor of Quibbler, and right now he would have been researching on the crumpled horned snorkax, had he not been so badly affected by that horrible rain of yours. Luna answered with a trace of anger in her voice. Achilles merely found it amusing. He leaned in a little to hear the next part, as he was actually interested in hearing her mother's identity. And my mother is dead, the girl said with a slight pause. She was a great witch who loved to experiment with magic and create new spells. But one day, one of her spells backfired and she died, the girl finished. Lies, Achilles said angrily. I know very well that your mother is a goddess, Luna. So just tell me the truth if you know what's good for you. He was really annoyed by the nerve of that girl. How dare she lie to him like that? It's true, Luna insisted. Her mother couldn't have been a goddess, Poseidon interrupted them. If Luna was a demigod, me and Athena would have immediately sensed it. Oh, of course, and the 2 of you would have told me the truth, isn't it? Achilles retorted. Luna isn't a half-blood, even I can feel that, the centaur said. Actually, I am a pureblood, Luna told them. Both my parents have descended from pureblood wizarding families. Now that's a good thing, Voldemort commented. But you can't be pureblood, the Oracle girl exclaimed. Only the children whose both parents are god are purebloods, which makes them a god too, obviously. The meaning of purebloods and half-bloods is a little different in the wizarding world, Miss Dare, Dumbledore said calmly. Achilles was getting tired of this pointless discussion, so he just gave a signal to one of his associates. The said associate went in the room containing the prisoners. He took out a syringe and injected its needle in Luna's arm, making the girl wince slightly. I think a simple blood test would make the girl's parentage quite clear, Achilles remarked. Oh please, Athena laughed almost hysterically. Now don't tell me that you can actually detect demigods with your stupid mortal equipments and blood tests. But we can, Achilles replied, though I am definitely not going to bother myself by trying to explain it to you lot. Achilles knew that they could identify a demigod with the help of Hisher blood, because the mortals knew that a demigod's blood contained a certain percentage of golden ichor in it. He had simply given a sample of demigod blood to his followers and asked them to use it for comparison. He had of course not bothered to inform his followers that the said blood sample which they were going to use as a standard was his own, because the truth was that he, Achilles Riddle, was a demigod too. Achilles was about to ask his next question to the prisoners, when suddenly his phone vibrated. He saw that it contained a message from Octavian. Achilles was most disappointed and unimpressed when he read that message. Hey everyone, sorry it took me so long to update this story. Actually, I had initially wanted to fit the whole of Harry finding the formula and Achilles interviewing the prisoners in one chapter. But it was becoming way too long. Please tell me what you think about this chapter. I'll update the next one probably on Sunday, I guess. And as always, your reviews are very much appreciated. So, please review. P.S. I have kept a stupid poll on my profile page. Please vote in it. The Maenads, Chapter 26, The Maenads. Percy's POV. Percy turned around to see whether Harry and Alyssa were following him or not. But instead he saw that Harry was blushing like a bright red tomato, and Alyssa was apparently teasing him about something. Soon she left, and Harry ran in the direction of the forest to join Percy. What happened? Percy asked him. I told Alyssa to go and inform Annabeth that we might have discovered the location of the formula. Harry told him. Okay. But why were you blushing? Percy asked, feeling a little curious about it. To his surprise, Harry blushed even more and said, Never mind that now. We have got some work to do, remember? He then quickly pointed his wand towards the forest and muttered the summoning charm once again. Percy watched, as the wand once again turned in his hand and pointed in a direction far deeper into the woods. The magical disturbance is much stronger than earlier. I can almost feel it, Harry remarked. He looked a little surprised by this, and Percy understood why. Harry was still not used to accepting the fact that his powers were increasing or that he was becoming incredibly sensitive to magic, so much in fact that he could detect stuff which even the children of Hecate couldn't. Let's get going, Harry said, staring at the path directed by his wand. Percy simply nodded, deciding against commenting on Harry's increasing powers. They were heading deeper and deeper into the forest, and Percy's senses were becoming increasingly alert with every step they took. His eyes kept glancing towards the trees, or in some cases the wood nymphs, and he began to wonder why the Hades would Hufflepuff hide her formula in the forest. He felt that it didn't exactly suit the personality of a child of Pluto. Percy would rather put his golden drachmas on a child of Demeter doing something like this. You think Octavian could be somewhere nearby? Harry asked, bringing his train of thoughts to a halt. Maybe, Percy answered slowly. He could understand why Harry was so worried about Octavian being in search of the formula too. They all had a feeling that there was a traitor amongst them, someone who might have helped the mortals in setting the fire at Camp Jupiter. And at this moment, Octavian was their biggest suspect, especially after what Leo and Hermione had told them all about him doing something suspicious in Chiron's cabin. I think Octavian must have... But Percy stopped in mid-sentence as he heard some sort of a noise coming from a distance. It sounded like a group of drunken teenage girls were giggling or something. Is there someone else over here too? Harry asked Percy in a low voice, as he seemed to have heard the giggling voices as well. Percy and Harry walked in the direction of the voices, which were becoming increasingly louder with every step they took. Soon they reached a little clearing in the midst of the woods, and to their extreme surprise they saw a group of teenage girls dancing and chirping happily and looking extremely drunk. The girls were wearing tunic dresses of purple and red silk, and were carrying large twisted wooden branches topped with giant pine cones and living snakes. They had bloodshot eyes, bright red lips, and webbed skin with bright capillaries. One of them was busy interrogating Octavian, who was caught in the middle of a circle formed by these girls around him. and he didn't seem to look too happy about all the attention that he was receiving from them. "Oh no," Percy muttered. "They are the Maenads." "What's a Maenad?" Harry asked, sounding confused. "They are, sort of, the relatives of the Naiads and Dryads. Though unlike their cousins, they are extremely violent and vicious. Oh, and they are also the followers of Dionysus. Maybe that's why they love to remain drunk all the time," Percy finished. "Is Dionysus the god who created wine?" Harry asked, looking as though he was trying to remember whatever Percy and Tyson had taught him about the Greek myths. "Yup, though I don't get how they managed to return to the camp. I thought that Chiron had sent them to the Atlantic City," Percy muttered. "Atlantic City?" Harry asked. Clearly this was too much information for him to take in all at once. "Yeah, however the Naiads had warned me, when I had gone to visit them in the lake, about the escape of the raving ones from the Atlantic City. Though why they chose this particular time to escape is something that I don't get, because they are usually seen around the time of Christmas," Percy continued to speak. "But why have they circled Octavian like that?" Harry asked him. Before Percy could answer, however, they heard Octavian yelling loudly, "Don't you silly girls get it? I am not Bacchus or Dionysus, or whatever you call the wine god over here." The Maenads seemed to get extremely angry upon hearing this and glared at Octavian. "Percy," Harry whispered, staring at his wand, "the formula is located somewhere beyond these girls and Octavian." Percy sighed. If they had to reach the formula, then they would have to face these Maenads. Just as he was trying to formulate a plan to escape from them, he saw that one of the Maenads was staring right towards him and Harry. "Is either one of you Lord Dionysus?" she asked them in a drunken voice. Octavian saw them too, and exclaimed in a slightly relieved tone, "Oh yes, the spectacled boy over there is Dionysus." "What? That's nonsense, Octavian!" Harry yelled at him. "I am not Dionysus," he exclaimed. "Lord Dionysus," the Maenads chirped in unison, gathering around Harry and staring at him in a mesmerized manner. "Hey, stay away from him," Percy exclaimed, pulling out his riptide. Just then, he saw Octavian taking advantage of the momentary distraction and running further into the forest, apparently in the direction of the formula. "Hey, that blonde boy is escaping. We need to catch him, Babette," one of the Maenads screamed. The one named Babette replied, "Oh, forget about him, Buffy. Lord Dionysus is more important for us. We won't let him escape from us this time." She then eyed Harry and whispered in a dangerous tone, "But I hope that you are the real Dionysus. Last time, a really cute but slightly scrawny boy had tried to impersonate our beloved wine god, and it won't be nice for you if you repeat the same act." Harry seemed to be more confused rather than intimidated by this threat. Percy, though, understood what the leader of the Maenads was talking about, as he had heard about Leo, Piper, and Jason's little encounter with these nymphs when the three of them were searching for a table named Buford, and were trying to bring it back to Bunker 9. "Isn't there any way to get away from these girls?" Harry asked him in a whispered tone. "Well, I guess we should just distract them, and escape while we can," Percy replied. Since they were Dionysus followers, he didn't wanted to take the risk of accidentally killing one of them or something. Also, he felt that they would be losing some really precious time if they had to fight with these Maenads, especially when Octavian was already ahead of them inside the forest. He saw Harry staring in the direction pointed by his wand, and an idea occurred to him. "Okay, listen, Maenads, Harry isn't Dionysus, but we know where the real Dionysus is, and we can take you up to him," Percy said suddenly. "Where?" Almost the whole group of Maenads asked him in chorus. "And why exactly should we believe you?" The one named Buffy asked him in a menacing tone. "Because we can lead you up to him if you just follow us," Percy replied, trying to sound a little sincere and convincing. He threw a meaningful glance in Harry's direction, who seemed to understand his plan, as he too joined in and said, "Yeah, my wand will be able to guide us and we will find him in no time." With great difficulty they finally managed to convince the Maenads, although Buffy was still staring at the two of them a little suspiciously. Soon they were half walking and half running in the direction shown by the wand, while the Maenads followed them, getting increasingly restless and impatient. Percy wasn't sure, but he thought that a few of them had suddenly grown white talons in place of their fingernails. Harry seemed to have noticed those white talons too, as his face grew a little pale and he whispered to Percy, "Maybe I should have stunned them while we had the chance." Percy simply shook his head. He knew that Harry would get angry upon hearing this. But the truth was that Percy knew that Harry was still not able to control his powers properly. And he didn't want Harry to accidentally use a killing curse or something on those Maenads and thereby suffer from Dionysus's wrath. After some time, they reached a place really deep into the forest where the trees were as tall as skyscrapers and the thick canopy of leaves hardly allowed any of the sun rays to reach the ground, which made their surroundings considerably dark. A stream was flowing in front of them, and a sudden gasp escaped from Percy's throat when he noticed a limestone cliff, about 100 feet tall, just visible beyond the stream. "What happened, Percy?" Harry asked, as he seemed to have noticed his sudden gasp. Following Percy's gaze, Harry turned to stare at the limestone cliff too. "That looks like some sort of a dead end," Harry muttered. "That's not a dead end. This is Bunker 9, Percy told him. Though Percy couldn't help wondering why their search for Hufflepuff's formula had brought them near Hephaestus's bunker. There was definitely no connection between the two things as far as he could tell. "You mean it's that bunker where Leo invents his secret stuff?" Harry asked him slowly. "Yeah, it actually has a hidden entrance over here. And to open it we have to—" Percy stopped suddenly, as he heard a noise from behind them. He turned around and saw Octavian jumping out looking a little disheveled but nonetheless thrilled at finally finding the place. He glanced triumphantly at some sort of device in his hand, before his eyes fell on Percy and the others and the smile on his face got replaced with a scowl. "How did he find out the correct place?" Percy asked Harry, who was looking equally confused. "Stop with all this chatting, and tell us, where is Dionysus?" Babette suddenly asked them again in a threatening voice. Octavian glanced once at the Maenads and once again at Percy and Harry, and he seemed to come up with some sort of a plan as he said, "You two try to distract these silly Bacchus fangirls. I'll get the formula from the bunker." "There is a little problem with your plan, Octavian," Percy replied, fixing him under a stern gaze. "It just happens to be that I and Harry don't trust you. And I don't trust this spawn of Gaia to begin with." Octavian started to reply angrily but was cut off as the Maenad named Buffy yelled shrilly, "Are you really going to take us to meet Lord Dionysus or not?" Octavian gave both of them a pitiful stare and muttered, "Your problem. Handle them now," and sprinted past them in the direction of the bunker. Percy and Harry made to follow him, but were blocked by the angry nymphs who encircled them, and looked as though they were ready to rip them apart with their long white talons and wolf-like fangs. "So, you thought you could trick us and escape or something?" one of the Maenads asked angrily. Percy was trying to think of some way of getting away from them, but his mind was in a complete chaos right now. Before he could discuss anything with Harry, however, Babette ordered her followers, "Okay, everyone, we have dealt with these boys for very long. Now it's time to finish them once and for all." Attack! The raging Maenads attacked Harry and Percy from both the sides, looking extremely violent and dangerous. Percy quickly drew out his riptide, and while he was being careful not to end up killing any of the Maenads, well, he wasn't exactly on friendly terms with Dionysus to begin with. He tried to injure as many as possible and protect himself and Harry. But the Maenads were too speedy, and it was a little difficult for him to concentrate on their moments, as they all seemed to attack at the same time from different directions. "Protego!" Harry suddenly screamed, creating some sort of a shield between the two of them and the Maenads. Babette and a couple of others got deflected by the power of the shield and fell back on the ground. "Harry, I'll handle them. You go inside the bunker and try to get the formula before Octavian does," Percy told him. "But I can't just leave you alone over here with these monsters," Harry protested, his eyes gleaming with worry and fear for Percy. Percy sighed and said, "Trust me, Harry. I've faced worse monsters than these nymphs. I'll be able to deal with them. You go and get the formula." "You can get the formula, and I'll handle these Maenads," Harry suggested. Percy shook his head. "Nope. You can detect its location with your magic. Just go and get it, Harry. I'll be all right, really." Harry was just about to say something, but just then both of them realized that the shield charm was slowly fading away and the Maenads were preparing to attack them once again. "Go," Percy said urgently. Harry seemed to want to argue back, but to Percy's great relief he decided to head towards the bunker. Mouthing a good luck to Percy, he hurried to retrieve the formula, while Percy once again got ready to face the charging Maenads. As Percy held Riptide tightly in his hand, a sudden thought occurred to him. How was Harry going to enter the bunker? because Harry definitely didn't knew the method of opening and closing Bunker 9. Sorry for the long wait, everyone. I am just too busy these days. Really, I've got the whole story planned out in my head, but I just don't get the time to type it all out. You all might be reminded of Leo's story about the Buford table from Demigod Diaries after reading this chapter. LOL. I'll try to update the next chapter as soon as possible. Please review The Fiend Fire, Chapter 27, The Fiend Fire. Harry's P.O.V. Harry didn't know who was being more annoying, Octavian, the Maenads, or Percy himself. He didn't have much knowledge about Greek monsters, but the Maenads sure seemed to be quite a bit of a threat in his opinion. And the idea of leaving Percy to deal with them all alone wasn't acceptable at all according to him. But he knew that it was necessary to get the formula as soon as possible, so he just decided to agree with Percy's decision, hoping that the son of Poseidon would be all right. Harry hurried back towards the limestone cliff, where Bunker 9's secret entrance was hidden. But when Harry went a little closer to the cliff, he saw that Octavian had beaten him to that spot, and was hitting the smooth limestone wall with a spear in his hand, and was looking clearly frustrated. Why doesn't this damn thing open up? He shouted out to no one in particular. As Harry heard those words, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know how to open the secret entrance either. Great! Now that is another reason why it would have been better if I would have fought with the Maenads and Percy would have come over here, he thought to himself. Sighing a little, he decided to approach Octavian and that sealed entrance anyway. So you don't know how to enter the bunker either, right? Harry asked him cautiously. None of your business, wizard demigod, Octavian replied, without even bothering to turn behind and look at him. And I can clearly see how you have managed to convince the foolish son of Poseidon to deal with those Maenads himself, so that you can come over here and get your dirty hands on the formula. But don't you stay under the impression that I'll let you carry out your evil plans. Harry seriously felt like he had had enough of Octavian's stupid and meaningless theories. He felt that it was time to concentrate on the job at hand. So he just ignored the augur and stepped right in front of the limestone cliff, with his wand held high. Alohomora! Harry shouted. It was a charm which could unlock almost all types of doors in the wizarding world which weren't protected by magic, so he had a feeling that it might work over here as well. To Harry's disappointment, though, the spell did nothing, and the entrance remained as firmly shut as ever. Looks like the stupid magic stuff from your world doesn't work on this either, Octavian spoke in a mocking tone. Shut up, Harry replied angrily. He decided to try a reductor curse next. Reducto! He yelled, hoping that it would blast a hole in the wall, but just like earlier, nothing happened. Soon, Harry had spent almost 15 minutes trying to somehow open the entrance with the help of every spell that he knew. But to his utter disappointment, nothing was working. Plus, Octavian's continuous snide remarks were increasing his temper. So looks like the almighty wizard demigod has accepted his defeat. Already, Octavian spoke with a sneer worthy of Malfoy. Why don't you try to ask your mommy to help you, Potter? He taunted him. Harry was just going to give him an angry retort, when he heard a cold yet slightly kind voice inside his head. So it looks like you have reached very close to the first formula, my son, Gaia spoke. How do you know that? Harry asked, feeling rather curious. It just so happens to be that I am keeping a close eye on you. After all, this quest is not just important for you and your friends, but also for the future of both the worlds. Not to mention, it could seriously tarnish my reputation if you don't succeed in this quest since you are my son, Gaia answered. Right, selfish interests, Harry said, feeling a little annoyed at her. Calm down, son, but to tell you the truth, I am actually contacting you to assist you. I know how to open the entrance, as I had kept an eye on that Leo Valdez for so many years. But of course, if you don't want my help, I think I would just leave, Gaia finished. Fine. Harry sighed. So how am I supposed to open this? The secret entrance to Bunker 9 has been sealed by a very strong magic, and it could only be opened by a strong blast of fire, Gaia told him. I am sure you can achieve this quite easily by using the spells or curses from your world, she commented further. But before Harry could say anything in response to it, he felt her presence withdraw from his mind. All right, he thought to himself. So a blast of fire would do it, I guess. Were you once again talking to your mommy, Potter? Octavian growled. None of your business, Octavian, Harry muttered, He clenched his wand tightly in his hand and pointed it towards the cliff. A simple incendio was what he was thinking of using, but he didn't know what went wrong. Maybe he was feeling a little angry and confused right now, or it could be that he was concentrating too hard on getting the spell done properly, because the fire that appeared out of his wand was something that Harry had never seen before. Flames of abnormally large size were streaming out with a roaring, billowing noise. He was momentarily reminded of the huge ball of fire conjured by Voldemort in the Department of Mysteries at the end of his 5th year. The flames engulfed the limestone wall, and the very next second it got reduced to ashes. "What are you doing, Potter?" Octavian shouted, the fear in his voice clearly visible. "Stop that dark magic of yours at once." Harry couldn't even argue about it not being dark magic, because those flames really looked like they were cursed. Anything that came in contact with them was getting burnt down to ashes. He tried his best to stop the fire, but to no avail. It just kept on spreading rapidly right before his eyes. Finally, Harry realized that this cursed sort of fire wasn't going to stop anytime soon, and if they just kept waiting for help, then it would probably be too late, and the formula inside the bunker might get destroyed in the fire. Taking a deep breath in, Harry walked closer to the cave-like opening of the bunker, dodging the flames with great difficulty, and soon entered the place. Percy's POV. The Maenads were proving to be quite a bit of a challenge for Percy. They were moving way too rapidly and were attacking him at an extremely fast pace. But it wasn't their speed or viciousness that was making the situation difficult for Percy, but mainly the whole problem of, if you kill them, you'll suffer from Dionysus's wrath. Percy knew that he couldn't use Riptide on them, because even a single touch of any celestial bronze weapon was enough to kill the monsters. Percy swerved to his right to dodge yet another attack of the Maenads. He was really feeling tired by this time, not to mention annoyed too. "I think it's time for you to give up, demigod. I don't think you stand any chance against us," Babette taunted him. Percy ignored her and tried to distract them by running in the opposite direction. He kept running and dodging their attacks until he realized that he was standing at the edge of the same stream beyond which the cliff which hides Bunker 9's secret entrance was located. He turned around and saw that the Maenads were still chasing him quite intently, looking more vicious than ever. "I hope this works," he said to himself, as he changed course at the last moment. The Maenads, who were following him rather speedily, fell headfirst into the stream. Percy then controlled the water to form a huge whirlpool in the stream, and the Maenads got caught in it. He thought that he was doing pretty well, when he heard someone calling his name from behind. He turned around to see Alyssa leading Annabeth, Ron, Hermione, Leo, Jason, and Draco in his direction. As the group reached near the stream, he heard Ron exclaim, "Bloody hell, what's happening over here? Alyssa told us that you and Harry had gone in the direction of the forest to search for Hufflepuff's formula. And are those Maenads?" Leo finished with a gasp. "They sure are," Jason muttered, glaring at them. "What are Maenads?" Draco asked loudly. "We are Maenads," Babette hissed angrily. Percy panicked and turned around as he realized that he had gotten distracted by the arrival of his friends and completely forgotten to keep the Maenads trapped. No wonder they managed to escape the whirlpool. Before the Maenads could do anything, however, Annabeth asked angrily, "How did you manage to enter Camp Half-Blood again? I thought you were in Atlantis." We had a job to do," Babette muttered. Then quickly regaining her temper, she glared angrily at Leo and said, "And you, weren't you that scrawny idiot who had tried to impersonate our beloved Lord Dionysus last time, and were also trying to defeat us? Trying? I had totally owned you all back then." Leo replied indignantly. Percy remembered Chiron and Annabeth telling him how Leo and the others had managed to defeat the Maenads when he was at Camp Jupiter. Apparently Leo and Piper had lured them up to Bunker 9, and then trapped them in a magical net similar to the one used by Hephaestus to trap Ares and Aphrodite. Maybe it could work this time around too, Percy thought to himself, and almost absent-mindedly glanced in the direction of the bunker. His heart almost stopped beating when he looked towards the cliff. Thick spirals of smoke were rising in the air, and tall, roaring flames of bright reddish-orange color had engulfed the cliff beyond which the cave to the bunker was hidden. The flames were constantly changing form, as if they were alive and breathing, and the fire was spreading very rapidly in all the directions. But the worst part, according to Percy, whose heart filled with dread and panic as he realized it, was that neither Harry nor Octavian was visible anywhere over there. Harry's POV. Harry stumbled inside the bunker, trying to somehow avoid the flames that had almost surrounded him on all sides, and looked around the place properly, for the first time. He couldn't see anything clearly though because his surroundings were getting increasingly consumed in smoke, but he could sort of tell that this was a huge place almost the size of an aircraft hangar. There seemed to be a large circular platform at the center of the room, and endless storage cages were lined against the walls of the bunker. Unfortunately though, a lot of the stuff was getting caught in the fire. He heard a swishing sound behind him, and barely managed to duck to his left, avoiding something that looked like a dragon formed from the fire, as it went zooming past him. Things were getting more difficult for him by the minute. Smoke and a nasty smell of burning wood were filling his nostrils, clogging his lungs and making it difficult for him to breathe with every second. Everywhere around him, the fire was transforming into different monsters such as dragons, chimeras, and sphinxes, and Harry was immensely thankful to his newfound ADHD problem, as it had heightened his senses and helped him to quickly notice and dodge the oncoming monsters. Harry knew that he needed to find the formula as soon as possible, but didn't understand where to start searching for it. Feeling quite desperate, he muttered the summoning charm once again, but to his dismay nothing happened. Does this mean that the formula has already got burnt in the fire? He wondered aloud, feeling real worried. Just then his attention was caught by the area past a hydraulic lift. There seemed to be some maps and sketches on the wall besides it, but the weird part was that the flames, for whatever reason, couldn't reach that place. It was as if some sort of invisible barrier was stopping them from getting closer to that part of the bunker. And if they did go anywhere closer to it, they just used to get extinguished in thin air. Finding this a little strange, Harry tried to get in that area, dodging the flames. He finally leaped past the hydraulic lift to avoid a fire dragon, and made it into the safe zone. There has to be a reason for this particular area to not get caught in the flames, he thought to himself. Harry searched around the place carefully, using all sorts of detection spells and revealing spells that he knew of, but soon realized that apart from those maps on the walls, there was nothing of note over there. He walked closer to the wall and observed the maps and pictures closely. There was an old map of Camp Half-Blood, stuff that looked like blueprints of machines or something, and a few sketches that he guessed must be of yet more machines. He was going through those sketches when his heart suddenly stopped still as he continued to stare at one particular drawing. Something was just odd about it compared to the rest of the drawings. And on closer observations, Harry realized that it was because said sketch was actually drawn on a parchment and not a normal paper. Plus, for someone like Harry, who had spent a lot of time in both the Muggle and Wizarding world, it became quite clear that the sketch was drawn using a quill and not a regular pen or pencil. Maybe it was because the drawing was just way too old. After all, even Muggles used to use parchments and quills in the past. But Harry wasn't satisfied by that answer. He removed the picture from the wall and studied it, his mind working furiously. He then realized that the parchment used for drawing it was similar to the one used in Hufflepuff's diary. Was this piece of parchment containing some random drawing actually been kept over here by Hufflepuff herself? And if yes, then why? There wasn't any potion formula written on the paper, it was just a stupid sketch. Almost carelessly he turned around the parchment, when his eyes noted something else. There was a very small and faint, almost unnoticeable drawing of a badger in a corner of the parchment. That was pretty much enough to confirm Harry's suspicions. Specialis Revelio, he muttered, tapping the parchment with his wand, and suddenly the parchment started glowing. The drawing on the parchment changed into the same type of shapes and symbols, which Harry had noticed in the diary. He knew that he had found the recipe of the antidote invented by Hufflepuff. Now they just needed to decode it. He knew he and his friends would be able to do that with ease. As he thought about everyone else, though, he felt a sudden pang of guilt in his chest. He knew that he hadn't meant to start this fire, but it was going to be sort of hard to convince everyone this time. He didn't want to know Ron and Hermione's reactions when they find out about his second feat in dark magic, and he could literally hear Draco Malfoy's taunts in his ears. Harry remembered how Leo had always been friendly towards him, even though he used to look slightly scared of him sometimes. and how the entire Hephaestus cabin had voted for him to stay at the camp. He wondered what they all would think about him now, when he had damaged their bunker so much. And worst of all, he had a feeling that even Percy wouldn't trust him anymore. He didn't know why this particular fear bothered him the most, but for whatever reason it did. Harry was pulled out from his musings as he heard a sudden loud groan from somewhere deep inside the bunker. In spite of everything else that had happened, Harry couldn't stop his saving people's habit from kicking in. He definitely had no intention of letting anyone get roasted in the fire, worst still in the one which had been set up by him. Stuffing the piece of parchment inside his pocket, he ran to locate the source of the sound, for times before finally posting it today. I'll definitely try to update regularly from next time though. Now for the chapter, I know a lot of stuff happens in this one, so it could get slightly confusing. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask. Otherwise, I'll try to make things clearer in the next chapter. And as always, please review. Smiley face, The Revelation, Chapter 28, The Revelation, Annabeth's POV. Annabeth Chase's mind was working furiously. She was basically trying to come up with a plan for capturing the Maenads, who were at present glaring daggers at their group. For a moment or two, everyone stood completely still, and Annabeth felt as though the Maenads were sizing up their opponents. Babette and Leo looked ready to attack each other, while Draco Malfoy was trembling with fear from beside Annabeth. She could also hear Hermione muttering random spells under her breath. Annabeth held her dagger tightly in her hand, and just when she was pretty much sure that the fight would start, Percy gasped loudly. Bunker 9's on fire. Harry and Octavian are inside it. We need to go and help them. Quick, he yelled. Everyone turned to stare at Percy in shock, and Annabeth momentarily wondered whether he was saying this just to distract the Maenads. But that thought completely vanished from her mind the moment she looked in the direction where Percy was pointing. A large cloud of smoke was rising from the place where the cliff containing Bunker 9's secret entrance was located. At first Annabeth couldn't make out anything else other than the bright orange flames, but when she peered a little more, her eyes widened and she let out a panicked yelp. The fire was constantly changing shape to form different monsters like dragons, chimeras, sphinxes and others, which were spreading out in all directions. A few were coming towards them too. The sight made her feel both frightened and sick at the same time. By now the others had noticed the fire too, and Annabeth could hear gasps of shock and outrage from all of them. Leo was the loudest of them all, as he yelled, "No, my bunker!" His voice clearly filled with pain and shock. Before anyone could stop him, he ran towards Bunker 9. Percy, Ron and Hermione also followed him, but Babette and her friends were too quick for them. "No, you don't," one of the Maenads yelled, as she made an attempt to grab Leo. But Leo summoned a huge load of fire and threw it right in the Maenads' face, which managed to distract her for at least a few seconds. Some of them were trying to block Percy's path. Hermione used a couple of stunning spells on the Maenads that were trying to attack her. Unfortunately, the Maenads were too quick and managed to dodge those spells quite easily. One of them grabbed her. The other caught hold of Ron's leg. "Well done, Buffy," Babette exclaimed happily to her friend who had grabbed Hermione. "Enough," Percy yelled. He summoned a large amount of water and hit the Maenads in his path. Jason zapped the one holding Ron with lightning, while Annabeth gave a powerful punch to Buffy. Percy, Leo, Ron and Hermione continued to run forwards, and just at the last moment Alyssa ran past Annabeth to join them. Annabeth wasn't sure, but she thought Alyssa was looking much paler than usual, and was muttering something like, "Oh gods, that's it, fiend fire," whatever that meant. Annabeth was half thinking of joining them too, but just then Percy turned around and told her, "No, you stay here and handle these Maenads." Their eyes locked for the briefest of moments and Annabeth gave him a little nod, immediately understanding what he was trying to say. Even though the fire was a serious problem, it would have been foolish for all of them to go over there, and it made complete sense for a few people to stay behind and deal with the Maenads. She was brought out from these thoughts by a loud noise, and saw Jason trying to electrocute a couple of Maenads. Draco Malfoy was trying to use some kind of spell which Annabeth had no idea about. But the Maenads were moving too fast for the attacks of either of the boys to work on them. Annabeth realized that they had been quite easily outnumbered, and if she didn't come up with a plan soon, they would just as easily get overpowered too. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Babette charging towards her at a rapid speed, and a sudden idea formed in her mind. She made it look like she was going to attack her back, but jumped out of the way at the last moment. This confused Babette for a split second, and taking advantage of that, Annabeth grabbed her from behind and held her knife to Babette's throat. "Surrender to us, or else I'll kill your leader," Annabeth shouted in her most commanding tone. She hoped that the rest of the Maenads wouldn't dare to continue fighting with their leader in danger. Her threat had the desired effect. The rest of the Maenads froze in their place and looked at her as though she had gone nuts. Jason and Draco were gaping at her too. "You can't do that," Babette whispered in a taunting tone. "If you kill me, you'll suffer from Lord Dionysus's wrath." "Well, what if I don't care about that? Do you really want to know?" Annabeth asked her in return. Of course, she did care, and she didn't have any plans of actually killing her, though it was highly tempting. Babette and the rest of the Maenads had gone quite pale by her threat. Annabeth realized that none of them wanted their leader to die, and they weren't really sure about what Annabeth would and wouldn't do. Babette was struggling in her grip though, and it was hard to keep a firm hold on her. Annabeth looked at Draco, and quickly thought of something. "Draco, do you know any spells or charms that would work on these people?" "Well, he knows a tap dance sort of spell, but I doubt if he can do anything else," Jason said. "I can do more than that, Grace," Draco growled angrily. Then he turned towards Annabeth and said, "Well, let's see. I know a spell that can stun people and a bodybind charm too. So you are scared of killing us?" One of the Maenads suddenly commented and launched herself forward. "We are not going to kill you at present, but if any one of you moves from your place, then I will kill your leader," Annabeth warned them in a very dangerous tone. Glancing sideways at Draco, she added, "I think the stunning spell will do." Annabeth personally felt that Draco's spells weren't as strong as Harry's or Hermione's, but still he managed to do the job all right. In less than a minute, all the Maenads were lying on the ground, completely unconscious. Annabeth remembered that Babette had stated earlier that she had a job to do at the camp. She wondered whatever that might be. "There are some questions that I need to ask these Maenads. I think it would be better if we take them back to the camp and keep a watch on them," Annabeth suggested to the boys. "But what if they try to attack us again?" Jason asked. "I can stun them again. Just let's get away from here before the fire spreads any further," Draco exclaimed. Annabeth once again glanced in the direction of the fire, almost wanting to go over there and help the others. But she knew it pretty well that Percy and the others were capable of handling the situation. Her, Jason and Draco's job was to deal with the Maenads. "Let's get back to the camp," she firmly told the two boys. Percy's P.O.V. Percy Jackson was running as fast as he could towards the fire. He could hear shouts and yells from behind him. He glanced behind once, and saw that Annabeth, Jason and Draco were too busy fighting with the Maenads. Leo, Ron and Hermione though were right behind him, and were yelling stuff at the top of their voices. He could also see Alyssa hurrying up to join them, and Percy wondered whatever for. Her powers had been snapped up because of the rain, so most likely, she wouldn't be able to assist them in extinguishing the fire. He thought it would have been safer for her had she remained behind. Holy Hephaestus! How did the bunker catch fire? I must have totally messed up something when I was working over here last night, Leo exclaimed in despair. "Merlin's pants!" Ron shouted, making everyone jump. "I had once seen my older brothers put out fire using a water summoning charm. But they don't teach that kind of stuff to us until our 6th year," he muttered, looking dejected. "Well, I roughly know that spell from a book I had read." Hermione began looking a little nervous. "Well, then you should try. Your spellwork is awesome, you know," Leo exclaimed encouragingly. Hermione beamed at him, and then pointing her wand toward the fire shouted, "Aguamenti." Percy himself felt that it wasn't bad for a first attempt, especially if it hadn't been taught to them at their school yet. He was sort of impressed by the huge jet of water, but gasped with shock as it evaporated before it could even hit the flames. "What the? Maybe you just need more practice." Ron wondered. "Ron, this isn't a normal fire. It's fiend fire," Alyssa told him. Percy didn't know what a fiend fire was, nor could he understand why Hermione let out a huge gasp and turned white as sheet upon hearing that term. But what he did understood was that it was something highly dangerous, and they needed to get Harry and Octavian out as soon as possible. He concentrated as hard as he could, mustered his entire strength, and summoned the largest amount of water he could have ever summoned. At the same time, he had to make sure that the water summoned by him doesn't drown up the entire camp. So what he ended up doing was creating a huge arc of water straight from the Long Island Sea up to Bunker 9. A huge cloud of smoke rose up in the air as the fire and water reacted. Slowly the fire-made dragons and chimeras started to vanish, but the fire was still taking a painfully long time to get doused off. Why is it so slow? You usually extinguish fires much quicker than this, Leo said to him. It's taking time because this is a fiend fire, guys. It's a cursed fire, and normally water can't extinguish it, but I think it's possible to douse it with demigod powers, Alyssa explained to them. But it's still too slow, Percy complained. He just hoped that Harry and Octavian wouldn't get roasted till the fire got doused. You did your best, mate, Ron muttered encouragingly, and even Hermione gave him a small smile. Both of them still seemed to be in a little awe of Percy's water powers. But it's not enough, Percy thought to himself, and suddenly realized that if the fire was going to take a lot of time to get extinguished, then there was only one way to get the work done faster. We just need to add more water, he muttered to himself, as he closed his eyes and concentrated again. He could feel the rhythm of the sea inside him, as he once again summoned as much water as he could, and directed it towards the bunker. He had to do it at least a dozen more times in a row, by the end of which he was feeling exhausted, dehydrated, and was staring at a wet and soaked Bunker 9, with all the fire completely put out. Percy felt like he was almost going to collapse from all the exhaustion, but Ron and Hermione caught him just in time. Come on everyone, let's go inside and check, Leo said and dashed inside the bunker, closely followed by Ron, Hermione, Percy and Alyssa. Percy gasped as he saw what had become of the bunker. The walls were scorched and burned. Most of the machinery was destroyed, and a load of weapons and gadgets invented by the Hephaestus kids had been reduced to ashes. Leo looked like he was close to tears. He let out a hastily stifled sob and muttered, "Well, at least my important inventions weren't burned." He pointed towards a row of gadgets wrapped in white clothing and said, "I had been using the special cloth from Ogygia for wrapping all the important stuff. You know, the same one I had used for wrapping Frank's stick." Percy nodded. He vaguely noticed how Leo had avoided using Calypso's name. Percy didn't know the details, but he had learnt from Piper that something wasn't quite all right between Leo and Calypso. "We should start searching for Harry and Octavian," Ron reminded them. Percy mentally slapped himself for forgetting the bigger problem at hand. So shocked was he after seeing the plight of Bunker 9. "We should spread out and look for them," he suggested. Leo and Alyssa ran straight ahead, while Ron and Hermione hurried towards the left of the bunker, yelling Harry's name at the top of their voices. Percy made his way towards the right, mainly because he had just noticed something rather strange. There was a small part on the right wall of the bunker where Leo had put up maps of the camp and different charts of the stuff he and his siblings were developing. Percy realized that this small section of the bunker hadn't been affected by the fire at all. It didn't make any sense to him. He noticed a blank space on the wall which was oddly enough coated with a layer of dust. Percy frowned. He wondered whether someone had recently removed a piece of paper from there, but that still didn't explain why this place wasn't affected by the fire. Percy heard a swishing sound behind him, and to his surprise saw a large dragon made of fire heading straight towards him. He had probably missed him while extinguishing the fire. He had just enough time to dodge it at the last second, but the dragon just turned around and came back towards him faster than ever. But just then, Percy saw a huge pile of sand zooming through the air and landing directly on top of the dragon, thus managing to douse it. He turned gratefully in the direction from where the sand had came and found to his immense relief and surprise a rather exhausted and sooty-faced Harry standing beside a three-legged table and staring nervously at him. Percy ran over to him and pulled him in a hug. "Are you all right?" he asked him. "Where's Octavian? I was so worried when I saw the fire. How did it start anyways?" "I am fine." "And no, I didn't saw Octavian," Harry muttered. Something in his voice sounded a little different. Percy wasn't sure, but for some reason Harry was looking guilty. "What happened?" "It's okay if you didn't found the formula. We can search for it now," he said to Harry. "No, I found the formula all right," Harry said as he took out a piece of folded parchment from his pocket and handed it to Percy. "It was put up on that wall, amongst all those maps and charts. It's the missing page from Hufflepuff's diary. Percy took it in his hands, but before he could examine it, he heard a squeaking sound from behind Harry. He jumped thinking it was another one of those fire-born creatures, but realized that the three-legged table behind Harry was making the squeaking noises. Buford! A figure dashed past Percy and Harry and almost tackled the table with a hug. The table emitted a panicked sound but eventually relaxed into the hug. Percy realized that this was the same table which Leo had used for distracting Gaia's minions during the war. He knew that Leo was quite attached to the table. Percy was just going to ask Harry how he found the table when he was pushed out of the way by two figures who pulled Harry into a tight hug. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione asked, sobbing a little.
I'm fine, Harry mattered.
"We were so worried about you, mate," Ron said. The fire was looking really scary, and Hermione couldn't extinguish it with magic. "Yeah, I know. I couldn't extinguish it with magic either," Harry said, sounding a little dejected. But Percy felt that that wasn't the reason why he was sounding so upset. "Where's Octavian? Did anyone found him?" Leo asked, finally looking up from Buford. "We didn't saw him anywhere," Ron said. "I couldn't find him either," Alyssa said, appearing around a corner, looking sooty-faced and tired. Percy noticed that her clothes were covered in sand. "And honestly," she continued, "why is there so much sand in the bunker? I was already feeling a little dizzy because of the potion, and then I slipped in that sand twice. Well, that's because of me. I realized I could summon huge heaps of sand and mud, which helped in dousing the fire," Harry replied. "You can summon what?" "Oh, must be because of Gaia, right?" Leo asked him. Harry nodded. "Harry, tell us everything from the start." Hermione almost ordered him. "We want to know what happened? How you got caught up in all this mess." Well, Harry was looking really nervous about something but started telling them after a pause. "When I got inside the bunker, the fire had already spread out everywhere, and then I found out that magical spells didn't work on it either. But I was worried that the formula might burn in the fire, so I decided to enter anyways." Percy felt that it was really brave of Harry to enter a burning bunker like that. He suddenly felt his respect towards Harry increase. Not that there wasn't any in the first place. "That was so reckless," Hermione exclaimed. "Yeah, how were you planning to get through the fire?" Ron asked. "I wasn't sure at first about how to get through the fire, but my ADHD problem helped. It made me extra alert and I was able to dodge the flames easily because of it," Harry told them. "And then I noticed something weird," Harry continued. "The right corner of the bunker wasn't harmed by the fire. It was as if some sort of invisible barrier was stopping the fire from spreading any further. Since it looked like the only safe place inside the bunker, I hurried over there." "That's weird, all right," Leo muttered. "I don't get why this place wasn't affected by the fire. I saw lots of different sketches and drawings on the wall in the right corner," Harry continued. "But what really caught my attention was a sketch drawn on a parchment which looked exactly like the parchment used in Hufflepuff's diary. When I used the revealing spell on it, the parchment started glowing and the sketch changed into symbols similar to the ones in the diary." At this point, Harry took out the parchment from his pocket and handed it to Hermione. "Here, take it," he said. Hermione inspected it closely and said, "This is written in the same language as the diary. Malfoy would be able to decode it in no time." She then beamed at Harry and said, "Well done, Harry. Good job." Harry smiled, but Percy couldn't help noticing that he still looked worried. And was it guilt showing on his face? Percy wanted to know why Harry was feeling guilty. "You still haven't told me how you learned to throw piles of sand?" Percy asked him. "Well, after finding the antidote formula, I was planning to leave the bunker, but just then I heard some groaning noises. I thought someone was stuck in the fire, so I went to help. It turned out to be this table." Harry nodded at Buford. "Wait, so you saved Buford? Thank you so much for that," Leo exclaimed, looking ready to hug Harry. Harry gave him a small smile, which looked more like a grimace to Percy, and then continued his story. "I had just rescued Buford and we were going to get out of the bunker, but unfortunately we were trapped from all sides. There was fire everywhere and the fire made dragons and chimeras were heading straight towards us." "Blimey, what did you do then?" Ron asked with concern. "I didn't know how I did it, but I was feeling really desperate, and then suddenly I had summoned a large mound of sand and hurled it towards the fire. This seemed to douse it a little bit, so I did it again and again until a good portion of it was doused," Harry explained. "Good. You are slowly learning to use your demigod powers," Percy praised him. This still doesn't explain why the right corner of the bunker didn't caught fire. Leo wondered. I think Hufflepuff must have done some kind of enchantment on her parchment to keep it safe. That must have stopped the fire from spreading close to the parchment. Hermione guessed. So, all in all, Harry saved the day and found the formula too. Well done, Harry, Percy said, feeling proud of him. Stop praising that spawn of Gaia, Octavian said, suddenly appearing round the corner. What's your problem, Octavian? Percy asked him angrily. My problem is that you are unnecessarily praising Potter when in fact he was the one who started all this trouble, Octavian replied. What do you mean, Octavian? Ron asked him. I mean, that this horrible cursed fire was started by none other than your precious wizard demigod, Potter. He is responsible for all the damage done to this bunker, and had any lives been lost in this fire, then he would have been responsible for it, Octavian told them. Percy closed his eyes. He didn't want to believe this. But then again, he knew that Harry's magic was currently out of his control. Is this true, Harry? Hermione asked him, her voice barely more than a whisper. Yeah, Harry answered without meeting anyone's eyes. But this was a fiendfire, Harry. How could you? First the killing curse, and now this? Hermione asked him with teary eyes. You need to learn to control your powers, mate. Otherwise you'll keep on doing more and more dark magic, Ron commented. Just then, someone angrily brushed past Percy and grabbed Harry by his collar. This bunker is like my second home, Leo shouted angrily. How could you destroy it like this? Had you gone nuts? Leo screamed, shaking Harry roughly by his collar. Leo, calm down, Percy said and hurried to get him away from Harry. Percy and Alyssa pulled a raging Leo Valdez away from Harry. Percy turned to look at Ron and Hermione for help but saw that neither of them were ready to look at Harry. Both of them seemed to be in some kind of shock after finding out that Harry had started the fire. He is evil, Leo shouted again. No, he isn't evil, Leo. Don't forget that he put his own life at risk to save Buford from the fire. Harry is a nice person. Whatever that is happening isn't his fault, Percy said firmly. He turned to look at Harry, who was busy staring at the ground and refusing to meet anyone's eyes. His own eyes looked teary at the moment. Percy sensed that he needed to do something quickly or else the others would say even worse things to Harry. Percy quickly took charge of the situation and said, So, we will head back to the camp now, and show the formula to Annabeth and others. Hopefully they would have defeated the Maenads by now, which would make our work easier. Then Malfoy would be able to decode the formula. When no one showed any sign of moving, he said insistently, Come on, guys. We have a lot of work to do, and it's not going to happen by just staying here and doing nothing. Finally Ron said, He is right. Let's get moving. So they made their way back towards the camp. Percy noticed that Octavian and Leo were glaring at Harry, who was looking quite ashamed of himself. Ron and Hermione were throwing doubtful glances in Harry's direction, which didn't do anything to ease the situation. Back at the camp, a huge crowd had assembled to greet Percy and others. Percy saw that they all were staring at them with hope and awe in their eyes. Did you found the formula? Nico asked eagerly. And what happened of the fire? Did you manage to douse it? Will Solace asked them. Percy noticed that Nico and Will were holding hands. Yeah, Harry found the formula. And we doused the fire, Percy told them. Oh, and aren't you going to tell them who had started the fire? Octavian jeered. Octavian, shut up. But before Percy could complete his sentence, Leo interrupted him. I'll tell them who had started the fire. Leo spoke in an angry tone. He then retold the entire incident to everyone assembled over there, by the end of which most people were glaring daggers at Harry. You burnt down our entire bunker. How could you? Nyssa from the Hephaestus cabin shouted angrily. You are definitely a dark wizard. Jake Mason yelled at Harry. See, I was right about Gaia's son being evil just like her. Jason spoke, suddenly appearing from behind the crowd. Another dark curse, Potter? Looks like you are enjoying dabbling with the dark arts. Malfoy sneered from behind Jason. The two of them were followed by Annabeth, who yelled in her most commanding tone. Shut up, everyone. Harry is not a dark wizard. He put his own life in danger to get the formula and save Buford. How could you doubt him after that? She then said to Harry, I think you should go and get some rest, Harry. This has been a very hard day for you. Harry didn't need telling twice. He hurried to leave the scene as fast as he could, but not before Percy noticed the tears leaking from his eyes. Hermione, Alyssa, and Draco, I want the three of you to translate the formula as soon as possible, Annabeth ordered them. All right, Hermione said, her eyes still fixed on Harry's retreating form. And Percy, I want you to come with me to interrogate the Maenads, she said to Percy. So you managed to capture them? He asked her, feeling impressed. It wasn't that difficult, she answered with a shrug. So Percy followed Annabeth to interrogate the Maenads, but all the time he felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. He just wanted the interrogation to end quickly, so that he could return to his cabin and comfort Harry. Couldn't update this story on time. I sort of dropped engineering because it was too tough and I didn't like it, and I am also suffering from a very bad case of depression. Anyways, I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. If you have any doubts or queries, feel free to ask me. And as always, please review. Back to Hogwarts. Chapter 29 Back to Hogwarts. Percy's P.O.V. Percy followed Annabeth to the amphitheater where the Maenads were tied up. He wanted this interrogation to end as soon as possible, so that he could go and talk to Harry. He was still extremely worried about him. He saw Babette and her minions glaring at him and Annabeth as they approached them. He wasn't sure what to ask them, so he decided to let Annabeth do all the talking. We are going to ask you some questions, and you'd better give honest answers, Annabeth said to them in a dangerous tone. As if you can tell if we lie, Babette taunted her. Annabeth ignored her and asked, who had sent you to Camp Half-Blood, and for what reason? You were saying earlier that you had a job to do over here. What exactly is that job? Why should we tell you? Buffy asked angrily. Because this concerns your beloved god Dionysus as well, Percy blurted out. He saw Annabeth give him an impressed look upon hearing that, whereas the Maenads stared at him with worry and confusion written across their faces. What do you mean when you say it concerns Lord Dionysus? Has anything happened to him? Babette asked in a worried tone. Dionysus was also affected by the acid rain. He is also going to lose his powers, and if we don't stop the people who are behind all of this, then he and the other gods might vanish forever. You have to be honest and tell us whatever you know if you want to help Dionysus, Percy explained. I think you are lying, Buffy accused. You are free to think whatever you want, but remember that if you don't help us and something happens to Dionysus, then you will be responsible for it, Percy said to them. Percy sensed that his words had had a deep effect on the Maenads. They seemed to be deep in thought for some time until Babette said, fine. Since this is about Lord Dionysus, we are ready to help you. Annabeth gave a quick, small thumbs up to Percy, as they both leaned in to hear what Babette had to say. Yesterday, a group of mortals had contacted us. They had said that they were ready to help us escape from Atlantis if we helped them with something. Babette told them. Helped them with what? Annabeth asked. They wanted us to find and steal some antidote formula located in the camp. We were really desperate to get away from Atlantis, so we agreed to help, Babette said. But why did they ask you guys? They could have asked anyone for help. Why ask you lot? Percy wondered, feeling confused. That we don't know, Babette answered truthfully. She paused for a second, before looking directly in Percy's eyes and saying, but there is something that you definitely need to know. What? Percy asked curiously. Someone in your camp is working for them. I don't know who it is, but you'd better find out as soon as possible, Babette told him. That's impossible. Everyone over here is my friend. I don't think anyone in this camp would work for them, Percy burst out. He was feeling rather angry about the possibility of there being a traitor in their camp. But someone is working for them. We had heard the mortals saying that they already have someone in the camp working for them, but they weren't sure about that person's abilities and doubted whether that person could retrieve the formula. That's why they hired us, Buffy told them. Percy couldn't believe what he was hearing. He turned to look at Annabeth, who was looking equally shocked. Before they could say anything, however, he heard noises from behind him. He turned to see Octavian, Jason, Leo, Piper, and Hazel come in their direction. So, how is the interrogation going on? Hazel asked them. Annabeth told them what the Maenads had said. The five of them looked equally shocked upon hearing that. There is a traitor in our midst? I don't believe that, Piper exclaimed. I don't believe it either, Percy told her. Come on guys, it should be obvious who the traitor is. I would put my bet on a certain son of Gaia who also happens to be using dark magic, Jason spoke. Harry isn't a traitor, Jason, Percy said firmly. He glared at Jason for a moment, but then his attention turned towards Octavian who, for some reason, was looking white as a sheet. Before he could ask Octavian the reason behind it, Jason spoke again. Really? And how would you know that Harry isn't a traitor? You don't know him that well. What I do know is that Harry had put his own life in danger to retrieve the formula. He had also put himself at risk to save Buford. I honestly don't think that he could be the traitor, that is if there is one, Percy finished. There is definitely a traitor in your camp. And the sooner you find him, the better it would be for you. Babette's voice came from behind. Percy didn't know what to think anymore. He still had too many memories of the Second Titan War where his friend Silena had been a traitor although she had died as a hero. He didn't wanted anyone else betraying them. Percy decided he'd had enough of this. He wanted to go and check up on Harry too. I think I'll leave now, I want to check up on Harry too, he said to Annabeth. Sure, Annabeth said, looking lost in some thoughts of her own. He went to his cabin and opened the door, only to find a tug-of-war match going on between Harry and Tyson as each one of them was pulling Harry's trunk with as much strength as they could muster. Tyson, let me go, Harry shouted. You are not leaving, Harry. You might not be my brother, but you are a good friend and I won't let you leave so easily, Tyson said. What's going on? Percy asked, as he stepped inside the cabin and stared at the two of them feeling confused. Harry was packing his trunk. He wants to leave the camp, Tyson told him. Harry? Percy asked in a gentle tone. You heard them all earlier, right? You know what most of them think about me? How can you still expect me to stay at this camp, where everyone thinks that I am evil? Harry asked him. Not everyone. I and Annabeth don't think that you are evil. We trust you, Percy told him. But I don't trust myself anymore. What if my magic goes out of control again? What if I accidentally hurt someone? It's best for me to remain locked up somewhere until I learn to control my powers, Harry spoke. Tears were threatening to spill through his now watery eyes. Harry, listen. It's not like that, Percy began. But Harry had already grabbed his trunk and was making to leave the cabin. He was almost at the door and was about to wrench it open, when he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Harry! Both Percy and Tyson shouted in unison and ran towards him. Harry's P.O.V. He was standing in the entrance hall of Hogwarts. He stared around and found the people of Ham-OATS organization enter Hogwarts. None of them could see him, but he could see them clearly. They all had a look of cruel determination and purpose on their faces. Harry heard one of them saying, "We need to find it as soon as possible. Once we get it, we'll be one more step closer to finishing the potion." Harry's eyes snapped open. He was back in Poseidon's cabin with Percy and Tyson looming over him, looking extremely concerned. Harry sat up. He felt as though certain pieces of puzzle were finally joining together in his head. He remembered Hecate telling them that Ravenclaw had been at Hogwarts when the founders were trying to find places to hide their respective antidote formulas. And now the Ham-OATS people were in Hogwarts searching for something. Harry looked at Percy, who was staring at him with worry written all over his face. "I know where it is," Harry told him. "Where what is?" Percy asked, looking confused. "Ravenclaw's antidote formula. It's at Hogwarts," said Harry. "Hogwarts, you mean the school where you go to learn magic?" Percy asked him. Harry nodded. "But how did you found this out?" Tyson asked him. Harry told them about the vision he had just seen and what Hecate had said the other day. "I don't know, Harry. It still sounds a little far-fetched," Percy muttered, looking unsure. "I am sure about this," Harry said, feeling determined. "The first antidote formula was at Camp Half-Blood, and the second is at Hogwarts. So what should we do now?" Tyson asked confusedly. "We need to tell the others about this," Harry said to him and Percy. He didn't know where this sudden determination and confidence had entered inside him. Moments ago, he had been worried about what the entire camp and his friends thought of him, but now all he wanted was to find all the antidotes before the group of muggles did. Perhaps the mission of saving everyone's lives would be enough to take his mind away from how he was currently being treated. "Are you sure you are ready to face all of them?" Percy asked him with concern. "Yeah, I mean it's necessary, and it can't get any worse than what already is," Harry muttered. "Okay then, Let's go and tell the others, Percy spoke. He gently squeezed Harry's hand and smiled at him in a reassuring manner. Harry was grateful for the fact that Percy and Tyson were going to be with him while he did this. He wasn't sure he would have been able to face the entire camp on his own. They found the majority of the campers gathered near the big house, still discussing who the traitor amongst them could be. They glared at the sight of Harry, and many of them shot poisonous looks in his direction, which made him wince slightly. "What is he doing here?" Clarice asked angrily. Percy looked like he was ready to retort back with equal anger, but Harry stopped him with a gentle touch on his shoulder. He stepped forward and said, "I have found out something important, and I want to tell it to all of you." "What is it, Harry?" Annabeth asked him. But before Harry could answer, Hermione, Ron, Alyssa and Draco emerged from around a corner. "We finished translating what Hufflepuff had written," Draco told everyone. "It looks like a potion recipe." "It must be the antidote formula," Hermione said. "I wish I had a potion kit with me just now, so I could have started preparing the antidote." "I know what we can do," Draco said suddenly. "Let's go back to England. I know loads of places in the wizarding world where we can buy the potion ingredients needed to prepare this antidote." "We can't go back to England, Malfoy. We are stuck over here," Ron reminded him. "Actually, we might have to do just that. We need to go back to Hogwarts," Harry spoke. Everyone turned towards him. "What do you mean, Harry?" Annabeth asked him. "I mean that the formula for the second antidote, made by Ravenclaw, is hidden at Hogwarts," Harry told her. He then recounted everything he had seen in his latest vision and also mentioned what Hecate had said the other day. "It sounds really far-fetched," Octavian said immediately. "And what if you are lying? This could be Gaia's plan to harm all of us." "Yes, what if this vision was sent by your mother? Maybe it's a trap set by Gaia," Jason suggested. Harry had already decided to ignore the two of them. He turned his attention towards Annabeth and asked her, "What do you think? Could my guess be right?" "I don't know, Harry," Annabeth said slowly. "I am not sure. I think we should work on what we are sure about," Leo spoke. "I and Hermione had found information about the restaurant called Ham Oats, situated directly beneath Olympus. I think we should go and explore that place. We'll definitely find something over there." "I think your plan makes more sense, Leo," Jason said to him. Harry knew he needed to convince others as soon as possible. Or else, the evil group of muggles would find the antidote formula before them, and he couldn't let that happen. "Listen, guys, I really think the second antidote formula is located at Hogwarts. There's no harm in going and at least checking, right? Besides, what are those muggles doing at Hogwarts if there is nothing over there? I am sure they are over there only to find the second formula. And we need to beat them to it," Harry finished. He wasn't expecting anyone to believe him, much less agree to his plan. But just then someone surprised him. "I think he is right. If that group of mortals is over there, then we need to hurry and get the formula before they do," Nico said. "And what if the formula isn't there?" Jason asked doubtfully. "No harm in checking, right?" Nico muttered. "I still think Leo's plan is better, and we need to check out that restaurant," Jason said stubbornly. "You all can go and check the restaurant. But I am going back to Hogwarts," Harry told them in a decisive tone. He knew what needed to be done and was sure of it. "If Harry is going to Hogwarts, then I am going with him too," Percy said from beside him and glared at Jason. "Okay, calm down everyone," Annabeth spoke in a firm tone. "Maybe we can make two groups of people. One group will check out the restaurant, and another group would go to Hogwarts to find the second formula." "I don't think splitting up in such dangerous times is a good idea," Piper commented. "We don't have any other choice, Piper," Annabeth told her. "But how are they going to go to Hogwarts?" "I am not going with him, and I don't think anyone other than me can handle Argo II," Leo asked with a glare in Harry's direction. Harry sighed. Leo had been really nice to him before the incident of Bunker 9. Harry still felt guilty about it and hoped to make amends for it someday. "That's a good question," Annabeth said. "How are you going to go to Hogwarts?" she asked Harry and Percy. Harry hadn't thought about this. So caught up he had been in convincing others about his plan, that he had forgotten he didn't know any means of going back to Hogwarts. "I could have taken you both by shadow travel if my powers wouldn't have been sapped by that potion," Nico grumbled angrily. "Well, there's one more way," Alyssa suggested timidly. "What way?" Percy asked her. "You can use a port key. There are some powerful portkeys which enable traveling across countries, she told them. But I don't know how to create portkeys, Harry told her. I know the spell. I can teach you, she offered. Harry was about to ask that if she knew the spell, why can't she create the portkey herself, but then remembered that the potion had sapped her powers too. However, he wasn't feeling too confident about trying out a new spell himself, especially after the disastrous dark magic happening through his wand against his will. So, who all wants to go to Hogwarts? Annabeth asked again. Me, Harry said. Me too, Percy said. If you are going, then I am coming too, Seaweed Brain. No arguments, she said, as Percy opened his mouth to protest. I think I'll come too, Alyssa said, which surprised everyone. But you are still ill and suffering from the potion's effects. Annabeth exclaimed. Do you think you'll be able to handle this? Yes, I had always wanted to visit Hogwarts. We, the children of Hecate, have always been fascinated by the very first school of magic. This is my chance to finally visit that place, Alyssa told her. Alyssa, this is not going to be a fun trip. We might be facing our enemies over there, and we might have to fight with them. Do you really think you have enough strength to do all of that? Percy asked with concern. You'll just be deadweight on their group, Octavian remarked. I won't be deadweight. My magical information will be useful to all of you. And this is my chance to prove to my mother that I am actually good at something, she said. Fine, you can come with us, Percy agreed. And I want to come too, Draco said all of a sudden. Why do you want to come with us, Malfoy? Harry asked angrily. I just want to leave this place and visit my family. Once we are back at Hogwarts, I'll leave your pathetic little group and return to my home, Draco said. Fine with me, Harry growled. Just then, Harry's attention was caught by Ron and Hermione. Both of them were determinedly staring at their toes and avoiding to make eye contact with Harry. I want to talk to you alone, he said to the two of them, and gestured for them to follow him. Once they were in a secluded place, he rounded on the two of them. You two are coming with me, right? You are not still mad about the whole dark magic thing? He asked them. Hermione looked like she didn't know what to say. Ron, however, said, Mate, I was sort of okay when you accidentally did the killing curse thing. I thought it was just a one-off incident. But then you started the fiend fire. I really think you need to learn to control your powers. I can't control it, okay? I want to learn to control it too, but I don't know how to do it or whom to ask for help. Harry tried to explain. Then don't use magic until you learn to control it. Keep your wand somewhere away from you where you won't be tempted to use it, Ron said harshly. Ron, look, Hermione began, but Ron cut her off. I have heard horrible stories about people using dark magic ever since I was a kid. I don't want Harry to become one of them. I don't want you to become a dark wizard, Harry, Ron said to him. Harry sighed and closed his eyes. He himself didn't know what was happening to him these days. Was Ron right? Was he slowly transforming into a dark wizard? He decided to just change the topic as he didn't want to hear anything else from his friends that he would regret. So, are you two coming back to Hogwarts with me? Harry, Hermione began speaking, and it was clear that she looked quite nervous. I don't think you have much to go on about this trip to Hogwarts. I think the idea of the second antidote formula being hidden over there is quite far-fetched. On the other hand, what Leo and I had found out seems to be more reliable. So I was thinking that maybe we'll go with him, right? Harry muttered. Harry, look, Hermione began, and tried to grab his arm, but he jerked it out of her reach. We all need to work on stopping those evil muggles. And if we split up and do things separately, we will reach our goal faster. You can just say that you don't want to be with someone who is bursting with dark magic all the time, Harry said bitterly. That's the real reason why you are not accompanying me, right? He felt a strange ache in his heart as he realized that neither Ron nor Hermione had answered his question. It felt as though they had given a silent affirmation as to why they weren't ready to come to Hogwarts with him. He turned his back on the two of them and stomped off to his cabin. Once inside his cabin, he saw Percy rapidly throwing stuff into a bag, while Tyson helped him. They both noticed Harry and smiled at him. So, we are leaving immediately? Harry asked them. If what you said is true, then we will have to race the muggles to the formula. And the only way to win this race is to start as soon as possible, Percy said to him. I'll miss you too. Take care, Tyson spoke emotionally and pulled them both in for a tight hug. At this point, Harry had started finding Percy and Tyson as more of a family than Ron and Hermione. He smiled at Tyson. He knew he would be missing him too. Harry and Percy made their way out of Poseidon's cabin with a packed bag and trunk. They arrived just outside the big house where Annabeth, Alyssa and Draco were waiting for them. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw Octavian, Jason, Leo, Ron and Hermione gathered together too. Harry had no desire to look at any of them. Still, Ron and Hermione were his friends and he couldn't just turn his back on them. So he said, "Good luck, guys. I hope you find something of importance at the restaurant." "Good luck to you too, Harry. Hope you find the second formula," Hermione said to him in a choked voice and then hid her face. Harry wondered whether she was crying. He then turned towards the people at Camp Half-Blood who had been friendly towards him and not judged him like how others had. He smiled at Nico, Will, Piper, Raina, Frank and Hazel. "Take care, guys. And be careful," Frank said to both the groups. "Okay. Now, Harry, I want you to hold this brush in your hand," Alyssa said and handed him an old and worn-out hairbrush. Harry guessed it must be the object which they had to turn into a portkey. Now the incantation for turning this into a portkey is Portus. "Did you understood that?" she asked him. "Yeah, Portus," Harry repeated. "Now, I want you to tap your wand on the brush and say the incantation loud and clear. But while doing that, you will have to focus on the place where we are going to go, in this case Hogwarts. Think about Hogwarts and try to focus on it as much as possible while you say the incantation," she told him. Harry nodded. "What are the rest of us supposed to do?" Percy asked her. "We are supposed to wait till the brush turns a bright glowing blue color and then we touch it immediately. Once you touch it you will feel a very unpleasant sensation, but don't leave the brush till we reach our destination," Alyssa told him. Harry looked around the camp one last time. He wished he had received better treatment over here, but he was glad of the few friends he had made. And for them and the rest of the wizarding world and demigod world, he was going to keep fighting against the evil muggles and beat them one day. He closed his eyes and concentrated hard on Hogwarts. He focused with as much strength as he could muster. He then tapped his wand against the brush and spoke the word Portus loudly and clearly. The brush started glowing a faint blue color. "Now!" Harry screamed, and immediately everyone touched a part of the brush. Harry felt a jerk in his neck as the portkey carried them away from Camp Half-Blood, and he realized that the next part of their big adventure had just started. The Room of Requirement. Chapter 30, The Room of Requirement. Harry's POV. Harry felt himself spinning at top speed for what felt like an eternity. Finally, his feet landed on something solid, and he found himself collapsing on the ground and breathing heavily. He quickly searched for his glasses, which thankfully had fallen nearby him. He put on his glasses and stood up, scanning the place where he had landed. His eyes fell on a person fallen on the ground in a lump, and he immediately realized that it was Percy. Harry ran towards him and picked him up in his arms. "Percy! Percy! Wake up!" he shouted out loud. Percy slowly opened his eyes and glanced up at Harry. Hey Harry, are you all right?" he asked with a weak smile. "Yeah, I am fine. You?" Harry asked him. "Never been better," Percy muttered and stood up. Harry stood up as well. They both turned around and saw Annabeth and Alyssa standing up too. Annabeth was shaking her head real fast. When she saw the two of them staring at her, she replied, "Oh, just trying to get rid of the portkey feeling. Felt really horrible." "It takes some time getting used to," Harry replied, remembering how he had felt the first time he had traveled using the portkey for the Quidditch World Cup. "So, did we arrive at Hogwarts?" Percy inquired. "Nope," a voice answered from behind them. "We landed in Hogsmeade." Harry looked behind and saw an angry Draco Malfoy staring around at the streets of Hogsmeade in utter shock and disbelief. "Look what they have done, Potter. Look what they did to Hogsmeade," he exclaimed. Harry stared around. This was the third time he was looking at a destroyed Hogsmeade, but the first time he was actually standing over there and watching it for real. Almost all the shops were closed. Everywhere he looked, witches and wizards were trying to perform magic but were failing at it. Most of the people were looking really weak and helpless. "Is that the Hogwarts castle?" Alyssa asked, pointing at something in the distance. "It looks magnificent," just the way it was described in the books. Harry followed her gaze, and sure enough, the castle could be viewed from where they were standing. Looking at it, Harry felt a familiar feeling of belonging and being at home. He guessed that probably the wards around the castle were strong enough to stop them from appearing right inside the castle, so the portkey transported them a little distance away from it. However, he didn't got to stare at the castle for long, as almost immediately an alarm started ringing, its voice echoing throughout the streets. Harry looked around and realized that the people around them were now staring and pointing at them. "Run!" A nearby wizard yelled at them. "Run as fast as you can, and hide somewhere, or else those wretched muggles would hurt you. No outsiders are allowed over here anymore," a witch explained. "If any outsider comes to Hogsmeade, they are caught and held as prisoners. You'd better run away while you have the chance." Sure enough, they soon heard the sound of footsteps approaching them at a fast speed. They could also hear the muggles shouting out and asking the witches and wizards whether someone had entered the village. "What do we do now?" Draco asked in a scared tone. "There's nowhere to run or hide." "We are screwed," Percy said, scanning the area around them. "We will have to fight those mortals," Annabeth said, taking out her dagger. But just then, the door of a nearby shop opened and out stepped an old man. Sudden realization hit Harry as he recognized the Hog's Head bar and the barman who had claimed to be Dumbledore's brother in the vision Harry had seen. "Quick, come inside my bar. They won't find you over here," he gestured to their little group. "Do you think he is trustworthy?" Percy asked Harry, looking a little doubtful. Harry remembered the barman putting his own life in danger to save Dumbledore. "Yes, he is trustworthy," he said to Percy. Harry quickly entered the dingy little pub, followed by Annabeth, Percy, Alyssa, and finally Draco. "This place is so filthy and disgusting. I always preferred the 3 broomsticks over this." Draco spoke in a whisper which was clearly audible to everyone. Harry saw the barman flush an angry red color upon hearing Draco's comment. "Shut up, Malfoy," Harry said in a warning tone, and then turned his attention towards the barman. "Thanks for letting us in," he said politely. "You'd better head upstairs," the barman said shortly, nodding towards the rickety staircase at the backside of the pub. "Come on, let's go," Harry said to the others and made his way towards the stairs. "You sure about this, Harry? Because I am finding this barman a little fishy," Annabeth said to him once they were at the top of the staircase. "Yeah, and we haven't even reached Hogwarts. We are just stuck in this dirty little pub," Percy lamented. "Calm down, guys. I trust the barman, and we'll find a way to reach Hogwarts. Just have some patience," Harry tried explaining them. "I think I heard something," Alyssa whispered. Harry had heard the noise too, and from the looks on Percy, Annabeth, and Draco's faces, he could tell that they had heard the noise as well. It was the sound of someone sharply rapping against the front door of the pub. They heard the barman open the door. "Listen, you old wizard. Did you saw anyone coming down these streets? Did any outsider entered your bar?" someone asked in a very harsh-sounding tone. "No, I didn't saw anyone, and no one entered my bar," the barman told them in a very earnest-sounding voice. "We will have to check your bar." A sharp female voice spoke this time. "There's no need for that," the barman replied, perhaps a little too quickly, which was enough to make the muggles suspicious. "We heard the alarms go off. Someone from the outside must have entered this place. That's the only way to trigger the alarms," the male voice from earlier told the barman. "Oh, that," exclaimed the barman, and to Harry's surprise he chuckled. "That was just my new goat. I have bought her only recently so you wouldn't have her registered. That's why she triggered the alarm when I let her out." There was a sharp noise of a tight slap, and Harry guessed that one of those muggles must have slapped the barman. "You fool," the woman from earlier exclaimed. "You will bring your goat over here and get her registered this instant." There was silence for some time after that. Harry presumed they must be getting the goat registered. After that the woman spoke. "This is the last warning to you, wizard. If you bring any more unregistered animals or humans inside this village, we will have you killed immediately." Harry couldn't hear the barman's response to this. Perhaps he never gave one. After some time there was noise of the door closing and the barman headed in their direction. "Told you he is reliable," Harry whispered to Percy, who nodded. "And what exactly were you thinking?" the barman asked loudly as he approached them. Harry noticed that he was limping and remembered that the Muggles had shot him in his leg when he had tried to rescue Dumbledore. Walking into an area infested by those Muggles without any sort of protection whatsoever. "Did you had a death wish?" he asked them. "We had used a port key to travel to Hogwarts, but we ended up over here in Hogsmeade," Harry explained. "But how did you made the port key?" "It would have required magic," the barman inquired, looking curious. "We can still do magic. We weren't drenched by that rain," Draco told him. The barman looked stunned upon hearing that. Harry remembered something else he had to ask the barman. "You are Dumbledore's brother, right?" he asked him. The barman looked even more surprised upon hearing that. "How did you, of course. You are Harry Potter, aren't you? Dumbledore's favorite student. Of course he must have told you everything about me."
No.
"He didn't told me about you. I found out on my own," Harry replied, not exactly wanting to go into the details of how he had found it out through a dream sent to him by his mother. "Oh well, then you must be knowing my name. I am Aberforth Dumbledore, Albus's younger brother," he replied. Harry simply nodded. He had no idea of what to say next and was glad when Annabeth spoke up. "We need to enter Hogwarts. Can you help us with that?" she asked Aberforth. "Hogwarts?" he yelped in surprise. "Why would you want to enter Hogwarts? It is currently under the control of the Muggles. Entering Hogwarts would be like entering a death trap. We know a way of stopping these Muggles. But for that we need to enter Hogwarts. It is really important," Harry told him. "Boy, you all are just kids. You can't stop these Muggles. They are extremely powerful. Even my brother Albus didn't stood a chance against them," Aberforth argued. "That's because Dumbledore was affected by that rain. We, on the other hand, have not been affected by that rain. We are the only ones who can continue fighting against those Muggles. So please help us if you can," Harry requested. Going inside Hogwarts would mean certain death at the hands of those Muggles. "Are you really prepared for that?" Aberforth asked, looking doubtful. "Yes," Harry replied determinedly, "but we won't die. We will defeat them." "I hope you do," Aberforth replied with a somber expression on his face and then said, "Follow me inside." Percy, Annabeth, and Alyssa made their way behind Aberforth. Draco also got up to follow them, but Harry stopped him by grabbing his arm. "What do you want, Potter?" Draco asked angrily. "I think you should go home, Malfoy. That's why you had followed us anyways, right? You just wanted to go to your home. So I think you should leave now," Harry said to him. "I don't take orders from you, Potter," Draco said harshly. "But you did say that you just wanted to go home. So why not leave now?" Harry asked in confusion. "You could just create a port key that would take you to your home." He was interrupted by Malfoy, who said, "I would leave when I want to, and that would be after our visit to Hogwarts. Maybe it doesn't seem so, but I do care about our school, and I want to see what those Muggles have done to it." All right," Harry muttered, not sure what else to say. He was surprised to see this side of Malfoy. A side that cared about Hogwarts and wanted to accompany their little group for just a little bit longer to see what had happened to his school. They followed Aberforth to the furthest room on the second landing. Harry immediately noticed the portrait of a girl on the wall on the opposite side of the room. "Who's that?" Alyssa asked curiously, pointing towards the painting. "None of your business," Aberforth snapped. He then moved closer to the painting and asked in a gentle tone, "You know what to do, right?" The girl in the painting nodded, and to Harry's immense surprise the painting swung forward, as though it was a door that was being opened. Beyond it, Harry noticed a dark tunnel. Aberforth then turned towards them and explained, "You need to know that all the secret passageways to Hogwarts are now heavily monitored by those Muggles. This is the only safe route to enter the school. From here you can enter the Room of Requirement. After that, I hope you know what you need to do because those Muggles patrol every single corridor of the school all the time. So be careful, that's all I am going to say." "The Room of what?" Percy asked, looking confused. "The Room of Requirement. It's a room which provides you with anything that you need." Harry began to explain, but Aberforth cut him short. "Oh, I almost forgot. Wait for a few minutes, I'll just be back," he said and darted out of the room. "Well, that was weird," Percy commented. They waited in silence for a few minutes until Aberforth finally returned, carrying with him large packets of what looked like food. He handed those packets to Harry and said, If there is one thing the room of requirement can't provide you with, it is food. So take this, you'll need it if you have to stay in the school for a long time. Thanks, Harry muttered and packed the food in his trunk. So, who will go first? Annabeth asked, eyeing the tunnel. I will, Harry replied. He didn't know from where this confidence had came. Maybe it had something to do with being in familiar territory. He felt much more at ease here at Hogsmeade than he had felt at Camp Half-Blood. Even Draco looked more comfortable over here. Annabeth, Percy and Alyssa, on the other hand, looked clearly uncomfortable and awkward, although they were trying their best not to show it. Harry gave an encouraging smile to Percy and stepped inside the tunnel. He was immediately engulfed by a dim light coming from brass lamps hung from the walls. Harry looked around and saw that there were smooth stone steps inside the tunnel and the earthy floor was worn and smooth. Come on, guys, he said bracingly and smiled as the others climbed through the portrait hole as well. Percy's POV. Percy felt as though this was one of the most bizarre days of his life. He was still in shock about how much the village of Hogsmeade had been destroyed. It was nothing like the bright and vibrant Diagon Alley he had visited a few weeks back. Although he suspected that even Diagon Alley must have lost its charm and been taken over by those mortals. It seemed as though the mortals had had just as much of a bad effect on the wizarding world as they had on the demigod world. Percy personally didn't trust the Aberforth guy, but he realized that for some reason Harry trusted him, and he decided to trust Harry's judgment. But he still felt that going through the tunnel inside the painting was a bad idea and might lead them to some kind of a trap. Still, he climbed inside the tunnel behind Annabeth and looked around. There were stone steps inside the tunnel and the floor was made of earth. There was a dim light coming from brass lamps hung from the walls. Percy moved forward. He was followed by Alyssa and Draco. They walked for what felt like an eternity until they reached a corner behind which was the end of the passage. A short flight of steps led up to a door much like the door behind the portrait from where they had came. Harry, who was at the front, opened the door. They all followed him inside. Percy looked around and realized that they were in a large room. The room was completely empty and there wasn't a single object in sight. So we are inside Hogwarts, right? Percy asked just to be sure. Yeah, and this is the room of requirement, Harry replied. I think we should find a place to hide, Annabeth suggested. If the people of Ham and Oates organization are inside this castle, then we won't be safe over here. I think we'll be safe in this room, Draco said. This is a secret room and not many people know about its existence. I doubt the Muggles would know about it. I think we'll be safe over here too, Harry said. Percy was a little surprised to see Harry and Draco actually agree on something, but he decided not to comment on it. He was just staring around the room when all of a sudden 5 armchairs popped out of nowhere. Percy looked at the others questioningly until Draco finally answered, "It was me. I think we should sit down for some time and discuss everything, so I requested the room to provide us with the chairs," he explained. "Good idea." Alyssa agreed and plopped down on one of the chairs. Percy realized that Alyssa was not well and standing for a long time had probably taken its toll on her health. Percy and others also sat on the chairs. "So now what?" Percy asked Harry. He realized that Annabeth, Draco and Alyssa were also staring at Harry. Somewhere along the way, they all seemed to have reached the conclusion of letting Harry lead this quest at Hogwarts. Harry seemed to look a little nervous under all of their gazes. Finally, he cleared his throat and began, "We need to find the antidote formula hidden by Ravenclaw. It is somewhere in this castle, but the question is where? Do the two of you have any idea? I mean, you have been studying in this castle for several years now. You must be knowing a lot about it," Annabeth asked Harry and Draco. Harry pondered over the question for a while and finally replied, "I think we might get a lead in the Ravenclaw common room. It is the common room designed by Ravenclaw for the students in her house." "Her house?" Annabeth asked confusedly. "There are 4 houses at Hogwarts: Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor," Draco replied. "And the 2 of you are in?" Percy asked. "I am in Gryffindor and Malfoy is in Slytherin," Harry answered. "So this Ravenclaw common room," Alyssa said. "Getting them back to the point, you think the antidote formula would be there?" "I am not sure. But that's the only place I can think of where we might have a chance of finding it," Harry responded. "I think we should go over there and look for it," Percy said. "You mean now?" Harry asked. "Yeah, we shouldn't waste any more time. The mortals are already over here and we have to find it before they do, Percy said to him. All right, Harry said and got up. Percy stood up too. But when Annabeth and Draco stood up he shook his head. No, the two of you stay over here with Alyssa. In case the mortals find this room, there should be someone who can put up a fight against them.
Fine, Draco Grambold.
Good luck, Annabeth said with a smile. They left their trunk and bag in the room and Percy followed Harry outside. He saw that there was a tapestry of some trolls in tutus opposite the room. That's Barnabas Barmy, Harry whispered. He had tried teaching ballet to the trolls. Percy snickered upon hearing that. To his surprise, Harry pulled him aside and dug for something in his jacket pocket. Percy saw that he had pulled out something made of a thin silvery material. It's my invisibility cloak, Harry told him. Here, he said and pulled the cloak over both him and Percy. So now we are invisible? Percy asked just to be sure. Yeah, now the muggles won't be able to see us, Harry explained. Percy was impressed. This invisibility cloak thing reminded him of Annabeth's invisibility cap. Harry pulled out a paper of some sort from another pocket. Percy peered to have a closer look and realized that it was a map of some sort. The Marauders map, Harry explained. Look, we are here on the 5th floor. He pointed at 2 dots on the map which were named Harry Potter and Percy Jackson. I don't see the room of requirement on the map, Percy pointed out. Maybe the makers of the map didn't know that the room existed. But anyways, look here, he pointed at something a little distance away from them on the map. This is the Ravenclaw Tower. And at the top of it is the Ravenclaw common room. Good, so we can find it easily using this map, Percy commented. Yeah, let's get going, Harry said. As they walked down the corridor they passed several members of the Ham and Oat organization on the way. This was the first time Percy was seeing those people in person and he felt his blood boil at the sight of them. He wanted to slash them with his riptide on the spot for what they had done to his father and friends. They walked slowly amidst the group of mortals, careful not to create even a single noise. They saw the mortals glance around suspiciously every time one of them accidentally coughed or created some other noise. But they couldn't see them because of the invisibility cloak which was doing its job of hiding them perfectly. Soon they reached the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower. They climbed the tower in tight, dizzying circles. Percy felt for a moment as though the steps would never end, but finally the steps ended, and they stood before a plain wooden door with an eagle-shaped knocker. Harry tried to push open the door, but it wouldn't budge. All of a sudden, though, the eagle-shaped knocker opened its mouth and asked in a sing-song voice, "Who is more powerful, the wizards or the demigods?" Percy and Harry stared at each other. I think we'll have to answer this question to enter the common room, Percy guessed. I wished there was just a simple password. Although I don't know how we would have figured it out either, Harry muttered. They are both equally powerful? Percy tried a shot at the answer. Wrong answer. The eagle screeched loudly. Now what should we? But Percy stopped talking abruptly. He could hear footsteps echoing up the tower and in their direction. The eagle's loud screeching had attracted the attention of the mortals. They are coming in our direction, Harry whispered, as he stared at the map in his hands. Lots of dots with a variety of names were clustering around the Ravenclaw Tower and climbing the steps. Percy looked around. They couldn't enter the Ravenclaw common room and they sure as hell couldn't walk back. What with the mortals coming up from the same route? They were trapped. Let's get back down, Harry suggested. What? But they are coming from the same direction. If they see us, Percy started, but Harry interrupted him. They can't see us because of the cloak. Remember? Come on. This is our only chance, Harry said, and seizing Percy by his sleeve hurried back towards the stairs. Very quietly they walked back down the stairs. They were almost at the foot of the stairs when they ran into a large group of the mortals. Percy tried to walk as slowly and quietly as possible, but his hand accidentally brushed against the hand of one of those mortals. Percy breathed and waited for the reaction. The man became instantly alert and shouted out to his followers, "Travis? Daffodil? Stop immediately. I think I brushed against something or someone. You know those wretched beings have the power to become invisible, right?" "Yes, but they have lost all of their powers, David. So just relax, man," the guy named Travis said to him. "But I felt something right here," the man said and moved his arm in Percy's direction. Percy and Harry hastily stepped back. But in their haste to move behind they tripped over the invisibility cloak and fell down, the cloak coming off them. Travis and Daffodil gasped loudly while David yelled, "Didn't I say that I had brushed against someone? See, I was right. You monsters," Percy said angrily, "you people are responsible for kidnapping my father and taking away everyone's powers. I'll not spare you. As if you can do anything against us," the woman named Daffodil sneered. "You are outnumbered 100-2. We'll overpower you easily. Travis, bring those guns," she ordered the other man. Percy and Harry watched as the guy named Travis brought a couple of guns. He was followed by a few other people from their group also carrying guns. Daffodil picked up one of the guns and quite casually pointed it at Percy and pressed the trigger. But the bullet from it never reached Percy, as at that precise moment Harry stepped forward and bellowed, "Protego!" with all his might. The bullet just harmlessly bounced off the shield charm and landed on the ground. The people around them stared at Harry with surprise and fear in their eyes. "He can still do magic," one of them whispered. "How did he escape from our acid rain?" Another one wondered. "Let's run away while we can," Travis suggested. "Not so brave without your acid rain, are you?" Percy asked with a smirk. "I don't know how you survived our acid rain." "But not for long," Daffodil shouted. She then once again ordered the mortals behind her, "Bring our stored reserves of the potion. We are going to need them." "As if we'll just wait and let you use your potion on us," Harry said and blasted a stunning spell in Daffodil's direction, followed by another one in Travis's direction. As the two of them went down, he stunned several other members of the Ham and Oats organization, but more kept coming. "Come, let's get away from here," he said to Percy, who didn't need telling twice. He followed Harry as fast as he could. The two of them moved down corridor after corridor, with Percy hoping that they were moving in the right direction towards the room of requirement. He turned back once. Most of the mortals seemed to have lost them, but a few were still hot on their heels with David in the lead. "Let's hide in the bathroom. I think they might not find us over there," Harry said. "Did you just said bathroom?" Percy asked. "Yeah, why?" Harry asked. "Because I am the supreme lord of the bathroom," Percy replied with a smirk. 10 minutes later both of them were hiding in the boys' bathroom on 5th floor, waiting for their pursuers to find them. "There they are," screamed David and pointed towards the two of them. However, before any of them could so much as lift their guns, Percy concentrated hard. He could feel the rhythm of the water in his veins. He focused with as much strength as he could muster, and then in one swift motion the entire bathroom exploded. Large bursts of water erupted from every cubicle and every sink and was directed directly at those mortals. Most of them, including David, got knocked off their feet by the water guns and hit the opposite wall, falling unconscious. Harry did a quick job of stunning those who were still left conscious. After checking that all of their pursuers had been knocked out, both the boys quickly made their way towards the room of requirement. "Okay, to enter the room you have to think of what you want it to turn into very clearly, and then step 3 times across it. Like this," Harry showed him. A door appeared on the blank stretch of wall in front of them and Harry entered the room. Percy tried to think and remember as many details as he could about the first time when they had entered the room. All that came in front of his eyes was a nearly empty room with a few armchairs in the center. He thought of it as clearly as he could and stepped across the room 3 times. On his 3rd attempt, when he opened his eyes, he found a door in front of him. He turned its knob and entered the familiar room he had left a while ago. Almost as soon as he and Harry were inside, he heard Draco asking in a loud voice, "Why are you two looking so scared? And why the hell are you drenched in water, Potter?" Percy hastily closed the door behind him, afraid that someone might be following them and hearing Draco's loud noise might get attracted towards their secret room. "Be quiet, Malfoy, and I got wet because we were being chased by those Ham and Oates people. And Percy had to use some of his water powers to knock them out," Harry explained. "You did most of the work anyways," Percy complimented him, remembering how easily Harry had stunned most of those mortals. "What happened? Tell us everything from the start," Annabeth ordered in a low voice. So Percy explained the entire chain of events to her, Alyssa and Draco, by the end of which all 3 of them were looking shocked. "So now they know that we are in the school?" Alyssa asked, sounding terrified. "Seriously, you got tripped over a cloak? And that's why they caught you?" That's pathetic. Draco sneered. Honestly, Draco, I had thought that perhaps you had become a bit more tolerable, but looks like I was mistaken, Harry replied scathingly. Look, guys, there is no need to fight. Annabeth hastily intervened. The damage is already done. They know that we are here. We'll have to be more careful from now onwards. So now what? Percy asked. We'll have to spend the night here. There is no way we are going back so soon. When they would be ready for and expecting us, Harry declared. I am not sleeping in this armchair. It's not that comfortable, Alyssa complained. Relax, we can ask the room to provide us with beds as well, Draco told her. And the next moment 5 king-size beds had appeared in the room. Well, looks like we can sleep now. We will further discuss this tomorrow, Annabeth told everyone. As Draco, Annabeth and Alyssa made their way towards their respective beds, Percy looked at Harry, who was using a drying spell on himself. He gently took Harry's hand in his and said, Hey, it'll be all right. We will defeat those guys. Harry gave a small but cute smile upon hearing that. Good night, Harry whispered. Good night. Percy whispered back and went back to his bed and soon drifted off to sleep. And I have kept a poll on my profile page about which fanfic I should update next. Please vote on that poll. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. Please review. Smiley face.